Frostivus is nuts. Ice cold.
Frostivus is a very, very interesting player.
He's been able to play in multiple different regions.
Frostivus is a cross-region champion.
He knows how certain people are probably going to play in different areas.
He's a lovely guy. He's got great energy, and I think he's very motivated.
My name is Frostivus and I am from Indonesia. My great-grandparents were born in China as a native, and my grandpa moved to Indonesia to marry my grandma. They gave me a Chinese name, Lim Xiaolong, as in a devoted dragon. I started playing NARAKA during the Chinese beta. Even before the global version came out, I was playing with my friend Mime to practice before the game was released. In total, I have 4,300 hours in NARAKA, and I love NARAKA because it is a skillful game. That is why I love NARAKA.
And as a longtime player, he's one of the few players that I actually would glean new strategies from and learn things about the game with every encounter that I had with him. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see how he performs in J-Cup this year.
It is my first time participating in J-Cup. I missed previous J-Cup because of school. I had to fly to either North America or Southeast Asia during the qualifying tournament, and I ended up missing my chance to go to J-Cup, even though I have won a harder tournament considering qualifiers was easier than what the tournament I have won. The biggest tournament that I have won so far is Celestial Cup Season 1, Asian Challenge in Southeast Asia, and then Morris Cup in North America.
The fact that he's been able to perform at a very high level in all of these regions and all of these ranked leaderboards and all of that, and these tournaments as well, where he's been able to learn from all of these different players. And the timings of all different attacks and all that sort of stuff changes depending on that, and it creates a deeper understanding of the game.
The biggest difference, I think, is that NA, when the stakes are high, they play slower and less aggressive. Meanwhile, for C, no matter what the stakes are, they will always play aggressive.
So for Frostivus, in terms of knowledge, he definitely has a wider scale of an advantage than, like, I'm gonna say at least more than half of the solo teams. No offense to the other half, no offense to the other teams though. I believe in everybody, but having that much knowledge and to win both, well, I can always go back to the old song from Ludacris. Move! Get out the way! Get out the way! He's coming in strong and he's slaying everybody. Just be careful. Somebody that has that much knowledge and that much game sense in all different regions, all I'm saying is if he's coming my way, I'm gonna try to lure him to another player.
Frostivus!
Ruben?
How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, you know I'm here representing our fans and our viewers. You got time to answer about 20 questions for me?
Yeah,
awesome.
Sure. I'm about to head to the practice room. We can walk there.
Yeah, let's do it. So how you doing today, Frostivus?
I'm doing great. I slept pretty well. I'm ready to practice.
Awesome. What are you thinking about heading in?
I can't wait to play in the tournament. That's what I'm thinking.
Heck yeah. So how are you feeling about qualifying for the J-Cup?
I'm excited, of course, but it's more of like a stepping stone for me.
How do you feel about your fellow players, Tryhard and Light Hypernova?
I'm not sure because I already beat them in NA.
Love it. What are some of your proudest moments in competitive NARAKA?
Some of my proudest moments is when they tweeted about me and called me the first cross-continent champion in the history of NARAKA, and I feel pretty proud of achieving that.
Speaking of being a cross-continent champion, how is moving from NA to Indonesia and then back to North America again?
The moving is pretty tiring, of course, but even then, I'm kind of glad I did it because, you know, experience in life. I get to move around. Even though it's tiring, I'm still happy that I did it.
Speaking of which, what's your favorite style of food, Western or Eastern?
I would say Eastern. My favorite food of all time is fried rice. I like to try like every kind of fried rice.
Fried rice is a good one. What kind of combos have you been practicing for NARAKA, for J-Cup?
Combos, of course, I feel like I have mastered most of the weapons, but right now I'm using Fan the most because it's a new weapon and it is my current favorite weapon as well.
So I've got to ask you about this coast-to-coast combo people keep telling me about. Can you explain it to your fans for me?
So Coast to Coast is more of a katana combo that involves a grapple, and you can do 7 jump LMBs, and you can keep juggling people non-stop. That's why I call it Coast to Coast. And you end up bringing people to like the other side of the map.
Awesome. Is this going to be your first LAN event?
Yes, this is my first ever flying for a tournament.
Okay.
So I'm very excited.
Are you nervous about playing on stage?
Not exactly. I'm more excited than nervous.
And who's your favorite hero to play?
My favorite hero has always been Takeda, because I've won with Takeda like for the biggest achievements like winning AAC and Morris Cup. I've won both tournaments with Takeda as my last hero.
Do you have any hidden talents that we're not aware of as your fans?
Hidden talents, I'm not sure. I used to play guitar and piano, and I also used to play basketball. But not anymore.
Okay, so one final question for you. Who's your favorite NARAKA streamer? And I'm going to be a little upset if you don't say me, Frostivus.
I can't really say because I don't watch that much streams. I'm not sure who I can answer. I really don't have a favorite. Everyone I watch is sometimes enjoyable, sometimes yeah, I don't know. I can't really say. I don't have a favorite.
That's fair. Well, I appreciate your time. I'm going to let you get back to your games, Frostivus. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much.
Pandaman did not have the ultimate down before it came through. As a result, cannot use it now. We're going to see Action take so much damage. The Clank coming through off of the dual halberds into the uppercut, into the bump, into the RMB.
Now it's just going to be dual halberds versus the nunchucks. The ulti comes through onto a beautiful ulti coming through onto Spider. As Spider is going to be able to get the beautiful parry. Immediately hits up with the 9-tailed fox as the ulti comes through. So does the Ghost, able to stop the stun and get the finish. And immediately he's going to be able to go for the reset. Spider still having more shield though. Action trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as he hits the combo.
Frostivus be able to pick up his 4th elimination of the game. They've equalized their health. Frostivus going for those overholds. He's trying to find the entry, but unfortunately he does get parried on the overhold. Mike catching him with some chip damage, and there it is again. Mike with another beautiful parry, catching Frostivus.
Try to see if he can close in this gap here by Spider. Trying to hold strong here as the nunchucks are able to do a massive amount of distraction here, and destruction gets destroyed by WBG Spider. Spider able to close in the gap, beautiful parry on it, Shady Chiefs saying, and immediately he's going to try to see if he can get some amazing hits off of him here and stops him from popping his ulti before he can separate and get out. Pops open from the outside, going inside with the shield here, then trying to close the gap in a little by little here. K225 ends up closing the gap, 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, catches 2. K225 is going insane here. Now he's going to try to hold it off here for as long as possible. Wang laying it, but it's not going to be enough as he gets the parry.
Let's do something interesting today, Poobie.
Very interesting.
So today, we're going to be asking the casters questions. If they get it wrong, they're gonna have to deal with Poobie's air hammers. But if you get it right, you're gonna be able to have a lollipop.
Let's get this started.
Moxie, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Duncan. Stop it.
Hey, no, hey.
Runekeeper, I have a question for you.
Hold on.
How many J-Cups have been held?
What, counting this one?
Counting this one.
3.
Correct.
3.
right.
Woo!
You get a warm lollipop.
I get a, oh, lovely.
Stop it.
Hey, no, hey, no.
I have a question for you.
You ain't gonna stop a black man coming out the bathroom. What's wrong with you?
What placement did Frost get in the group stage? 3,
6?
2, wrong.
6.
Wrong. What
You'd be so
placement
angry.
did Frostivus get in the group placement?
7.
What the?
Hold on, before you have a question for me, Poobie, what are you doing? Look, I know I make jokes that you're the only monk in NA who can put hands on me, but I think we're starting to take it a little too literal, my guy.
First question.
Oh, okay.
What color is Frostivus' jersey?
Purple and black?
Wrong. Oof. What placement did Frostivus get in the group stage?
5th.
Correct. You get a warm lollipop. Say the top 3 trios teams in group stage.
XCG,
Oh.
TE,
Oh. 3,
and
2, 1. Wrong.
XCG,
Oh.
TE.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Counting LMB.
It's not. Ah, I knew it.
Where did the non-NBPL players play last year?
Singapore.
Correct.
I keep expecting the ball.
You get a lollipop.
I get a lollipop. Yay.
What is the full name of the 2023 J-Cup Grand Finals venue?
There wasn't even a countdown. Can I at least get a countdown first?
How do you pronounce Roy Heaton?
Roy Hee.
You have 3 seconds. 3. That's wrong.
What?
How do you pronounce Roy Heaton?
Roy Heaton?
Wrong.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from Chengdu, China. The time has come, the stories have been told, the excitement is in the air, and now it's time to take 6 games and crown a solo character victorious. I'm your host and caster, Davier, alongside my 2 amazing people here. We've got Raven MPL, capital Z. If it's not a Z, it's not Raven. And of course, my co-caster for the next 3 games, Dunkin' Donuts in the building. Dunkin', speak to me. How you feeling, baby?
I am feeling incredible. The stadium is starting to fill up. The buzz is in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my, we're finally here.
We're finally here.
For the solo final series. I think every single person here is just ecstatic. Everybody has been waiting all year for this, and it's finally happening. Hey, maybe that's what they call it, the finals. Yeah, the finals in Chengdu. J-Cup 2022.
We finally made it. Not only with that here, the crowd is just starting to get started here, as obviously this is the pre-show. And obviously, we still got a lot to cover here as we're going to get started here. We still got some time left before the first games get going. But we have band pick rules, the new band pick rules that has been essential. And obviously, Raven, you being a coach, you being somebody that's worked with not only the solos, but the trios, you've got a real close hand at this new band rule. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, the phases has been a great implementation to the solos. No longer do we have those full zipping games, those full Feria games where it's just a snooze fest going in those end games. Every single round is going to be exciting. It's going to be a nice mix of characters. Now, what it means for the players, though, we're going to see intense creativity, some crazy picks. Zelshits running Tessa, running double Viper. We're seeing mainly double Hottie, double Feria, but it really depends on what group you get. You got Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group C is just your last to pick. You kind of get the short end of the stick, but we saw Mike just absolutely dominate today, or last time in pre-finals, and now this time, hopefully Frost will be able to go through because he also got Group C. Can he do it?
Speaking of hype from Frostivus and Mike, we're going to go and give you guys a little bit of some J-Cup recap from our games prior to heading here to Chengdu, as we got a chance to see some really amazing highlights. As Duncan, we've been talking a lot about how these players have really been able to isolate in such amazing fashion towards these final ending circles, and talking about players like Raven brought up, like Frostivus, like AOW's Mike here, who Hottie, top pick, one of the best so far here, and obviously him being in first place, he's got a lot to cover coming into these next 6 games.
Oh no, absolutely. And one of the key things going into this grand final is that in the pre-finals, if you happen to miss it, pre-finals, you get 50% of the points from that series carried forward into the grand finals. And Mike, hey, the Oogla, he's cooking, baby. He gets that parry, he gets that dub for himself, and he has been popping off. He came out on top in first place in the pre-finals. So he is sitting rather comfortably, but with around 20 points, I'd imagine, going into the first day. But unfortunately, quite a few other players, they're not in the same boat. They don't have that cushion. So starting today, quite a few players aren't going to be on equal footing. A lot of them have a cushion to start off with, and then a lot of them might be going into it rather desperate. They need to get need to get a considerable number of points to be able to actually catch up to those players that did well in the pre-finals. Speaking of Frostivus and Spider right here on your screen. Hey, he's popping off. He's cooking with those gold nunchucks, and he takes, Chuzeng, and no, he takes him down. But
actually,
unfortunately,
that's Spider.
Spider took down Chuzeng. Yeah.
In that section here, but obviously coming in for some of these players here, DRG Akuma, another player here that we've seen in terms of that unpredictability and that versatileness. Him being able to actually come through too. He didn't necessarily perform the well that he wanted to, but knowing that he has these 6 games to absolutely cover and dominate, I can imagine him catching up here, as we're going to show you some of the winners from our stage, our final stage, heading here to Chengdu here. And obviously players like Akuma, X-Jim, Wang Liang was able to clutch up his last game as well, certifying his top 2 placement. He's currently in 2nd place with those 50% cut in half. And obviously for a player like our SCA NNA double regional champion, he is the only person that has won from 2 regions, and he is here fighting for his chance to take home not only that prize pool, but to take home that championship. I know you have had a really close conversation, and you've got a chance to really work with him over time throughout this, while we've been here this entire time, and I know he's absolutely ready. What are your thoughts on Frostivus?
Frostivus, during the first pre-final, he felt like he wasn't locked in, but today, my man was stoic. He just said no words to nobody, walked down the lobby, sat alone, drank his coffee alone, sat up alone. He let Kishi know, his manager, no one is talking to me today. He is locking in, and he's representing NA and all the foreigners out of there. Frostivus, his fighting, we saw him last night, Duncan. You had a chance to see all the pros line up and sit to fight against Frostivus, trying to get some type of read. But Frostivus just holding all of them, just absolutely worked on his fan. He thought it was his shortcoming last time. He thought about his neutral, his fighting ability. He hit a wall when it came to Mike and Spider, but since then, he has climbed that wall, and he is locked in. He had a chance to take down Mike, to take down Spider on the big stage, but he just felt there was still something he was missing. He spent the last week breaking things down to the smallest level to find their weaknesses, and he feels super confident going into this finals. Now, he did go into Yang the most out of everyone. Out of everyone, Frostivus is going Yang. He is taking his destiny into his own hands. If he's going out, he's losing in Yang. He's showing everyone that he's willing to fight the best in the world, and he's making it work.
We can see it right here. He has been performing extremely well. I did have a talk with him myself, and he said, how do you not be nervous? What should I do? And I told him, bro, you have been here. You have been taking these players down. We're seeing it right before your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Frostivus taking down not only Mike, but also Spider immediately afterwards in this highlight with the pistol shots right out of the air. Oh, chipping away, and Spider trying to heal, but he can't manage to do so. Frostivus, he's just been performing absurdly well. You know, nobody expected him to come in and play this well and perform this well and take down all of these heavy hitters, all of these veterans. You got Wang Liang in this clip here. Frostivus trying to chase him down because he has this Yang depletion. You know, hey, Yang depletion, that's the big debuff. You want to get rid of that. You need to get rid of that. But Frostivus, he has no fear.
This is the amount of confidence coming from a player like Frostivus here. But like I said, both being regional champions of both sections here, understanding what he has and that potential, and having the W key mental to go into some of the best players in the world, like Wang Liang, like WBG Spider, like AOW's Mike, and absolutely dominate with nothing but confidence, really shows how much work this man has put in. I mean, seeing perfect bow shots, eliminating players like Spider in such tight moments here, and him even securing a dub to be able to lock his placement into our grand finals here on this main stage. For somebody who has won both regionals, it clearly shows that he has that experience and he has that mental capacity in order to actually come through and potentially win here with 6 games. But on top of that, not only that, he has got the most entrances into the realm of Yang out of everyone in this roster. And on top of that, he's parried 26 times in the group stages. When I talk about W key and that defense, he is able to do both. He denies players and he walks in like, what's up? Yes, that's me. I came here before. I got my Vermilion's burst, Mike. Let me go ahead and get another reward.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of another player who, so Frostivus unfortunately wasn't able to put all that many points on the board in pre-finals. However, neither was Spider. You know, they're both they're in the same boat, and that's Spider off the back of his first day in group stage, getting 4 MVPs back to back, and an amazing performance that will probably go down in the history of J-Cup. To get that many MVPs in this environment is insane. Looking at a quick stat here, we have WBG Spider having taken average damage equal to 10 golden armor, so that's 12.6 thousand damage. That is a lot of damage.
My man's just getting focus fired out there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is something that you and I have talked about, is that WBG Spider and AOW's Mike, they've been ahead of the game when it comes to registering in their mind where these armors are on the map, being able to like see the map in their mind and see where they can go and position themselves so that they're able to double back, go pick up that armor, get the armor swap if they need to. If they're put in that bad situation that could mean their death and could mean that they're going back to the lobby. You know, you don't want that. You don't want that going into these games. But speaking of Spider, here, this is a nice little event that happened about a week ago in the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord, where some of you at home were able to ask both Mike and Spider some questions in the Discord. And one of those questions was, how much time each day do you play NARAKA? And he said that he plays at least 5 hours. At least 5.
At least is interesting. Coming from a pro player here, that least is the minimum.
Yeah, minimum
That's
5.
the minimum of 5 hours. So imagine if he has open days to do what he wants to. Obviously, this is WBG Spider. He is at the top of his game, so clearly he's doing way more than 5 hours.
Yeah, I think he's downplaying a little bit. How much would you say he should be practicing? What do you think of that answer?
I mean, the MVPL players, they're just constantly grinding. The competition is so fierce, and you see the camaraderie. You see the players everywhere you go. These guys are hanging off each other, eating with each other, dancing, joking. And then on the NA side, we see these guys as these juggernauts, but they're actually just a bunch of silly players just having a great time. And it just 5 hours just goes by. These guys are just having a great time practicing NARAKA at minimum, though, like you both were saying. 5 hours at least. These guys, some of these guys are going 10, 12 hours streaming.
Now we talk about other questions too that I know the Discord also asked. They asked him, what is also something that you definitely should do when you're learning NARAKA? He says you scale rush more. And then on top of that, he says, what 3 things would you recommend for somebody that wants to go pro? He says, learn how to escape, learn how to pursue, and learn how to guess what your opponent's gonna do next. Thoughts on that, Raven?
That's just standard NARAKA. If you can't catch someone, you're not gonna get kills. You can't get caught, you're never going to be killed, and you cannot get kills if you're dead, guys. Now, finally, guess what your opponent's going to do next. Now, we call it Boyi, we call it game of play, we call it that read. How you start there, it's all about positioning, baby. You need room to think. That's how you start learning how to guess what your opponent's going to do. And you can't do anything if your opponent's on top of you, pressuring you. So he is 100% correct. Spider, learning how to guess your opponents. He is one of the best to do it outside the pocket. Now, Mike, on the other hand, he's in there. Spider, he's with the finesse. He's with that footwork. He's dancing in and out. And you're going to see a lot of crazy fan things coming out from Spider today.
No, absolutely. Hey, they've been putting in a lot of work. I've been sat there in the player practice room, looking over the shoulder, talking to them. I actually had a nice long talk with Panda Man last night about his game and going into this next day. It was very, very insightful.
You got a chance to give him a little bit of
got a chance to
some
zero
Tarka
ban
love.
all of them with Tarka Greatsword, which was amazing.
How'd that go? True.
It went well. It actually went very well. Yeah, no, legitimately.
He literally got all the pros to line up to play Tarka Greatsword versus him. It was something out of a dream.
Yeah,
so, and
truly.
speaking of dreams here, there's also a lot of dreams from the Discord here as they love their memes on top of dreams here. And we have some memes for you guys to check out that has been sent to us from the players and the people from Discord. And also, I mean, this one is a very universal language of gaming. You know, last game.
Last game.
Yeah.
We can't end on a loss. We can't end on a loss.
Exactly.
See, y'all don't want to land on the last. I need sleep, so I'm a
No.
I ain't on the loss. I gotta get some rest.
You're getting dragged into the next game, though.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. I got sleep. I got things to do tomorrow.
Anyone can work with sleep. It's the true champions who can work with no sleep.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Hey, listen, at least 5 hours, right? At least 5 hours.
Exactly.
And obviously seeing this one as well here, that armor swap could be very, very lethal sometimes here, and that could also be the bait that could end your demise for that game. Sometimes that gold might necessarily be as good. Sadly, I'm a gold and silver guy, as you can tell. I'm iced out in general. I always do that in general, so that always draws to me. I see some gold, I'm like, ooh, shiny.
No, yeah, absolutely. This does ring true. You know, if you got that gold armor, you become the target. You don't want to be the target in those end zones because the vultures will come. They will come.
Everyone
and they will
hates
take you down.
that gold armor play.
Exactly.
Like, hey, who got that gold armor? Get him, boys. Get him, purple armors. Let's get him. Get that guy out of here. No armor for you.
On top of that here, make sure you guys join the Discord for more discussions, more participation, and obviously, if you guys want to meet more people of the community, talk to amazing people, you might even get a chance to talk to one of the pros, and everything else that happens within the Discord. They do giveaways, they do all types of stuff. Make sure to scan that QR code that's at the bottom for your chance to get into the Discord, and obviously have some fun with a little bit of everybody here, as we're going to be having fun for the next 2 days. We got solos today, trios tomorrow. We are crowning nothing but champions. But first, one of you guys are going to be a champion here, and today we're doing NARAKA Feud, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and your man, Dobby Ayers. We're about to get ready to lock this in. You guys got 3 rounds and with 3 potential answers here, and on top of that, here's what you guys are going to do. You guys are going to grab this doll right here, this Tarka doll, and whoever grabs it first is going to be the first person to answer. Now, if you get it wrong, the other person gets a chance to steal. If you get a chance to steal, you get the point. So, it's going to be a little dirty, but it's going to be a good time here. Let's see if y'all is quick enough to be able to do this. Y'all know the feud game. Y'all know how it works. It's going to be real quick. 2 of your friends invited you to play NARAKA together, but why did you refuse? Oh, he's fast. He's fast.
Hey, bro, I've been wanting to get my hands on this for a while. But
guy.
yeah, 2 friends invited to play NARAKA. I gotta get up early in the morning. I can't play late into the night, boys. I can't. I'm sorry.
He says I can't play into the night. I gotta get some sleep. Survey says.
Oh,
he got
okay.
Strong start on the board here. He gets that first point. 2 of your friends invited you to play NARAKA together, but why did you refuse?
Ooh, okay. My internet is dying and I can't stay connected to the game.
He has really.
I'm lagging out. I can't get in.
He doesn't have that GigaChat internet. Survey says. Oh, nope. Don't have that one. That's unfortunate. That means that there is a potential chance to steal here, and you get a chance to tie it up. 2 of your friends invited you to play NARAKA, but why did you refuse?
Playing solos. I just love combos. I love solos.
He says, why would I ever play trios with you? I'm a solo guy. Survey says.
Ooh.
No! That's actually, that wouldn't be that bad of an answer. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's actually not that bad. All right, here's your chance. It's your chance to take that, to take it and keep it going. This is 4.
I broke my mouse. I broke my keyboard. I broke my setup. It is in shambles. I spilled Pepsi all over it. I spilled my drink all over it.
Blaming it on a drink, realizing I actually slammed it because I was rage quitting in the game of NARAKA. Survey says. Oh, no. Sadly, the rage quitting was not it. So your chance to steal and tie up the game is official. Here it is. This is your shot. Two of your friends invited you to play NARAKA, but why did you refuse?
I want to play a different game. I'm on NARAKA today.
All right, not in the mood to play some NARAKA. I want to play something else. Survey says. Oh, that's actually not that bad of an answer. That was a good answer. That was a good answer. Last try. Last try. And then we got to go to the next game. Next question. You got one more in you.
I'm watching J-Cup. I'm watching J-Cup. Hey, okay.
Watching the best
Watching
tournament in the
J-Cup.
world, J-Cup World Championships is more important, survey says. There you go!
Oh my God.
J-Cup is on the air, and you are absolutely right here. If you guys are not tuning in, I suggest you check it out and make sure you do. Tell your friends, tell your family, put it in the Discord, put it in everything else in situations here. So sadly, that is going to be 2 points in the lead for you, but it's time to go on to the next question here. Oh, actually,
no, what was the final answer?
The other answer, my bad, actually. The other answer is, they don't match my level.
Oh, that's tough.
They can't touch me, man.
Toxic.
I'm sorry. Listen,
too good for you.
Listen, I'm an immortal player. I'm better than you. I'm sorry that you're a silver. I can't do it. I can't play with you. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate. It is what it is.
That would never be a reason.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Listen, y'all do that to me all the time. I'm kidding. All right, next question. In what situations would Duncan lose a 1v1 against me?
In what situation? A fight in real life.
A real life fight.
A real life fight.
Okay.
All of a sudden, I'm putting hands on Duncan. Survey says.
Look at the fear. I see the fear.
Ferocious.
See how fast his hands is? The fastest hands in the West. What you talking about? All right, there's your chance to steal. You got another. You have another one here, and you finally got your first point. You can tie this up. In what situation would Duncan lose in a 1v1 against me?
If he had no hands.
If I had no...
Had his hands tied behind his back. Survey says. Oh, sadly that's not it. But that means Duncan has a chance to steal. Now, in a situation, if Duncan is losing, how would you lose against me?
I think this one's a lock. In a fashion contest or dressing up. Hey, I mean, look at this man. Look at this guy. He's got the custom.
I mean, listen, that flattery will get you everywhere, okay? Taking him into the fashion week, survey says. Oh, sadly, that's not there. That is unfortunate because that's such a good answer. I love that answer, and I love that you said that. I'd give you a point just because I feel like it. All right. It's your chance, though, to tie it up. You're still down 1 point. In what situation would Duncan lose in a 1v1?
For a girl.
For a girl.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
You boys got
That's
too much
savage,
Riz,
man.
survey says. Come on, man. I got Riz. I got Riz. What you talking about? I don't know which Riz is the Riz keeper, though.
Duncan takes that, bro.
I got Riz. Hold on now. That's for down. Okay, that's fine. You know what?
That's it.
In what situation would Duncan lose against a 1v1 against me?
In a shooter game, in an FPS game.
Oh.
I know you're all about that Valorant. All about
I am kind of crazy though. Shooter game, winner takes all. Says survey says.
No, okay.
Unfortunate. All right, back to you. That is back to you for your chance. In what situations would Duncan lose in a 1v1 against me? I'm curious what chat is saying. I'm very curious on what chat's saying. I know it's got to be good. It's got to be good. I'm gonna look back at this VOD chat. I'm just letting y'all know. So I'm gonna start screenshotting. Trust.
Weightlifting. Look at my man's guns. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Weightlifting, bench.
I do be too deep in the gym 6 days a week. Survey says. Oh
No, you're still.
I mean, technically, that is kind of similar to the boxing match.
I mean,
to be
as far
fair.
as that's true.
That is kind of similar in this situation. All right, this one I think is the last one. I think it's the last attempt. I think this might be the last chance here. So, in what situation would Duncan lose in a 1v1 against you? I'm very flattered with some of these answers. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very flattered. I'm actually really flattered. I can't really complain here.
In a race.
Oh.
In a race.
We talking driver? Or we talking foot?
Foot. And driving because I can't actually drive. I can't drive.
Oh my God.
I'm running so fast. I'm gonna hit you with the meat. Survey says.
No.
That's unfortunate. I'm really, but I'm not gonna lie. I can't hate on these two because this is honestly kind of true.
These are all just compliments.
For A is lag.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's very true. That's very true. If you lag, it's I'm about to put hands on you. And for C, it's a freestyle battle.
Oh, Oh, okay, yeah.
Because
yeah.
you know I be going
You would've
crazy. I be putting you
100%
down with it lazy. Because you. No, let me stop. All right, not bad. Okay, there's still a chance here. There's still a chance to tie it up. There's still a chance to steal. You got a shot. You got a shot.
Oh, what is
Question
what
number
is this
3.
question?
Who is the funniest Tarka player?
Panda Man.
Well, yeah, we have to wait. No, we have to go.
Oh wait, I grabbed it. Panda Man.
Okay.
You should have grabbed it. You should have grabbed it.
I thought we were gonna reset. No, okay.
You should have grabbed it.
All right, Panda Man then. That's your answer.
Panda Man.
He picks up Panda Man. Survey says.
Yes!
Okay.
Listen, we love ourselves some Panda Man. Panda Man has been one of our favorites to watch over time. So, I mean, is this an obvious one? Absolutely it is. All right, you got a chance. This is to take the lead right here.
The funniest Tarka player. I gotta pick you, Big Dog.
Hey!
Oh, it's Duncan. Of course, Duncan.
Nothing but smiles coming in from Donuts of Duncan. Question is, survey says. Yes, sir! Raven gets the lead. That's a flattery right there. That's nothing but love right there. You can't even hate on that one. You got one more. You can clear the board right now.
The funniest Tarka player. Is there another Tarka player? I guess.
Okay.
Oh.
This one goes back a little bit. You'd have to go back to this is an interesting one.
Past you? I'm gonna go past you.
Past due? All right, past due.
Yeah,
Survey
well, I would
says.
be some past you.
No, it's not gonna be that.
Okay.
He said back day.
So this.
I missed me past you.
I know my answer for this one. This is
You
an
have
OG.
to. You have to. I
This
feel
is
like you
this is
know.
a Fire Dog brother, a great sword enjoyer. Dao Wanhui.
Okay.
Dao, the big
Got
Dao.
the big Dao you.
The
Wait,
big
survey
Dao.
says. Yes,
Hey.
sir. There goes the tie,
Hey.
ladies and
OG
gentlemen.
great
The
sword.
OG.
There
The
goes
OG.
the pick. We got one last one. This is for all of the marbles. Who's going to be a winner, being victorious before we start the games? We still got some time left, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. So, if you are in the NARAKA world, make sure to focus on this.
Yeah.
What will you be doing?
If you are the
You said
Naraka
that
world-
last bit so fast.
Yeah, you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. You got to be quick. Got to be quick on your feet.
If I am at the Naraka world, what will I be doing?
So this, okay, so
Am
I
I
think
in
this
the
is
actual-
in game. You're
in
like
the
in
actual-
the
You're
world.
actually in the
Okay.
world.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm for sure grappling. That would be crazy, just flying
Being
around.
able to
I'm
grapple?
I'm grappling
That is a
around.
good one.
If I'm in
He
the
said,
Naraka
I'm
world.
grabbling
we're out
everywhere.
there, we're
Survey
flying.
says. No! Oh, that's a good answer, though. That is a good answer, though. That is a really good answer. I can't hate on that one. That was a good one. Duncan, it's your chance. It's your chance to take the lead.
Wait a second. I thought about this.
You got to really think about it, because there's a lot of real possibilities if you think about it.
Oh, go and have a drink with Taka.
Oh, man.
Go and have a drink with Taka. Get chug.
He says we're going to chug and get smashed with Tarka G. Survey says. Yes, sir! That's actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
That would be fun.
I
That
can
would be
imagine
good
you
fun.
guys getting swashed outside of Celestia, just slumped out of your mind. It's your chance to really take the lead here.
Okay.
This one certifies the dub if you get it right.
Hey, practicing my greatsword moves.
Practicing
Playing around with the greatsword. That's what I would be
practicing
doing.
with one of the biggest swords in the world. I weigh over 300 pounds, survey says. No, not enough, unfortunate, which means you have a chance to tie and potentially win this game. If you are in the NARAKA world, what will you be doing?
Is this what I'm doing or anyone would be doing?
I would say anyone, because this is more of a survey. This is more of a survey. So you gotta think about what people
doing, but also yeah.
We gotta be checking out some of the NARAKA female characters we're in the NARAKA world, you know?
If you're living in there,
we're gonna sit down and have a little bit of tea. We're having a little bit of tea, you know? You feel me? We're gonna have a little tea. The Karumi.
We're gonna take Shawty on a date. Karumi, what's going on? Shawty, say what?
Yeah!
He said, hey, yo, Karumi, what's up? What's good, baby boo? How you doing? You look real nice. You want to go drink some tea with your boy? You know I'm nice like that, you know what I'm saying? We can really...
Hey, can I borrow your umbrella?
Hey, grapple for your thoughts. You know what I'm saying? What's probably... Hey, the dress looks so... Volda, what's up? Hey, my bad. I'm sorry. All right, this is your chance. This is your chance to take the lead and win the game. If you are in the NARAKA world, what will you be doing?
Dang, one last little bit. I don't know. We're going Yang. We're gonna go 1v1 out there. Let's go Yang.
Go Yang.
Go to the Yang?
Yeah, we're going to Yang.
All right, we're going to the realm of Yang. Gold circles, gold diamonds, gold everything in my pocket. Survey says. No! That's not bad. That's not bad. I actually like that. Going everywhere.
I feel like we just ended.
It's your chance.
That'd be cool.
It's your chance, though.
What?
It was good end of the tie. It's good end of the tie.
I think scale rushing would be really cool. You know, you said
said
grappling. No, but he said grappling. Scale rushing. You jumping on a wall,
That's kind
doing
of
the
the same.
parkour.
Another one.
Okay.
Another one. That's the same.
Okay.
Same
Another
thing.
one.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Just exploring the
6.
world. Exploring the world. Running around. Just seeing all the ruins and stuff. The map is beautiful in NARAKA, you know?
We're going to take a tourist guide. We're going to tour all over Morris and holler off. Survey says... No! That's actually not that bad, though. That's not a
I
bad
think it'd
answer.
be cool, you know, just tour the temple
All right.
and stuff.
Final chance, final shot. This is it. Do you win it or is it a tie? Is it a tie or do you win the game? If you were in the NARAKA world, what would you be doing?
I'd be ulting. You know, we got superpowers. Let's test out all the ults on everyone. I'm flying around. I'm trying to transform into a monk, you know, for Kurumi.
But would you be able to do that, or would you have your own set of powers?
Yeah, because we're in a NARAKA world.
Yeah, you're in the NARAKA world. You probably
true,
can do it. Listen,
yeah, okay,
listen.
okay.
I'm Hottie. I can fly. I'm
Yeah,
Tonka.
exactly.
I'm on fire. I'm Valda.
True.
I'm an all
True,
You
actually,
make
yeah,
it
yeah,
win. Survey says... Oh, it's a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Raven, Duncan tied it up. Sadly, there is no winner and there is no loser here. But the final answer was hiding in invisibility bushes.
Hiding in invisibility bush?
I mean, to be fair, though, like, imagine hiding in the bush and you
actually,
literally
yeah.
could
if we
not
were
see.
gonna get murdered.
If you don't want to get like,
guess.
Okay, that makes
Those
sense.
are good places to hide when you're getting smashed drinking with Tarkashi, and then you end up falling asleep. Hey, you go inside, see, that's the whole thing about it. So, you know what? Just because of that, I'm just going to go... What? That's pretty much how it's going to work. You guys are both winners, so you also get a handshake. Congratulations.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
The best of both worlds.
You guys get the best of both. You guys get the participation award. Listen, it's over with. It doesn't matter. We're here. We're locked in. The solos are going to be absolutely incredible here. There's been so much going down. The crowd is just starting to jump in. The stage is set. There's a lot of anticipation. It's a little chilly in here, but it's definitely going to get a little bit warmer as we have 6 games to lock in for our solos. But for everybody here at this table, I have one last question for you guys before we send it over to the stage and we have a good time seeing an incredible start to these 6 games. We got some predictions, a lot of expectations for these players. The solos, we've talked about it all this year. We have seen AOW's Mike. We have seen Spider. Is Spider going to come through and defend his title? Is Mike going to take that away and shut down the dreams of Spider? Or is Wang Liang finally going to come out of the grasp of that down in the deep depths and take it away from both of them? Are both of them going to get griefed? Is GG Shaw going to open the book, get those third parties? Is he going to absolutely slaughter the whole slot? Or is DRG Zakuma going to be so unpredictable nobody can guess or know what he's doing next? There's so many different things. So with that being said, Duncan, I'm going to start with you first.
Okay.
Who is your pick to take home this trophy and a lot of bread?
I think you all know my prediction. I gotta stay true to the Taka brethren, the Fire Dog brothers. My prediction: OUG Spider-Man. He has had such a good year. Last year he missed out on qualifying by just the tiniest little bit. He did so insanely well. He broke records to try and get that, but unfortunately he wasn't able to secure his qualification. But this year he makes it. He's improved a lot. Hey, I was talking to him last night. He was talking to me about his strategy today. I was like, he's cooking up something, and I'm excited to see him pull it out today.
You helped him cook.
Yeah, I helped him. I showed him my great sword stuff.
I'm excited.
Absolutely. He said, yo, I'll see what kind of situations I can use that in. And he was like, okay, if I see him do that today, I'll just...
He's going to lose his mind, for sure. 100%. So, locked in, OUG's Panaman, that is your pick for the solo champion of our world finals here for Jacob. Raven, you have seen all of the hard work for some of these players. You have watched them inside of the private lobbies. You have seen them go 1v1 against Frostivus, against Tryhard. You have seen it all from trios and solos. Who do you got for your solo pick?
My dark horse is going to be Frostivus, but who's going to pick the numbers checkout? I believe XTG Wang Lang's going to be able to take it. He was so close.
Mr. Astro Brain.
In NBPL finals.
The
he
villain.
Was 1 kill versus his rival Mike. He was in tears, and I think all of his hard work all of his innovation is going to pay off. Like, most people don't know this. They think of Spider, they think of Mike, but if you really study the game, Wang Lang really creates a ton of strategies that all the other pro players steal from him. So I'm hoping for my man that he finally breaks through and he wins it. But my heart goes to my dark horse, Frostvis. I think he's going to surprise people as well.
Definitely going to be an amazing start here. But for Raven, locked in, XCG's Wang Liang is going to be his pick for the solos to take it over. And I think for myself here, like I said, I've been all over the place. I have been watching these players for a while. I've been seeing the improvements from a lot of these players. I think Panaman is a fantastic example of somebody who started kind of from the bottom. I think we loved his enthusiasm. We loved the way he played, and seeing how he really wanted to get that dub from last year, really got a chance to show how much he really wanted to be here. And the fact that he's here is incredible. But I love me a sleeper pick. I love me an unexpected sleeper pick that comes out of the bushes, comes out of the shadows, and in that game 5, game 6, they pop out and they go crazy. My pick is J-Team's Action, the last of the J-Team. The last of J-Team has a shot. Action is one of those players who has been caught inside of the shadows for so long. He's been very close. I have seen him, and I know that if he plays his cards right, game 5 and game 6 could be his. He might be walking away with that trophy. So my lock is going to be J-Team's Action. So we got some good picks. And for chat, I'm going to ask everybody in chat here, I want to see you guys in chat. What do you guys pick for your #1 champion here? Who's going to be hoisting that trophy? Who's going home a victory champion here for the World Finals here at J-Cup? I would love to see it in chat. I need to see what's going on with that. I'm going to be checking chat while we're going through all of this here, but there is still so much happening. I'm so excited. This has been an incredible start. We're here in Chengdu. There's nothing else. We finally are here, land. We can, what's up, buddy? Oh my God, you're here, you're warm. It's real. Obviously, after the next 3 games, you guys will also be accompanied by Moxie and Rune. They're going to continue on after we get towards the halfway mark for our games. And obviously, they're going to end it absolutely strong. So be sure to tune in and continue to tune in as these games are only going to get closer and closer. So far, it's been a lot of stuff. Also, like we said before, make sure to follow us on Twitch, Kick, and TikTok, anywhere where all the socials are. But for now, we're going to go to a quick short break. And when we come back, we're going to be showing you guys the opening ceremony for the J-Cup World Championships. 6 games, a lot of solo players, and 1 champion. We'll find out soon.
Let's do something interesting today, Poobie.
Very interesting.
So today, we're going to be asking the casters questions. If they get it wrong, they're going to have to deal with Poobie's air hammers. But if you get it right, you're going to be able to have a lollipop.
Let's get this started.
Moxie, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Duncan. Stop it.
Hey, no, hey.
Runekeeper, I have a question for you.
Hold on.
How many J-Cups have been held?
What, counting this one?
Counting this one.
3.
Correct.
3.
Right. Woo! You get a warm lollipop.
I get a, oh, lovely.
Stop it.
Hey, no.
I have a question for you.
You ain't gonna stop black man coming out the bathroom? What's wrong with you?
What placement did Frost get in the group stage? 3,
6?
2, wrong.
6.
Wrong. What
You think so
placement
angry.
did Frostiness get in the group placement?
7.
What the?
Hold on. Before you have a question for me, Poobie, what are you doing? Look, I know I make jokes that you're the only monk in NA who can put hands on me, but I think we're starting to take it a little too literal, my guy.
First question.
Oh, okay.
What color is Frostiness' jersey?
Purple and black?
Wrong.
Oof.
What placement did Frostiness get in the group stage?
5th.
Correct. You get a warm lollipop. Say the top 3 trios teams in group stage.
XCG,
Oh.
TE,
Oh. 3,
and
2, 1. Wrong.
XCG,
Oh.
TE.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Counting LMB.
It's not. I knew it.
Where did the non-NBPL players play last year?
Singapore.
Correct.
Hey,
keep expecting the ball.
You get a lollipop.
I get a lollipop. Yay!
What is the full name of the 2023 J-Cup Grand Finals venue?
There wasn't even a countdown! Can I at least get a countdown first?
How do you pronounce Roy Hehe?
Roy Hehe.
You have 3 seconds. 3. That's wrong.
What?
How do you pronounce Roy Hehe?
Roy Hehe?
Wrong! Oh.
大家好，我是丁磊，很高兴能把全球顶尖的泳节选手聚集到成都。今天我们将在这里见证冠军的诞生，传世锦绣，五节雄起。欢迎大家来到节杯总决赛现场。
凌云壮志，战鼓擂，让我们掌声欢迎网易公司 CEO 丁磊先生。
成都的朋友，大家好！很高兴今天能够站在这里，与在场和线上一起收看比赛的玩家们欣赏最极致的武道对决。永劫无间是网易游戏中一道独特的风景线，它是网易有史以来表现最好的面向全球的国产游戏。上线就打破了国产游戏的记录，免费后全球玩家超过4000万，涵盖了100多个国家和地区。而永劫无间的世界冠军赛，恰恰是全球热爱中国武学的玩家朋友们聚集一堂的盛典。很高兴和来自30多个国家和地区的海外战队参与其中。这帮年轻人气盛而不凌人，尚武而不跋扈。我想，这就是当代年轻人的精神气。祝福每一位参赛的朋友能在对战中享受中国武学的乐趣和魅力。最后，我也给我们的冠军留个言：夺冠以后，邀请冠军的团队到我们杭州网易一起吃个火锅，但是失败的团队也不要气馁，明年我们再战，谢谢。
暗域即将蔓延。暗域即将蔓延。
世锦绣，五节雄起，以身为鉴。历经1年磨砺，12名全球顶尖高手蓄势待发。接下来，欢迎选手登场。首先，来自东南亚赛区的选手，他从逆境中爆发，抢到了总决赛的最后一张门票。欢迎521战队 Unique。接下来，请出亚服赛区选手，他不寻常理，出其不意，最终杀出重围。欢迎 OWN 战队 COD。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他曾经离桂冠仅1步之遥，如今他卷土重来。KLA 战队 T225。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他相信天道酬勤，努力终有收获。他就是京东 Gaming 出征。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他是生生不息的火焰，百折不挠的烈豪，OUG 战队 Pandaman。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他代表着不灭的希望，生于黑暗中的星辰，星辰 Gaming 汪亮。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他内心坚韧，以刺客为名。欢迎成都积极战队上。接下来，请出北美赛区选手，他在此次节杯横空出世，如猎鹰般翱翔天际。ELD 战队 Frosterverse。接下来，请出中国大陆赛区选手，他是颇具一格的舞者，最灵动的精灵，DRT 战队阿库玛。 接下来有请中国大陆赛区选手，他擅长用最华丽的招式击溃所有的对手。欢迎南京 J Team 小新山。接下来将要登场的是中国大陆赛区选手，他手握小说剧本，囊括春夏2冠。欢迎贵州 AOW 战队麦。最后将要登场的是上届节杯冠军，今年的他依然势不可挡，能否卫冕，就在今朝。微博 Gaming Spider。1号成都，现场的铁宝们，让我感受一下你们的热情，好吗？欢迎来到2023永劫无间世界冠军赛的比赛现场，大家好，我是任栋。来自全球各大赛区的12位顶尖好手齐聚一堂，向今年的冠军奖杯发起冲击。究竟谁可以捧杯？让我们共同期待。Bring the heat, fight for J Cup， 单排决战现在开始。
成都，一座极具历史文化的城市。这场旅程也即将在这里迎来终点。所有人的目标只有一个，那就是冠军。
Facing the world's strongest rivals, that is why I'm here.
徐三段再杀，偏要斜，右偏到，这个时候徐主任这拿下了。
I want to be a player on par with Mike and Spider. Today, I will prove myself.
Cho dù là thua hay là thắng, tôi cũng đã cố gắng hết sức và không tiếc nuối. Đối với tôi như vậy là đủ rồi.
这是我第3次参加节目，3年了，这是我离冠军最近的一次。
接骗阵骗到了，钩锁起来，直接接一个四面飞花，王良这一波绝境反杀。
这一次我绝不会空手离开。
去年有人说我能拿下亚军不过是运气吧，今年同样有人说我能进入总决赛也是运气。
两人现在落地打伤害，在这拼血量来说，王亮稍有优势，但被震了 T225。
但被人质疑是成为冠军的必经之路。
节杯冠军，那是曾经我最辉煌的时刻。
2022永劫无间世界冠军赛单排总决赛冠军 Spider。
但我不会活在过去，是时候书写新的故事了。
成为传奇，这个梦想一直支持着我走到现在。小说男主的剧本能写到最后吗？今天我会告诉你们答案。
于上青天，传奇将于今日诞生。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Chengdu, China. Obviously, we have seen an incredible start to an amazing 6 games that's about to go on. Like I said, the stage is set, the anticipation is here, and now it is time to have 6 games of monumental, absolute W key action. I am your host, Davier, alongside Duncan, Donuts, Raven, still here on the caster table here, as we still got a little bit of a pre-show before we get into the action here, but there's been so much anticipation. Did you hear this crowd when Mike and Spider walked out? They are, talk about a fan favorite.
Absolutely, we had such an energy. It was just electric through the air. You could feel it. Every single person in the stands, they're here. They're here to see it all explode into just sheer, like, I have no words. I have no words. This is just the most amazing experience, truly. I wish you could all be here, but hey, you're here watching at home and we're here to bring it to you live from Chengdu at J-Cup. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Raven, your thoughts on the insanity of what we just watched?
I was a professional Counter-Strike player before Davi, but this was a bucket list for me. This to me was a dream come true. It took me 2 years to get here, and seeing an international event and seeing just how far NARAKA has come and how much effort they put in. The crowd, the sold-out arena, Davi. Like hearing the roar after every fan favorite player came out and they walked down. The hype was just, it's unimaginable.
When Frostivus did the...
Oh, that was amazing. I felt that. I felt that energy. Not only with feeling that as well, just to be able to make sure that you guys know, make sure to hit up the follow here on Twitch. Check out the Discord server. Follow us on Kick. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Instagram. We are everywhere. That is going on here for NARAKA. And obviously, if you want the stats specifically for this J-Cup World Championship, make sure to follow us on NARAKA Esports for all things J-Cup related, as we're going to have a lot of stats, a lot of info for you guys. So make sure to be following that on Twitter. But back to a lot of this insanity here. By the way, we have drops. Don't think we don't have drops here. You better make sure that your NARAKA is linked to your Twitch, so that way you can still get drops on the channel, because there's still going to be some questions and there's still going to be some answers, and y'all better make sure y'all paying attention, because these next 6 games are about to be action-packed.
Absolutely. Hey, Raven, #1 Western coach. What do you think we're going to see off the rip?
Well, we had the pre-finals, 6 games. We're at that halfway point, Duncan. There's a lot of NARAKA to be played today. 6 oogly games. We're starting out with 3 daytimes on Holleruff. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Like we saw, there's no end games. Everyone's going out there. There's 2 rounds maybe that there are end games, but every other round, it's just non-stop action. Everyone is going for the throat. There is no second place. There's no third place. This is it. This is what it all comes down to. You have to go for it all. Second is just first loser.
What they say, if you ain't first,
you last.
Exactly. As we're about to really show you guys how this, I mean, listen, literally, the stage is incredible here as our players are about to get ready to lock in for our first game. There's still a lot that's happening. Obviously, we talked about Frostivus, we talked about Mike, we talked about Spider. Some of these other players here that we haven't had a chance to really give that, you know, that moment to. Players like Wang Liang, right? Another player like Xshin, a player like Akuma, that unpredictability. JDG Shazang, who really was kind of the dark horse of this roster. There was a lot of open opportunities for a lot of these players, and JDG was really able to slip through the cracks and really was able to hold strong towards that final, because he had to really try to come at the very last moment, and he was able to secure his spot here. So even with all of this going on, now they still have points that they have to accumulate to continue with what they have. Now, some of these players are down very, very low. Meanwhile, people like Spider and Mike and Wang Liang is at that top. 19 points is the top.
19 points for Mike, and then we have 17.5 or so, I think, for second place on Wang Liang.
Oh my goodness. Look at that coin.
That is a lot of bread, ladies and gentlemen. The total prize pool, $286,000. The champion takes home more than a third of that prize pool.
It's a lot of that.
100,000.
And on top of that, you get a ban every time you get an MVP. So on top of that, you getting that dub is going to secure yourself another $1,000 on top of that here, as we're going to give you the schedule in terms of what is happening here. We're going to be doing the back and forth. We're going to do 3 in Holleroff and 3 in Morris Isle here. Obviously, there is only going to be 1 night map. We have 2 dusk, we have 2 sunnies, and 1 cloudy. So Holleroff is going to be an insane start. It's going to be interesting to see how these players really have kept up this format here, as we've been continuing to keep this schedule consistently since we've gone to the prelim finals, and since the prelims have started. It has been 3 starting and 3 ending, rather than our usual 1 Morris, 1 Hollow, and then back-to-backs. So it gives them a little bit more consistency as we're looking at the players here. I mean, there's a lot to expect here from some of these players here, but I gotta give a little bit of love to Zelending. Zelending coming through here, his first time, and on top of that, coming through with some Viper picks.
Yeah.
V2 and V3s.
Plus that V2
qualified.
Tessa as well. I mean, the picks on Holleroff traditionally, you're seeing those Farias coming out, those Zippings coming out, but Dobby, got an interview coming up.
This one is you, actually.
This one?
Yes.
I think this one has something to do with you here. We're gonna show that video really quickly.
Hello everyone, I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by the handsome man, Frostbus. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to play in the finals, and I can't wait.
Going into finals, what do you think is going to be the key to your victory today?
The key to my victory, I would say, would be my strategy. I've been having trouble with my strategies in the group stage and pre-finals, but I'm ready for the finals, and I've changed a lot of my strategies, and I feel like I could do a lot better compared to what it was before.
Well, Frostbus, all of NA is behind you, brother. I wish you the best, and good luck to you on the final stage, and we'll be joining us back with the main broadcast in a second.
Indeed. Hey, hey, NA and SEA.
And SEA.
He's the double champ.
2-time.
He's been living up. He's been getting those dubs all around the world, ladies and gentlemen. He is doing, and he's come here. He's come here to Jacob. He's come here to take the. He's coming to take it here.
Can he secure a CN and become a 3-time regional champion? That's gonna be something different. As we're gonna show you guys the standings in terms of where these players are so far. Unique's got a long way to go here, starting with that 2.1. He's gonna have a tough time here, but for players like Zelending, Frostbus, that 7.5, 7.1, putting them in that spot, that 7th place and 8th place. They have a long way to go, but the way that they've been playing, that confidence coming in from those finals, they definitely can put up some really good points if they really focus strong on these first couple of games. I think it's going to be, the first few games are going to be detriments, either that or some people, especially at the top, are going to be focusing on those last games, really trying to make sure that that game 5 and 6 is going to be theirs, especially for players like Mike, Wang Liang, T225. It's going to be really amazing to see how these players pull it off today.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you, actually, I wanted to ask you, what would you say to these players who are lurking at the bottom half of the leaderboard currently as they're going into the grand finals today, Raven?
So a lot on NARAKA to be played, Duncan. 10 points is 1 good game, and if you look at the stats from the pre-finals, everyone had 2 pop-off games. Mike had 2 14-point games. Wang Liang, he was nowhere near the top. He just suddenly had a crazy 10-man game and popped off. And if I know Frostbus, if I know anyone on the bottom, all of these guys are best in the world, of their regions. Any one of these guys can pop off and find that opening, especially with the phases. As long as you know which to pick, which to counter, it doesn't matter if you're A, B, or C. If you got the good stretch, you can still bring this back. And all it takes is 1 game to get that momentum going. And I hope Frost, we're giving him that energy.
He looked locked in this morning.
He's in there.
On the way here, in the lobby, yeah, he was You don't talk to him.
I think he's going to surprise he's going to surprise the whole world. Hopefully, we're going to see how he comes out today. And if he starts off early, if any of these players start off fast, you're going to see a lot of success from these players.
I gotta say, before we retreat, I gotta say one thing though. When we saw them on stage earlier doing the rehearsals, he looked like the main anime protagonist looking outside the window in the first episode of every anime known to man here. But obviously, for somebody like him, he's got a lot to do. But that's gonna be a wrap for you, Raven, as you get a chance to sit down amongst the crowd and be able to watch the insanity. Thank you for being here on the pre-show. We appreciate you being here. We're excited for these games. You has got Wang Liang, so we expect to see, if he goes up there, I expect to see you up there cheering him on.
Any last words, Big Doug?
Thank you, NARAKA. Thank you, my community, for getting me over here. And I cannot wait to see who will be crowned this year.
It's going to be an absolutely fantastic one here, and obviously for myself and Duncan, we're going to continue to stay here as we're going to give you guys 3 action-packed games, and after that, you guys will be continuously watching the insanity amongst Rune and Moxie. They will be taking over games 4 and 6 later on, so be sure to continue to watch and make sure to pay attention, because after each game, we're going to give you guys questions, and hopefully you guys will be paying attention to these games, so that way you guys can win yourself some really dope loot on top of all of the extra goodies you can get on top of that. Also, give the crowd a little wave real quick. That little presidential wave real quick as you get a chance to sign off here and say, and obviously coming through, like we said, average kills 2.6 coming in from Wang Liang, average damage almost at 10K. Wang Liang in that top 3 position, second place, 17 points. He has a really good start for him. Obviously that's a Mulch doing well, and so is the Zipping. The Zipping being one of the favorites for a lot of these players here. Yeah. That very vital pick. There's only a few vital picks so far with a lot of these players. It's been the Hottie, it's been the Justina has been another very vital pick. It has been the Zipping Yang. It's been these characters here that has been a detriment. And for a player like Frostivus, he has taken nothing but advantage of Hottie.
No, absolutely. I was actually part of a discussion between Frostivus, Raven, and Tryhard, and they were all talking about what he was going to look to double pick. As we all know at this point, and if you don't, you've not really been paying attention, each player can pick one character up to 2 times, and then every other character they pick for the 6-game series is a unique character. So here we are, but this has been spicing it up ever since it was introduced for this series, for this tournament. We have the hero pick selection phase. In our first round selection, we have Mike, Zeldink, Shah, and J-Team's X Shin. Second is Spider, T25, Wang Liang, Akuma. And then our last round, we have Chuzeng, Pandaman, Unique, and Frostivus. So these 4 players down in the last round selection, they're going to have their last pick of the bunch. They're going to be picking the scraps, you know. All of these picks in the first selection, I think we're going to be seeing either 4 zipping or 3 zipping and probably a Feria. Okay. Something along those lines.
This is the great thing about this type of game as well here, especially with the bans. It's forcing some of these players here to do it as we get nothing but a 3 split here, and just like that.
And then a Hottie coming out from Zelding.
A Hottie coming in, but that literally is gone. Just like that, the Cena, they decide, no, she's got to go off this first game, because you know that confidence is going to shine through as we do see some of the players locked in as well here.
Feria's also now been banned as she's been picked 3 times in the second phase. Now moving over into the 4th phase, Feria and Zipping have both been banned out, so you can't pick that character. And so far we've got Unique, Frostivus, and Chuzeng all hovering that Hottie. They're going to be taking this Hottie into the final, and let's go! Yes!
Off the rib, ladies and gentlemen. OUG,
let's
go for the classic Takashi. Off the rip, game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! We love to see the picks and this surprise coming through for the fans here, as we love when Pandaman locks in an absolute classic.
Oh, absolutely. I was talking to him last night, and I was talking to him, so what are you going to double pick? What are you going to be picking tomorrow? And he told me that it's very difficult to be choosing Taka more than once, and I was obviously in full agreement. It's not easy to pick Taka into these lobbies where you have things like the Farrier, the Zipping, the Hardy even is not the best matchup for Taka, and all of these characters have the ability to reset, get those heals off, and get back to safety.
Confidence is crazy.
Get out of bad situations. Taka struggles. He needs that isolated 1v1 situation to be able to pick up these eliminations. But hey, he's bringing it out. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to be jumping in. It's about to get oogly boogly. Oh my. I'm so excited.
It's been absolutely insane. Like I said, the stories have been told and the chapters have been said. The question is, who is going to finish the book for the grand finals here at J-Team? It's game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to those picks for these players and let's see where they're also going to be landing. Like I said, that expectation coming in from some of these players here has been really good here. But seeing the Farias, seeing some of those bans really shutting down some of these players here for giving them that opportunity to lock in the players that they're used to. Now it's time for the scramble. This is why the ban is so amazing on making sure that these players are not continuously doing the predictable picks. Now you got to start to switch it up a little bit. For some of these other players, they have to think long game. They got to think game 5, game 3. They got to think a little further. They can't think too early in these situations here. So now they take the risk. Do you take the Hottie too early? Do you start with the Justina? Or do you decide to do something else? But with some of these picks here, it's very surprising. But, I mean, we still have to bring it out. OUG, Panda Man, bringing out the old school classic. So clearly we're going to be focusing on that as we go straight into the map pool and the rep. Wow, really different from what I'm expecting, actually. Only a single player heading towards the very center of Salvation Podium. That is going to be WBG Spider. Meanwhile, I got a 4-pack of people heading towards, that looks like that's Cinnabar Valley and the Ridge of Thorns. Meanwhile, KLA's Akuma. We've got Mike, ELD's Frostivus heading towards the bottom section of Tang Courtyard and Windy Stones. Talk about people not trying to get into immediate fights, as it looks like OUG's Panda Man, that insane Tarka, landing in a Quail's Crest inside of Plum Castle here. Gonna start strong, as it looks like Akuma is gonna be landing off the outskirts, heading towards Ember Hawk. That game 1 is going to be the surprising. The first strong starts of these games are going to be really interesting here, and let's see how they're going to lock this in for our first game as we peek in and see the fights happening from Spider. Spider gets caught by Akuma, immediately gets found on the inside here. He's going to try to go through it, but Spider actually has no weapon to his name at all. And Akuma is going to claim the first elimination and the first blood of our 6 games.
Hey, the first blood of Jacob Grand Final solos, ladies and gentlemen, goes over to Akuma. Unfortunately, Spider was not able to find himself a melee weapon to be able to fight him off, and unfortunately just got cooked up with no armor. A huge parry coming out here, heading on over to Wang Liang and Gigi Shao's fight. They're scrapping out. Gigi Shao's 1 HP, and he gets the kill, but the third body's coming in. Action, he's coming with that purple armor. He's ready to go. He's ready to take down Wang Liang. He's like, oh, I could have gotten that kill myself, but no, he's trying to get that staff. He's trying to lock him down. Wang Liang, he's up on the wall. He's looking to get this scale rush. He's trying to cut off the entry from Xshin. He's trying to make him think he's gonna send that blue. Oh, but Xshin, he's managed to find an avenue to catch him off. But it's an incredible amount of damage falling off of that building. Wang Liang managing to equalize that effective health pool and alleviate some of that pressure coming out from Xshin.
Does a really great job in that moment here as we're seeing a 4-way stretch of fights happening, and it looks like AOW's Mike is caught on the wrong side of it. The confidence coming in from Frostivus as he thoughts on the outskirts. Beautiful hit as K225 actually steals the elimination away from Frostivus. Frostivus on the outskirts here, as now he has to retreat and get out of dodge. Dangerously low gets hit. Beautiful hits coming through from the retreat, but he ends up getting caught. Beautiful F just to try to get off from the Hottie. Hottie trying to see if he can keep the movement going, but T225 decides he wants to keep the same energy. Pops open the shield just enough time, and it looks like it's going to be a reset coming in from both parties here. Looks like T225 decides it might be better to back off this fight, realizing he has the elimination, goes for the rewards, and it looks like he's still going to be walking out of that fight empty-handed, heading in. It looks like we're going to see Xshin fighting that out. Beautiful parry on it. JDG Shazang forced on the backstretch here, having those dual halberds here, now trying to see if he can retreat this off here. Nice hits off of it, and now he's caught on the inside. Beautiful defense as well. Immediately hits the F key, and now the shields start to help with the accumulation of those heals. JDC, both of them trying to wait for the blue strike, trying to time it. He times it a little bit better. The bow hits from the backside. Akuma comes through with a third party. F-Key tries to take him out. JDC Shazane goes airborne, and he decides to dip out. What a beautiful execution of getting out. But Akuma's going to come from the back. But Shazane trying to see if he can reach him. It's not going to be enough as Akuma steals the elimination and captures elimination number 2.
Oh, beautifully done, Akuma. Now coming over from that podium, from the puzzle, having unlocked its treasures, and has now managed to pick himself up a gold weapon, a legendary weapon. One of the only ways that you can actually get yourself a legendary weapon in Immortal War, the tournament game mode that we all know and love, that we all play. Akuma now, he's trying to take this blue fan over onto Xshin. He's chipping Xshin all the way down. Xshin losing so much health. Akuma tries to go for the Pela combo, tries to drop it down and get the lift with the uppercut, but unfortunately he's not able to do so. Akuma now swaps over to those gold dual halberds. Xshin, he's managed to get around the corner. He turns around with a double charge, the meter burn. He dumps it all onto Akuma, taking him down rather low. He's not got his ultimate available. He catches him on the hold dodge, on the tap dodge, backwards. The pop comes out though. The multi-device bar coming out from Xshin. Doesn't manage to capitalize on it fully. Unfortunately, Akuma, he's now on the retreat. He has no armor to his name. His ultimate is almost up. If he's able to stall out for just a little bit longer, he's going to be able to get that Pela down. He might be able to get a reset, or potentially look to close out this kill onto Xshin. Xshin, he's not going to let him get this. He tries to find him. He tries to catch him. He prevents him from getting the heal. But oh my lord, the damage coming through. Xshin now back on the back foot. He's trying to get away. He's using the movement from the nunchucks. The Pela comes down, but unfortunately the terrain greases him yet again. Xshin has found another way to disappear, disengage, and he's put a considerable amount of distance between himself and Akuma. Akuma, he's not going to let him though. He's not going to let him go. He's never letting this go. He wants that third elimination. He wants to get a nice early lead for himself. Those gold halberds are going to do work. The uppercut coming through. Unfortunately, he's not able to get the confirmation. The armor swap coming in as well.
This is a long fight.
This is so unbelievably long. This is what happens when you have a Farrier and a Zipping battle it out on Holoroth.
Meanwhile, it looks like we might have some potential party poopers here. So it looks like AOW's Mike wants to join in on this festivities. And it looks like he's going to get some hits onto Xshin. Immediately comes through, trying to see if he can capture this elimination. Hits the F key onto Xshin, as Xshin is going to try to see if they can pop the heals on him as well. Trying to keep it going here as he's trying to dodge both sides of the spear and the dual halberds here, trying not to get caught up. As Mike ends up getting hit. Beautiful hits though towards that. A nice reset as it looks like the musket shots coming through from the backstretch. It looks like that's going to be from there. And it looks like Akuma's going to claim the elimination. Gets absolutely shredded. Shredding Mike into this excursion. Mike trying to take the time to pop the shield, has the time for it, hits the F key, and now he's basically waiting for the scale rush here just to see if someone decides to pop off this. And now the rotation also starts to slow this one down. Akuma able to pop open and get a little bit of some repair on his weapons here, as Mike is going to also separate himself as well. He does have his first elimination on the board, so he doesn't necessarily need to force anything if he doesn't have to. Akuma, same situation. He has 3 eliminations. He's doing really, really well so far onto this space here. So they're still on the rotation side here, and it looks like Xshin is far, far gone. Meanwhile, we have Unique, Wang Liang, Mike, and Akuma all within this one stretch here, and it looks like Gigi Shaw up time might be finding this out with Spider here very soon, but our first Realm of Yang is going to be popping up very, very soon.
Absolutely. It looks like Xshin has been forced to go all the way down south to find this Resurrection altar, and it looks as though you may have been right. We've got Wang Liang and Akuma scrapping it out alongside a 5-2-1 to Unique around this Dark Tide dealer, this shop here. They're all trying to get as many resources as they can, but we've got a little bit of a crowd over here. We have T225, OUG's Pandaman, and Frostivus, and now Mike joining in on the party. They're all posturing to try and find their entrance into this Realm of Yang. Oh, a little Soul Bloom has been stashed. I'm not sure whose Soul Bloom that is or who got the kill to manage to get it secured down there. Oh, are we going to get in the Realm of Yang? We are. We have T225 versus Spider. In the other Realm of Yang, we have Akuma versus AOW's Mike. But first of all, we are going to be checking out our champion, WBG Spider, on the Hardy pick. Going to engage, going sky high up against this Farrier. He's taking a little bit of damage from this pistol. He's trying to equalize it now. He drops down with the blue focus. The Clank comes in. He's got a cannon. Unfortunately, the cannon's not all that fast of a projectile speed. speed. He's not going to be able to shoot it out as fast as the pistol, but he does have this cavalry bloom. That threat is going to be coming in very, very soon. But T25, he's ready for it. He turns around, he gets that parry. Spider, he goes for the hold. He goes for the hold cancel. Unfortunately, T25 is ready with that pillar. Knocks him down, does a crazy amount of damage. And now Spider is forced to use that ult. He's trying to fly away. He's trying to get some kind of a reset. He's trying to heal up. He's trying to position himself above T25. T25, he's directly underneath him. He's trying to move around so that he can actually do the damage. The POV doesn't allow him to shoot directly up, but Spider is now caught behind this pillar. He's getting sent flying to the side. Takes a lot of damage now. He manages to equalize it somewhat. He gets a heal off. He's going for another one. T25, he's trying to get as much value as he possibly can out of his mech, but unfortunately there's not very much time left, and it gets taken down. T25 gets the initial opener, forces the combo breaker out from Spider. He does the same thing, it equalizes again, and Spider gets caught by the vertical, and there it is. T25 takes down Spider.
T225 absolutely insane here as he was able to clutch that here. Beautiful timing coming through, and obviously he becomes victorious. You can even tell the nerves coming through from him as he takes a big, deep sigh of relief going up against one of the top players in this game, as Frostivus having some fighting of his own here, fighting against Action, who's in the top 6 currently here. Akuma down in that 7.5 here, as looks like he's going to go for the chase. He's able to get rid of that shield coming in from Action, as now that scale rush coming through, trying to see if he can time it just a little bit here, trying to read that predictability, but sometimes it's a little bit hard coming in from a player like Action. And obviously we're going to come through on the outskirts here. K225 looks like he wants to put in some work here. He wants to capture this fire. He almost gets an elimination off of Mike here. Mike struggling, trying to see if he can get this rotation out of the way here, as now he's just taking his time and rotating it a little bit further away as he ends up getting hit by the fire. The burn tank able to do so much damage. Now he's just moving away, just trying not to get caught, as the flames are able to do so much damage while he's rotating this out. And obviously he still has that free time to be able to pop that shield, pop that heal, and maybe go for a reset here, as we look at T225 here, who has that advantage on him as well with that bloom. And now where he's still going to be able to rotate this in, and he's just chasing AOW's Mike. Mike not giving him a free opportunity here for him to capture a moment for that damage here, as he's able to pop it. And now he's back into this fight. Nice hits coming through from the fan as he finds a gold fan within it. Almost gets caught by it. Beautiful. The damage coming through as T225 gets caught on the backstretch from Panaman. Panaman forcing KLA T225 to pop the ulti, and just like that, he's going to pop his mech. He's going to get out of dodge, and he's going to try to see if he can go for the reset here.
He's trying his best. He's in the mech, but it doesn't look like it's all that easy for him. But Panaman is going to come in and pick up the elimination, stealing it away from Mike. Beautifully done, but now Mike, he wants his revenge. Panaman, he turns around with that vertical blue focus, the .9, he sends it out. Mike's not ready for it. He's not ready for the second one either. Panaman having that health advantage now. Mike, he denies the catch off of that parry, managing to keep himself safe.
What is the ghost doing?
Mike has that bob the bolt with the venom tip. He's trying to chip away at Panaman. Panaman gets parried. He gets sent out. He pulls out the pole sword. The staff is now in Mike's inventory. It's going to be a difficult situation for him to go for. He goes for the infinite. He gets the lift, but there it is, and there it is. Panaman takes him down. Mike goes down. Fortunately, he did still have that Vermilion Bird's might, so he's not done just yet. He's not been sent back to the lobby, but Panaman, his second elimination.
Did you see him walking around? He literally was standing right in the middle of the fight.
Who?
He literally is standing in the middle of the fight while he's doing that, and he's just like sitting there like, hey, I'm gonna watch this fight real quick.
I wanna see what happens.
I wanna see how this ends. Meanwhile, Spider gets hit by a ballista coming up top, getting a little curiosity, and the curiosity kills the cat.
Indeed it did.
Sadly, it killed the Spider in this moment here, where he almost got caught on flames here, and Spider is gonna be able to go for the reset, goes back to it on T225, but the solo Tarka able to hold strong here, and is able to capture an elimination here. The solo Tarka in this game, what an insane turn of events coming through here, really giving the love and support that we love seeing from the Tarka supporters out here. And obviously Spider going for the chase on T225. He has to be careful though. He's gonna have to retreat as much as possible, but Spider is gonna keep him right on the grasp here. He's gonna go for that airborne hit. He catches him with the blades. The strikes coming through. The damage is gonna be absolutely lethal for Spider. Trying to see if he can capture the damage. He goes for the shield swap. He's able to find it, but it's not enough. Mike is gonna steal the elimination. Mike gets 2! He steals and catches a double, a free elimination, and he captures 2. Mike is in the lead with 4 eliminations.
4 elimination Mike. He's not playing around. He's come in today with almost 20 points to his name from those pre-final series games, and he's already popping off. He's cooking it up. He is now on 4 eliminations. Oh, look at him. We're talking about the man himself. He's cooking. Akuma, he's trying to find the opening with that staff. Mike eats a considerable amount of damage from those gold halberds. Akuma jumps into the mech, looking to try and get some value as soon as he can. Mike hasn't used his ultimate yet, but he's managing to do a considerable amount of damage. The dance back and forth between the pillar. Oh, and he catches him on the entrance with that scale rush. Akuma hasn't healed up during the mech, trying to do as much damage as he can, but Akuma, oh, beautifully done. He catches him with the jump parry, takes him down, and here yet again we're seeing another performance from AOW's Mike in the realm of Yang, going up against AOWN's Zeldinkt. Zeldinkt goes for that catch with the horizontal, manages to hold dodge away from that 1-2-3 from Mike, but is not looking too good for him. Mike, he's doing so much work with this crossbow, trying to get as much value as he can. Zeldinkt, he just manages to roll out, avoiding that blue focus after that uppercut. Zeldinkt now, he's trying to re-engage, he's trying to find an opening for himself. He manages to get one, but unfortunately he doesn't go for that follow-up. He doesn't manage to get it. He's a little bit nervous. He's trying to get as many as he can before his ult timer runs out, but Mike, he's still sitting very comfortably. He has his ultimate available. He still has a considerable amount of health, especially compared to Zeldinkt. Zeldinkt, he's trying to do as much as he can. His ult goes down. He uses his F to try and get on top of the pillar. He tries to go for the horizontal catch, but Mike reads it. He finds him, and there it is, the uppercut coming through, and Zeldinkt gets taken down, and Mike picks up his 5th elimination of the game.
Mike is popping off with a very strong start coming through as he's able to steal 2 eliminations, captures another elimination, and now he has an amazing Soul Bloom to keep the game alive for himself here into this final circle. Mike's coming in with a lot of confidence as it looks like we're going to see Frostivus get a dub in the realm of Yang as well.
Indeed.
So now he also has a Mystic Might on him as well here, so that confidence coming through from a player like him, absolutely insane. But now for Zeldinkt and Panda Man, they're now on the ticking clock here. Our solo Tarka with a timer on him, and he has to get and capture an elimination for him to keep the game alive for himself here.
So that means that Frostivus took him down in the realm of Yang.
Yes, that means Frostivus was able to get that
down
dub.
Panda Man. Hey, I mean, they're both insanely good players. Frostivus on the Hadi, slightly more beneficial matchup for the Hadi into the Tarka, but here we are seeing it just unfold. Zeldinkt getting forced to use his F. Panda Man tries to find the catch with the vertical. Panda Man though, Zeldinkt now forcing out that ult, using it very, very early, trying to get maximum value. Panda Man forced to use his own ult, and he's immediately trying to disengage. He's trying to turn around with those pistol shots. Zeldinkt, he's trying to find the opening. Panda Man, he turns around for that punch. He doesn't manage to secure it, unfortunately, and Zeldinkt, he's now disengaging. Panda Man likely going to cancel that ultimate, try and save as much as he can. He does have a little bit more charge than Zeldinkt does, but Zeldinkt, he is still desperate. The desperation reeks. He reeks of it. He's trying to find that Soul Bloom to try and stay in the game, but Panda Man, he's not giving himself that opening. But look what has happened. Mike and Unique, the vultures are closing in. All the hyenas, they smell blood in the water, and Zeldinkt is taken down extremely low. We have another player over here as well, Action. Looking for the blood, they can smell it. Zeldinkt, he's dead in the water. He's forced to use that F2 to try and disengage. He tries to get a little bit of distance, but Panda Man and Mike, they're all shooting him down. They know he's weak. They know he has no escape. Panda Man, this is his moment. He needs to find the elimination. He gets the elimination. Can he get the Soul Bloom there? He does indeed. He cleanses the Yang depletion, and he's out of there.
Not only is he out of there, he's back in the game here. Doesn't have to worry about getting eliminated from the realm of Yang. He is still in this, and he is locked in. He is able to capture 3 eliminations, tie it up with Akuma, but they still have the matter of AOW's Mike. 5 eliminations. He has been playing out of his mind. His timing has been absolutely incredible, and clearly I don't see them really stopping anytime soon. This man is holding on to 2 gold fans right now. He's got 1 currently on him, and he has 1 just in the back pocket.
He's just got 1 spare.
Just in case. Just in case if someone decides to pop off here, maybe gets a free parry. He's like, that's fine, I got a backup. It ain't even no big deal. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly. It actually allows him to take a risky engagement. He can send out that blue, and he's not losing that gold fan because he's got another one in the back pocket. He's ready. And one of the good things about that is because he's playing zipping, he doesn't have that combo breaker, so he's not able to immediately jump out if he does get parried. But it looks as though Unique, he's trying to jump out of this situation. He's being pressed up against this rock formation by the zone. He's trying to find the heal. He'd been taking a bit of damage from afar from Mike. He's going for that staff mobility. He's trying to create some distance. Ooh, the ranged projectiles, though, they're chipping him down. All that health that he just healed up, all that armor has immediately just been stripped away on his disengagement attempt. He's trying his best to stay moving. The barb bolts are actually grieving him incredibly hard. It makes it very difficult to stay on the move. Looks like Shah, he's found his moment. He jumps in with that grapple horizontal from that pole sword. Ooh, Unique narrowly avoiding that damage, and he's forced to use the ultimate. He's in a horrible situation. Every single player lurking around sees that he's weak. They see his ultimate has been popped, and they are going to take this opportunity to try and take him down.
He's got a free opening here, had a free moment here, and it looks like he will be able to at least get his heals and shields back up here. As it looks like he's going to try to see if maybe he can strike on another player here, but it's not going to be enough. It's obviously that hottie. I mean, if you don't have that, if you're not good in terms of aiming, you know, you're not going to hit your shots on the hottie, and Unique uses that to his advantage here. It looks like he's going to go inside from down under here. Has to be careful here. This is where you almost get caught up
by the thorny roller.
Definitely does not want to get hit by this thorny roller in the first game, as he has a free chance here, but it looks like he will have to escape here from that circle closing here, as we're going to start to close in here onto our circle number 4. Got a minute and 25 left into the circle, as they're going to start to close very soon here. Looks like we're going to get another chest here, as there is the opportunity here, as AOW's Mike looks like he wants to be able to go for it, but he knows the other players are going to be nearby, as they're going to push forward. It looks like Mike is going to be able to capture it. Hit gets the F key to pop for the shield, and just like that is back yet again to do what he needs to and keep the game alive.
That's another gold fan.
He's got one. This man has 3 gold fans on his roster right now. In terms of how this man is absolutely stacked, okay? This is a stacked player right now. The confidence is high. I mean, look at that. No, he has 2.
He's only got 2. He
only has 2, so he has the gold dual halberds, but he's got 2 gold fans on him. Talk about having some confidence here, as it looks like here comes that Bane's Breath, as AOW's Mike does get hit by that Bane's Breath here. Trying to see if he can go for the rotation, doesn't want to get caught off the outskirts here, as it looks like he will be able to at least dip out of dodge. Doesn't look like anybody really noticed that he did get hit by it, as he has that free time to pop his shield, keep the game alive. GG Shah going through a little bit of some shopping as well. This timing, though, in this game has been electrifying in its first game.
Truly, it truly has. And right now, we actually see the leaderboard currently T225, Spider, and Zeldin have all been knocked out in this game. They've all been eliminated for the moment, and now we have 9 players remaining in the lobby. Now this is going to be a hard situation for Panda Man to translate into a successful finish to this game. If he gets forced to use his ultimate, or if he manages to take just a bit of damage, he doesn't even have to lose all of his armor. If he loses some of it, and if the other player in close proximity is playing something like the Zipping or the Farrier, everybody in the lobby, everybody in the vicinity is going to immediately look to focus him down, as Taka is extremely vulnerable. He doesn't have those mechanics, those tools to find those disengagements. One good thing, when Mike did get hit by that Moonbane, he was able to disengage so well and without all that much risk because of the fact that he was playing Zipping. But here we are, going back to a replay. Frostivus up against Pandaman in the realm of Yang. Frostivus having forced out the ultimate from Pandaman extremely early. This is very, very good for Frostivus in this situation. He jumps in with that triple charge. Frostivus, he's trying to catch him out of the air. Pandaman, he's trying to do as much as he can. He's trying to do some fly swatting with this staff. He's trying to beat him down out of the air, but unfortunately he's not able to get an insane amount of volley, but he does manage to mitigate a lot of the risk. Right now the effective health is rather equalized, but he finds the uppercut. Pandaman unfortunately gets caught by the toes, on the toes by the fan uppercut, and Frostivus taking him down in the realm of Yang.
He was able to take him down here, but Pandaman is still alive, successfully being able to capture that elimination on to Zelendink, who also lost his realm of Yang here, and sadly he did get eliminated due to that fight, and Pandaman was able to succeed in capturing that Soul Bloom and keeping the game alive for himself here. So he's still gonna, and he might have an opportunity here to go against him into this fight here, as we're looking at Action at the top. Sadly, no eliminations for the man himself here. Last hope for J-Team as well, but it looks like he still has some other players here to deal with if he has the opportunity here, as now we're kind of hitting the downside here, and it looks like Pandaman has some Soul Blooms on him that could potentially have him Minimum lead looking real nice towards his final circle.
No, Blue Moon is actually super slept on. I've talked to quite a few people about this Soul Jade even before they changed it. So now with the Soul Jade change, they've split it up into two. There is one Blue Moon that is just a base Soul Jade that changes your, I think it's, I'm not 100% sure, it's one of the two. It's either your horizontal blue focus on the 1, 2, 3, or it's the vertical. And then the other Soul Jade that you can get, which is Blue Moon 2, essentially, it changes the other 1, 2, 3 blue focus, but it also gives you that silence. It gives you that extra effect when you use it, but it only has 2 charges. So it's a commodity, essentially. But here we are. Oh my lord. Wang Liang taking a considerable amount of damage from Mike. Mike with the scale rushes from that purple pulsar, doing a considerable amount of damage. Wang Liang trying to stay airborne, trying to stay on the moon as best he can. It's a rather difficult situation, but this is the kind of terrain that you can do exactly that. This is one of those spots that you can potentially just kite for days, continuously loop people around the building, around these towers, and you're able to stay on the move. But Wang Liang, he's kind of stuck. He was forced to use this mech. He's forced down into this tunnel. Is not the best situation that he wants to be in, but he manages to use those rocket boosters and jump on up to this roof. But Mike, he's an absolute menace right now. The Venom Tip, along with the Bob Bolt Soul Jade, is cooking Wang Liang's health bar, but it's not enough to leave him with very little to deal with. He still has a considerable amount of effective health to work with for the moment, and he's on the move. He is cooking. He is moving the fancy feet. He's trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, but none of these players are looking to let him disengage.
Look at the movement coming through, though. The scale rush is being able to come from inside of that section and goes out towards the wall. Sees a player near the top of the roof and obviously is able to ricochet and keep that movement speed going here, making it so impossible for anyone to try to catch up to him, though. Huge hit coming in from the pulsar, though, onto Wang Liang, as Wang Liang does get caught in a tough situation here. That pulsar, a very dangerous and really powerful weapon here. Probably, I think, some of the most damage that you've seen so far here, as it looks like he's going to pop the ulti as well, and he decides to dip out. The timing of that couldn't be any better towards that circle. Wang Liang gets a beautiful parry to shut him down, but he ends up getting caught off the back, and Action is able to capture his first elimination into this game number 1. I know that definitely has to feel good, finally being able to succeed and successfully get 1 elimination. Sometimes all you need is 1 to really get it popping, as now we see JD Jing atop here. He sadly has no eliminations, and so does Gigi Shaw as well here, while everybody else has at least 1 elimination from Frostivus to Action. Unique also with 0 eliminations as well into this space, but 5 still leading up. It's the most eliminations so far for some of these players here, and for some player like AOW's Mike, I mean, I can imagine he could potentially double this, as now we're going to see the circle slowly start to close in here. Action trying to see not to get caught up here, as he's going to pop his last shield here. Or not his last shield, but at least the shield into this last fight here, as it looks like we're going to slowly start to close it in, as he's hanging off the side here. Never giving anybody their free opportunities. Same with Frostivus here, as it looks like everybody's going to be scaling, rushing it up top here. JDG saying on the inside here. Unique down at the bottom. Mike trying to see if he can capture it with Frostivus. Frostivus hits the F key, decides to go for the separation here. Takes the time not to be able to get that hit as well, as he has to be careful here. As it looks like AOW's Mike is on the backstretch. And it looks like they're both...
it looks as though Mike may not have noticed Akuma here. This is a rather funny situation. They're literally in the sliver of the zone. He's in the bush. He's crouched in the bush. Akuma is not visible for the moment. It looks as though Mike just didn't manage to check it. He doesn't... Unless he's deliberately let him stay there because he just doesn't want the smoke. He knows that he has 5 kills.
He definitely does not want Mike to know that he's there. I wouldn't want Mike to know that.
I don't think either have want either of them to know that they know.
No, sir.
It's a gentleman's agreement for the moment. Mike, he's chilling. He is vibing. He's got those 5 eliminations. He's got that gold armor. He's got a lot of health to work with. This is his game. If he can come into the first game and get a huge point game for himself, it will solidify a considerable lead, considering that he already had almost 20 points coming into today. But oh my lord, talking about considerable, hey, that's a considerable amount of damage. damage, and Mike managing to come in with that fan vertical blue, stealing away the kill, taking him up to 6 eliminations in the first game. Unique still holding strong at the top of this roof. Pandaman, he's taking initiative now. He's grappling up with that staff. He's trying to make something happen. He's trying to stay on the move so that he doesn't get immediately lobbied by all of these players, but we have 7 players left alive in this final zone. Shah running around with that pole sword. Oh, Hardy's ultimates have now been popped. Frostabus flying in down below, trying to do as much damage as he can. Pandaman pops the ult, he's popped that F, he's trying to do the fire damage, he's trying to get the punch, he's trying to do all he can. He can't manage to do it, though. He gets taken down. Mike with the blistering edge, he's coming in and doing so much damage. The poison splash as well. Unique takes it home, he takes the first place, but I think we all know who's coming in with that MVP, and that's gonna be AOW's Mike, with so many eliminations to his name in the first game, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, are we surprised though? I mean, like we said before, we knew that he was gonna come through and absolutely pop off. We knew the succession coming in from Mike. We knew that he was going to absolutely slay from the first game coming into this space here, and obviously seeing how these games have been so far, he read some of these players so well. The double elimination from halfway through this game here, really able to capture these moments here, and obviously those Realm of Yangs were absolute dinner for him. Those are free plates, it was an actual buffet, and he took advantage of every piece of chicken there was. Meanwhile, for some of these other players, they were still struggling and scrambling, but for some of these other players, they still were able to find some eliminations. I know for a decent batch of them, like Action had a tough time until he was finally able to capture his first elimination. Unique was able to stay alive towards that fight here. Maybe he's able to at least capture probably at least, I'm gonna say probably 2 to 3 points at least for placement. But overall though, Unique, I don't think was able to at least capture an elimination though, which is very unfortunate for the first game. I don't think so. I don't think he was able to though towards that end, because Mike was just
so
stealing.
hectic.
It was very hectic. I think we'll go through the replay here. We'll really get a chance to see how some of these players were trying to handle it towards the end here. There's a lot coming through here for some of these play styles here. I mean, look at the players. Look at that.
Hey, look at that.
The hugs and love and support coming in from some of these players, like we said before, is they're going to be able to lock this in. Very surprising coming through from a player like Spider. Spider, like, trying to keep it together here in some of these moments, but sadly just was not able to here. JD Zhang was not able to find elimination into this game. I know Wang Liang was able to get some eliminations for himself, but Spider, definitely a little bit surprising for a player like him, though. I really thought that he was really going to come through and try to pop off here, but he just got caught in some tough situations, very similar to T225.
See, one thing that I always have in the back of my mind is that in the past, Spider has voiced his concerns with his own tendencies, and one of those very important ones was that if he has a bad start to a series, bad start to a day, if he has a bad game 1, then it affects his entire series, all the 6 games. But he's been talking with his coach. He said that he's been working on this and he's been doing a lot to try and change this tendency. And I think that he proved that he managed to obliterate that. He got that straight out of his mental, and we can see that from day 1 group stage. Exactly the same thing happened in the first day of groups or solos. We had Mike taking a huge point game in the first game of the day, and then Spider comes in game 2 and gets 4 MVPs back to back to back. And we saw it again in the second day of Spider's games in group stage. He deliberately chose to go for a very secluded spawn, a very secluded drop.
Very secluded.
All the way in the south with nobody else there. So I think it might actually be the case that he's deliberately doing this, that he's been conditioning himself to have a slow game 1 and then pick it up in the following games.
So far, the ties has been so well thought so far for some of these players. Even with that here still, Pandaman, a player that we got a chance to talk about here. He was able to lock in some players.
Let's go.
He was able to do it, and he gets a second place reward as well for it. What a timing coming through with that 4.6, 3 eliminations. He gets that 1 ranking point to get him into that second place slot right on top, right under AOW's Mike with 6 eliminations, a 9.3, and a strong start for our #1 contender and our #1 projected winner for these World Championships here for J-Cup. But check this out, Unique staying
did pick
alive.
up a kill.
He was able to pick up one elimination. That 4.4 is able to get him some points and get him up into this roster. Now he's no longer close to the bottom. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Spider, Zelending, 0 eliminations, 0 points. A shocker for the first game, but it is not over for them as well, as we're going to check out the standings overall here, as it looks like just like that. Started from the bottom. We're sadly still at the bottom. 6.5 coming in from Unique here.
And we're still there.
And we're still there, sadly. It's okay,
Are we
though.
there yet?
We've been in the slums before. We end up getting back to the Hamptons very soon. Don't worry about it. As we see Panaman with that 10.4, a good, decent start for him. Frostovitz with that 2.2. He still has some work to do here. He still has 5 games left to make it happen.
Yep.
Let's see if he's going to do it. But if we look at it right now, 29.2, almost 30 points start coming in from AOW's Mike. 19.9. Barely was able to at least get a decent amount of points from T225, but Action with that 5th place slot here is able to keep going a little bit higher here, as now he has that 14.1, and now he's slowly closing himself in. I'm telling you, this is the thing that we talk about when I mean with Action. Action has been in these situations before. He's gonna slowly climb little by little by little. I'm telling you, by game 5 and 6, it's gonna be interesting to see where he goes from it. But let's check out the replays here. Come through from game 1, as we saw that beautiful parry coming through from Wang Liang here, trying to see if he can capture the elimination on a GG Shaw, and he was able to. But here comes that third party from Exgen as we look back towards the sweep here, and Akuma trying to find the elimination onto Shazing as he's able to capture it into this moment. And then in that corner, Wang Liang gets caught by Mike in the corner, just like a bully out of high school demanding your lunch money. He says, give it to me or else you're getting swirlies. Unfortunate coming through here as we look at Akuma with that beautiful third-party catch here. Then he ends up walking through towards it. Now here's one of those strong points that we were talking about earlier. Panaman coming through with that beautiful third party is able to successfully capture that strike coming down towards it. Panaman decides to push in on towards that and is able to actually reward himself with getting that elimination finished. That was the moment that even you had a moment where you freaked out. You lost it in that situation. But here we go. Mike with that 2-piece, the beautiful stretch to be able to capture both eliminations inside of that moment here, and shuts down Spider into that mix. This was the moment for Panaman as well. Is able to capture the elimination in the height, in the madness of everything, was able to pick up the Soul Blue and captured the finish, and here comes the final stretch. Action trying to see if he can keep it together here. He has the fire pulsar. He's missing. Meanwhile, Frost is trying to see if he can get some hits from the Hottie, but the outer skirts from those eliminations captures the poison to be able to hit some of those damage peaks, which probably was one of the reasons why some of these players like Unique was able to do it. But of course, there's going to be an extra $1,000 for every single MVP, and Mike's going to earn another rack for himself as we catch the Zipping Ying's animation. There goes another $1,000 for you, AOW's Mike, with 6 eliminations and 24,000 damage. Look at the stats.
8.3 on the fan, 5.2 on the staff, and 4,000 with the crossbow. Hey, I was saying it, I was pointing it out. He was doing work with that repeating crossbow. He managed to secure himself the Venom Tip and the Barb Bolts. The fact that it's now 1 Soul Jade as opposed to 2 actually brings up the power level of that Soul Jade setup and that weapon. And when you're in a meta where Hardy is a very popular pick, having that crossbow, you're able to do a considerable amount of damage.
Exactly.
And this is now his 6th MVP, I'd like to add. 6 MVPs so far in this tournament. But hey, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, we're doing some answers for treasures. Make sure to get your answer in the chat to this question. The question is, how many kills did this player secure in this match? Was it 0 to 5, A, B, 6, C, 7, D, 8 or more? 8+. Now make sure to get your answers into the chat. Only one lucky winner will be chosen out of the many that participate, but that lucky winner is going to be able to come away with a random lucky box and potentially take some very nice cosmetics into game with themselves.
But on top of the answers here, we gotta give you guys a quick video before we get ready for our game number 2. We'll check back here in a moment.
我觉得在这段时间中可能会有一点压力，但是紧张的话也肯定会有的，但是还是有点比较兴奋在里面的，因为这个毕竟是第一次参加节杯嘛。我觉得在那种比较庞大的场馆里，然后并且有很多观众的情况下，我觉得我会比较兴奋吧，也不会因为感受到什么压力而紧张什么的。 我觉得拿下大满贯的话，就是这应该是史无前例一个，就是今年包揽了一整年所有的冠军，这个成就是比较，我觉得是非常有成就感的这个。
Fulfilling an achievement yet again, as Mike definitely feeling it a little bit with the pressure of the crowd. The first LAN as well. Everybody is here. There is no question this definitely is the peak for NARAKA currently with how insane this is. I mean, like I said, we have a packed, almost sold out crowd here waiting to see who is going to be crowned champion as we were able to go through our first game, and AOW's Mike claims a victory amongst the rest of the players.
Indeed, I like that he said deliberately that although in the stadium, because of the people there, he thinks that he'll be more excited than others, and I think that's exactly what happened.
I mean, you saw him come out, he was like...
Yeah, he was having a great time. He comes down those steps, and he's ready to go, and he's having a good time. That, I think, is one of the scariest times, when Mike is having a good time, when he's trolling, he's laughing, he's just like... Ah!
Content creator type.
Yeah,
vibes.
you know, exactly. You know, when you're feeling yourself, you're going to be performing a lot better in-game. And I think that may have been exactly what just happened. Game 1 coming away with 6 eliminations, hits his 6th MVP throughout this tournament. So much damage, so many kills.
Right.
Oh, what a performance from
Absolutely.
Mike.
Not only a great performance from him, but I got to give it up. Also a great performance from Unique, trying to see if he can keep it alive here. Captures that first third place. His first top 3 in general. He has yet to get a dub. So let's see if he ends up securing an MVP tonight. That would be actually pretty amazing to watch him do that. But got to give it up to our Panda Man. That strong NARAKA pick. That strong out of the pocket for the very first game here, and holds strong. Captures some eliminations. Gets caught on the chopping block from the Realm of Yang, and is able to secure that elimination in order to keep the game alive for himself. Panda Man is here, he is locked in, and he is ready for anything these players are pushing out.
I love that he came out with first game Taka, because he told me
the crowd?
Everyone lost it. I lost it. I literally was talking to him last night about his picks for today, and he said that he might open with Taka, or that he might, I mean, I'm gonna say now because it's, I mean, we're already here, you know. Yeah. He said that if he has a good Taka game to start off the day, he's gonna play another game with Taka. That's what he told me. He said that if he has a good start with Taka, if his first game with Taka goes really well, he's gonna double pick it. I'm not sure if he's gonna double pick it in the
I don't think he'll do back-to-back double
games.
picks. I don't think he'll do back-to-back. He'll probably end up doing him a little bit closer towards the end.
I think so.
It makes sense for him to decide to do that a little bit later, knowing that he still has other he still has other things that he has to do. He still has other play styles that he has to make do for these next 5 games. So he has to pick other characters. He has to really think about how the rest of the games are going to go here, expecting how these situations are going to go for some of these players here. But the nerves are definitely kicking in. But obviously, they should definitely be settled, locking into our game number 2.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Unique is one of those, but he's been one of the most stoic. You know, like, whenever we see his face, he's emotionless. He's locked in. And I would like to applaud him for his performance in the last game. He did a very, very good job of holding his ground on top of that rooftop in Plume Castle, managing to hold it down, prevent any of those advances from the other players to try and take that advantageous situation, that advantageous positioning. He's able to hold it, and he's able, even though he didn't get all that many eliminations, he only got 1 at the very end in that scuffle, in that hectic situation, but he comes away with the first placement, meaning that those 3 points, along with that 1 kill, with the multiplier that comes through in that final zone, takes him into that 3rd place spot. Very well done.
Advantageous. Okay. I see you trying to make your words sound fancy there, brother. Okay, I see you.
What other word could I say? It just
advantageous?
Makes sense. No, it's an advantageous situation. The situation and positioning was advantageous because it was good for him to be there. You get what I mean?
All right, I need a dictionary. You're doing too much. I need a dictionary now. That's crazy. Listen, with some of these play styles and how these players have been going through it, it's been so amazing to watch overall here. I'm very excited to see how the rest of these games go for some of these play styles, as obviously they have been doing such an amazing job overall. As we look here at the massive screen showing AOW's mic overall here. We love to see it here as they're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 2. Now, some of the picks coming in were really, really strong. The question is, are they going to keep that same momentum coming into this next game?
Yeah. One really, really cool thing is that T225 is sitting in second place. This is a man who, when I came to China, I was expecting to see a lot from. T225 has been one of those heavy hitters for a long time now. He's been up there with Mike and Spider and everybody, and he's been putting points on the board. But unfortunately, when he came into that group stage, he wasn't able to do the same thing. He was able to qualify, obviously, he's here, but he wasn't able to get a nice, comfy seat at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, he was struggling, but then he comes into pre-finals, locks in, and gets a considerable number of points, and it's now translated into a second place ranking for him currently after the first game.
Absolutely insane here is obviously still being able to get the picks going here for some of these players. There's still a whole lot coming into these moments here, as now we're going to get a chance to go into our game number 2 and go for the lock-ins for our players. The question is, what are players going to be picking and what players are going to decide, yeah, these play styles, they got to go?
Well, I think, to be honest, considering that the first 3 games are all not only Holoroth, but daytime. So no fireflies are on the map, meaning that the only way to regenerate your ult charge without doing damage or just simply waiting for it to regenerate passively is by using those rage stations, the firefly cages, whatever it is that you'd like to call them. So that inherently means that the game itself slows down quite a bit, as players just simply don't have the same uptime on their ultimate abilities as they would with a Firefly map. And there it is. I was about to say I expect more of the same, and there it is. We have 4 zippings picked in the first round selection, immediately going into the second stage with another 3 Farriers, meaning that after this phase, that means that both Farrier and Zipping are banned yet again, meaning that in our last round selection, our boys GG Shah, AOW Mike, JT Mexjin, and Zelding are going to have to pick something slightly spicy to go into the second game of the day. And speaking of, Mike pulls out the Justina, ladies and gentlemen. We have some berries, and Zelding as well. He's going to be going for the Justina too. 2 Justinas in our game 2. What do you think about that?
It's going to be interesting with the Justinas here. Going for those aggressive picks early is going to be pretty interesting to see what they choose for later.
Yeah, they're forced to do that.
They're forced to do that.
You know, that's what makes this new format so interesting and so, you know, it makes things happen. You still see quite a few players opting to go for the stronger characters on the map with the zipping and the farrier in the first 2 sections, but then it means that the third selection round, you have to think, what can I play here? What works? What's going to get me, you know, how can I damage control this? How can I go into this second game without essentially griefing myself? But speaking of going into our second game of the day, we are about to do exactly that. We're going to be taking a look at what these players are choosing to take, what abilities, what F and the ult and skill they are opting to take into this second game of the day. I'm expecting nothing too crazy. With Justina, though, I've voiced my opinion that V3 is a relatively solid pick, more so for trios than it is for solos, because it slows you down just a little bit, and V2 has been more popular in general, and that looks as though that might be what they're going for. Both Zelding and Mike are now opting to go for that V2, both of them going for F2 as well, the combo break version of that ice block. We have Pandaman with that V1 on the Hardy. I don't think we're seeing any V2 Hardy. I still haven't yet to see that come in to these games. And then more of the same, more of the meta. choices for these other characters, for Feria and for Zipping. Nothing too spicy, nothing too crazy, and we're about to jump in to our second game of the day.
And second game of the day here, so well played out as we're seeing definitely a different stretch of the map here as we're seeing, looks like Akuma's going to be landing inside of Salvation Podium. We have at least 4 players heading towards Plum Castle. That Quail's Crest is going to be an absolute bloodbath of amazing fights here as we're going to see GG, Shaw, and a WBG Spider on this far left side of Yushan Ruins. Looks like they're going to be headed towards Misty Forest and Boreal Forest. Meanwhile, J-Team's Action by himself on the far right side of Imperial Village. Looks like that's going to be interesting for them to see if they can get some decent stuff. Looks like they're starting in Totem, but nobody in City of Tang. It is absolutely deserted. Matab, no one, nowhere to be found in those areas here. So it looks like it's going to be a lot of desert and a lot of snow in our game number 2.
Indeed, we're going over. It's getting a little cold, but you know who thrives in the cold? That's Frostivus, ladies and gentlemen. And I am looking to see him pop off this game. But here we are, off the rip. We are looking at WBG Spider and AOW's Mike. Got some Justinas in the mix. Another character that thrives in the cold. It looks as though WBG Spider unfortunately has not managed to find himself an armor just yet, but he does manage to pick it up. The no ult zone has come down, and Spider reads the opening from AOW's Mike, gets that parry, and catches Mike on the whole dodge. Tries to cross him up, but Spider's ready. He catches him. He almost catches him on the secondary whole dodge, and there it is, the weapon swap, and Spider takes down our Game 1 MVP in the second game of the day.
What a strong start coming in from Spider here. You know that Spider wanted to give it a nice little bit of redemption after not having a great game in his first one, but just like how you said before, his mental has been very important for him to work on over time, because you can tell it starts to affect him if those first games aren't going so well, and clearly you could tell he worked on it with that amount of confidence, being able to push in on a player like Mike and is able to successfully get that first elimination onto the board here. Now, if you look at some of the other play styles and some of these other players, you're seeing where some of these play styles go. Let's see if it's going to be very helpful for him here as we start to see that momentum start to shift. T225 gets caught off the backstretch of Wang Liang, but T225 is able to steal the elimination away from Wang Liang. All that hard work absolutely gone, and now it's time for the fight as well. Pops open the ulti here to go for the heal. Immediately that does not work as he catches him off the outstretch, trying to see if he can hold strong here. Nice hits coming through from the fan as he's waiting for him to go from the outstretch, but now he goes for the bait. Ends up backing up, beautiful stretch and a beautiful work. Ends up catching him on the inside all the way up top. And now the parry comes through. Wang Liang is gonna find it. Nice destruction coming through from the shield. Almost catches him off the outskirts from this. Nice hits from the fan. Wang Liang absolutely decimating T225, but he does have that pull sword, and one hit could change the game just like that for a player like Wang Liang here. So he does have to be careful depending on the approach of K225, as now he's gonna try to see if he could retreat out of here. Doesn't want to get caught up in a bad situation here, and T225 is able to find himself a gray shield, decides to back off, but now Spider going for the rotation, trying to see if maybe he can capture it. Actually ends up missing the grapple, but does have the opportunity here, as now he's going to chase after Wang Liang, goes for the shopping, tries to see if maybe he can get some stuff here, and now the fan. Nice hits from the Declang, trying to see if he can get some damage here, and he finds K225 as well right next to him here, as now Wang Liang on that outskirts pops the bell to see where anybody is, as we look at another fight here between two hotties. And it looks like GG Shaw with the ulti here, trying to see if he can get some decent hits here. It looks like he does. Pops open the no ult zone, and GG Shaw is able to get out of there just in the nick of time.
Indeed, his ultimate was about to expire, so I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, but unfortunately he wasn't able to secure that pop from the 3-ban zone before he made it out. But here we are heading back on over to Spider and Wang Liang. Wang Liang gets a beautiful parry onto Spider. Spider immediately put on the back foot, goes for that double jump into the ult activation. He's on the move. He is speeding out of there. He is zipping right out of there. The namesake just speaks for itself. And Spider immediately he now cancels his ultimate, and he's able to save some of that ultimate charge, and he's full HP. But T225 and Wang Liang don't want to let him get away with that. They know his ultimate went down, and it looks as, this is a really rough situation. all for both T25 and Spider. Spider reads the release from the blue focus from that greatsword, and he's not able to get the punishment. Unfortunately, T25 is still on the move. He's still going. His ultimate is popped. He has his F up in less than a second. Can he get it off? He goes for it. He gets a huge parry onto Akuma. Akuma immediately gets chunked down so much. Another parry coming in for T25. Spider getting knocked down, but Wang Liang manages to still pick up the kill onto T25, securing the first elimination for him in our second game.
I gotta give it up to T25, man.
That was
he
beautiful.
had 3 people right in between him. He was fighting that for so long here. Getting double parries was absolutely beautiful. Speaking of that, Spider able to climb another parry onto Wang Liang here, and now it's a 3-way fight and a 3-way chase as Akuma ends up getting hit by the backstretch from the spear coming through from Akuma. Now Akuma is on a different level of assertion. The W key, beautiful hits coming through, gets the drag from the fan. He says, come here, boy. I want that booty, and I want it now. As Akuma trying to see if he can clutch this up here. Nice hits, trying to see if he can capture it. Nice hit. He ends up capturing him, but it's not enough as Wang Liang is going to be able to steal the elimination away. Wang Liang able to do exactly what he needs to here in this moment. This is what he's good for in this moment. Nice hits. He has to be careful here because Spider could really close this out as if Wang Liang is able to pop the heel for himself here. Able to capture him off the water here. Now it's time to get wet as he does end up hitting some decent hits though from the spear. It's a spear against spear here. And he goes for the weapon swap. The massive hits coming in from the heavy sword is able to get some decent damage here. Both of them waiting for the blue focus, waiting for the time strike on each one. Pops the F key to try to see if he can go for the shield. Beautiful parry to let go of that shield, and now Spider's on the wrong skirt. Wang Liang is able to steal the gold. Now he has the advantage. Nice hits coming through. Spider trying to hold strong here. Beautiful armor swap timing. Wang Liang trying to see if he can go for it. The beautiful parry on the right stretch. He's going to go for the retreat. He's not going to try to claim it. He wants the elimination for himself. Wang Liang trying to hold strong. Spider dangerously low. He needs to get out of dodge. Wang Liang is not going to give him the opportunity. It's time for the chase. It's time for the cartoons. It's time for the channel to turn, as now he is trying to find the moment here to capture this moment. Beautiful scoop. He captures him with the blue focus. He tries to go for the backstretch. Beautiful dodge from it. The fan is able to capture it enough. Dangerously low. Can Wang Liang secure the elimination? Not enough. He pops open the F key. Both of them still fighting this out. This is the issue between a Zipping versus Zipping, but it's not enough as Wang Liang secures the elimination onto Spider.
That was a beautiful fight coming out from both Wang Liang and Spider. Beautifully done. Both of you played this so unbelievably well. Hey, Spider, unfortunately though, he does go down once that rebirth expires, so he has been eliminated from the second game. But here we are, we're back into the action immediately. We have AOW Mike up against this Hardy, up against GG Shah in the realm of Yang. He gets that opening, he goes for the parry, leveraging his F. He avoids the damage, but immediately gets caught on that dodge out of the ice block, and GG Shah, he's able to equalize the effective health. Both of these players now immediately popping their ultimates, both of them going for that reset, not immediately looking for the engagement. Mike uses one of his dashes already. He's only got one remaining with that V2. V2 only has 2, as opposed to V1 having those 3. But if he manages to catch him once, if he manages to go through, he's going to get that freeze. But it looks as though he's not able to do so. GG Shah still has a little bit of time left. He's able to get a little bit of value, and now he's in an advantageous situation. GG Shah, he's looking to win this. He gets the parry onto the nunchucks, catches Mike. He's going for the tag chase. He goes for another parry. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that confirmation. GG Shah, he gets punished for his misread. He goes for the double tap dodge though. Beautifully done. He does have his F still up and ready to go, and there it is. He takes down Mike in the realm of Yang.
He was so dangerously close in that moment. Those movement dodges coming in from him did that so well for him. That timing couldn't have been any better, because if he missed any of those dodges, Mike wins that. In any situation, Mike wins that if he misses any of those dodges. That was just how close that game could have been. Because when I tell you, there's a reason why I was like, If you miss out on that, Mike's going to take advantage of that every situation, every step of the way. Meanwhile, back at it here, obviously, when it comes to Mike taking an advantage, He will take that advantage as he comes through, and he goes for the rematch on Shaw. Not looking good as he ends up getting scale pushed twice. Ends up getting hit by the dual halberds. He's going to keep the same emotions. What a catch coming through here as Shaw. He's going to keep the same retreat coming back towards it. He's not going to stop anytime soon. Nice hits coming through as the F comes through the hottie, trying to see if he can rotate this out. Now it's time for the slowdown. Now it's time for the cooldown. Everybody starts to back up. Now it's time for the tango. It takes two to tango. Sometimes it takes one to be able to dance by yourself, and sometimes it takes three. And three is the crowd, as it could be a third party coming from Action here, but it looks like we're still going through the tune of a tango, as it looks like now he's going to capture himself an audience here, as Mike trying to see if he can get some hits here, coming over the spear, but the Shaw is going to find the spear. He finds the parry. He finds it in that moment, but Mike is still going to be able to keep it strong. Beautiful hits coming through, but the third party comes through. Now the hottie's going to decide to dip out as we see a fourth party. Same thing with Mike. Mike decides he doesn't want any of this action at the party. He's going to dip out of here.
He's used his ultimate. He is one of those characters. He's playing Justina, so he is able to conserve a lot of his ultimate's charge by simply not using the dashes, but he needs that Soul Bloom to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion that he managed to get himself from GG Star. GG Star still has a minute and 20 seconds to play with this Vermilion's Bird Might, so he's taking those risks. Mike, though, it looks as though he got stunned by the icicle, but thankfully, thank all that is good that he does not get spotted out, because that would have been a very, very bad way to go. He is able to find that reset and get that disengage, but I can't say the same for GG Shah. GG Shah immediately getting engaged on by Pandaman. Pandaman also in a very difficult situation on that Hardy. He did get taken down in the Realm of Yang by, it appears, J-Team's Action managing to take him down in the Realm of Yang. Action also having that Vermilion Bird's Might is now found his target. Mike, but Action getting a lot of damage.
The Ballista coming through from Akuma is going to come through. He gets the elimination from the Ballista. The third party comes in, but he's well down the street. He says, I still want some action. I want some fire. Let's start a barbecue.
Mike, such an unfortunate situation for himself. Did you see that parry as well?
The timing.
That was so beautiful, but unfortunately it just was not enough to keep himself alive. He does go down in our second game with 0 eliminations, but Akuma picking up a cheeky one for himself, now finding a Soul Bloom and some loot to call his own. But now we're heading on over to XCG's Wang Liang. After having taken down Spider earlier on in the game, he is now sitting on 3 eliminations. He's looking to try and make it for Zeldink on a sliver of health. So unbelievably low. He finds himself a white armor, though. He has gotten that armor swap and immediately alleviated some of the pressure, but that pressure is coming knocking on the door. Zeldink forced to use his F2 to try and stay alive, but he doesn't read the release here. But Wang Liang, yes sir, he does. He gets that barrier onto Chuzeng, forcing him to use that ultimate. Wang Liang is going to try and hit this mech out of it. He's going to try and get it chipped down, but it's going to be a difficult situation as he's only got just his weapons and no abilities there to try and chip down this mech. It's going to be difficult, and there are going to be people looking for that third party. Chuzeng, he's trying to get as much value as he can, but he's not able to really find it as they are lurking at the bottom of this tower. Wang Liang able to dip in and out, and it looks as though Wang Liang is going to do exactly that.
Even with that timing as well here, was able to take that moment into that exertion here, and obviously was able to force him to use his ulti, not only for healing here, but potentially maybe to capture an elimination, but it's not going to be enough, as now the game is tied between Xjin and Wang Liang. 3 eliminations a pop for those 2 players here, as we're going to get our second Realm of Yang coming through here, as it looks like they're going to try to see if they can fight this out. Meanwhile, Unique going for the heals and deciding he's going to go for the repair. It looks like he has his sights on JDG Shoseng. Curious to see who is going to be hopping into it. It's going to be GG Shaw versus ELD, the SCA and NA's last hope. Frostivus has the time to go burn. Let's see if he can freeze them down, as they're going to go airborne here. Frostivus decides not to follow suit with it, tries to see if he can capture some hits from the bow, seeing as GG Shaw is going to scale all the way down towards the bottom. Nice hits, trying to see if he can find it. Nice hits from the nunchucks here, trying to see if he can read it. GG Shaw is going to be able to hit that as well. The F key almost hits him for it, forces GG Shaw to pop the ulti here. ELD's Frostivus might be in trouble here, trying to see if he can scale rush it all the way up top here. This is where the problem comes in on why Hadi is so good, that unpredictability.
Oh, but
ELD catches him and almost cancels it out, but the parry comes through to shut that down. Beautiful reset from the Feria. Frostivus is able to read that very well. Dangerously low from Shaw. Best hits coming through here as he's able to claim it, but it's not enough here as Frostivus tries to capture him. And now he's caught without his ulti. Hits him with the first cannon shot. The question is, can he keep the game alive as GG Shaw is able to try to get some heals and some shields for him as he's caught inside of the corner, trying to maneuver out of him. He gets one. Can he get the second one to capture the finish off of this flare? Yes, he does, as Frostivus is able to capture the elimination and get his second win in the Realm of Yang.
Woo, beautifully done from Frostivus, my boy, taking that Realm of Yang dub and securing himself some gold nunchucks and that Mystic Might that is going to be feeling real good under his belt. GG Shaw, unfortunately, does not manage to stay on the move, doesn't manage to avoid those turret shots, but it was because Frostivus created such a considerable lead for himself at the beginning of that fight. He won the initial prio game. He was able to force Shaw into a bad situation where he has to use his ultimate rather early, and it was just fundamentals. He was cooking at that point, and he takes home the dub. But it looks as though Xjin also took home the Realm of Yang dub for himself. He's able to secure that Mystic Might and the gold staff as well. And speaking of the gold staff, it's doing some damage to Chu Zheng over here. Having only had blue armor, he's trying to make something happen. He's trying to fight off the advance from Xjin with that Mystic Might. He has that damage reduction, so he's able to take some rather risky fights, risky engagements. He catches him with the grapple on that hold dodge, though. The explosive armor is going to prevent the advance from Chu Zheng, but here it is again. Chu Zheng, he's continuously fighting him off. The retreat is not just running. You have to fight back, otherwise you're just going to get chipped all the way down to zero. And Chu Zheng, a beautiful display of kiting here out of this Feria. Very, very nicely done.
Oh. Absolutely well made here, as it looks like Akuma's going to find GG Shaw. Gets hit with some decent damage here. Shaw on the timer now, 2.5 minutes plus, trying to see if maybe he can capture an elimination here and put on a player like Akuma. It's not going to be easy, as he's going to try to see if he can ricochet this up here. Akuma goes all the way towards the top. K till late, C225, trying to see if maybe he can scare rush it up top tier, trying to time it, but it looks like it's not going to be enough, as GG Shaw decides he's going to dip out of here, maybe finding another free opportunity for an elimination here, but he has to play smart here. He has 2.5 minutes left on the clock here, and the clock is slowly clicking down for him here, and it's not good for a player like Shaw. He's been playing and trying to figure this out here. He has 10 points to his name, 1 elimination, and this could be the fight that he's looking for here as he finds Unique down at the very bottom here. This could be a free elimination for Shaw, but let's not count him out. The beautiful hits, though, coming through from the dual halberd, trying to time it. He looks for the ricochet coming through from Feria. Feria trying to see if he can rotate this out. Not trying to get caught up as well, and he goes for the shimmy, the shake, and the shimmy down, trying to see if he can get out of the way, and obviously dodging all of the maneuvers that GG Shaw is trying to give him here for that damage here to secure an elimination here. And now he finds stretch here towards it. Nice F key to time the reset. Beautiful hits with that, but the F key is going to be able to find his way, and Shaw, caught in a tough situation here, is able to do the exact same thing, loses out on it. The shield is able to do so much here, and he pops open the ulti, forcing Shaw to try to back this off here. He's dangerously low, but it looks like they're both going to go for the reset real quick.
Indeed, it looks as though he's trying to play around the pillar. He's trying to dance around Shaw. He's trying to make something happen while he still has the opportunity to do so. He does get a huge amount of damage. That gold weapon, that legendary rarity, is doing so much for the damage coming out of that Hadi ultimate. He manages to take off almost all of that shield from 521 Unique, but Unique immediately jumps into that Feria mech. It looks as though Shaw may have broken his ankles, though. It looks as though he has lost him, and it cancels his ult as well. GG Shaw coming in. It doesn't look as though he's got the resources to heal back his armor. He is on the advance. He's forced to use his F ability. He gets cooked by the release on the vertical, and Unique manages to pick up the elimination for himself. Unfortunately, though, he did have Poison Splash, so he does continue to take a little bit of tick damage after he exits the zone. But it looks as though Wang Liang, he's not interested. He's looking to come in and stock up on these resources before they head into the final zone, into this late game situation. He's very happy with his 3 kills. He doesn't need to push it. Speaking of some comfortable situations, Frostivus on that Farrier with that gold nunchucks and purple armor, he too is sitting in a very comfortable situation. Another character that has scaling based off of the weapon rarity that you are holding when you use your ultimate. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage with that Farrier ultimate going into this endgame.
Definitely going to be putting in some damage here. Let's see if he's also timing it well with some other stuff here, as we're going to see the random Bane's Breath start to hit as well here. Doesn't look like anybody's realistically in that space here. It looks like Xjin and OUG's Panda Man looks like they're going to be nearby, trying to see if they can capture this gold shield. It's going to be very vital for him here, as the bow shots coming from up top, making it hard, as it looks like Xjin is going to successfully capture the shield and decides to back out of that situation. Does a fantastic job of that as well here. Takes the time to do what he needs to here in that moment, and Xjin working towards that as he has 3 eliminations to his name. He is one of the top players, but he's got some good gold and some good silver, good purple loot on him as well. As it looks like he's going to opt out for the gray bow. Okay. It's an interesting choice for the gray bow here.
It's possible that that's all he's found. It might be the case.
And in that situation, that's actually really unfortunate. But you know what? Stranger things can happen in that situation here. As it looks like we're going to go back towards JDG Shoseng. Has his ulti, trying to see if he can find some decent stuff here. Looks like he's found something for his repair, potentially. Might be able to repair something here to get the game going here. As it looks like the Bane's Breath is successfully out of there. Didn't look like it really claimed any bodies, which is, it's okay. It happens to the best of us here. And you know, we'll try again.
That just immediately made me think of that conversation that we had about Moonbanes in the endgame.
Right.
So one of the mechanics in the game currently is that in normal rank games, so in normal Herald's Trial, we have all those 3 Moonbanes in the shop that are purchasable. So you have the blue, the purple, and the gold in the shop that you can buy. However, in Immortal War, you can only buy the blue. But enough of that for now. We're going to be jumping onto a replay. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment if we have time. Xjin against Pandaman in the realm of Yang, getting a beautiful jump parry onto Pandaman's blue focus release, forcing him to use that ultimate and try and disengage, or potentially try and find an avenue of entry here to try and chip down Xjin. But it looks as though Xjin, he's ready for it. He is, hey, no, Pandaman, you're not on the Fire Dog, you are not on Taka. I'm cooking you with Hardy here, and he does exactly that and takes home that Realm of Yang dub. Very nice for him. But we're heading back on over to the live game. We've got Frostivus and Akuma scrapping it out at the edge of the zone. Unfortunately, Frostivus, he's not able to find the connection with that pillar from the V3, and Akuma manages to disengage for the moment. As I say, the cannon shot coming in, doing a chunky amount of damage, but Akuma, he's able to stay on the move. He is playing zipping, and he is looking to zip away from this situation, but he's stuck on the buttery rocks. It's very difficult to move. He's slipping, he's sliding, he's trying to get away. He's attracting more and more attention the further into this zone he goes. But hey, he's on that zipping. This is why we see this character get picked up so often, and he's able to get that full reset with still 20% of his ultimate to spare. Insane.
Decent amount of time here to be able to do what he needs to here. As it looks like we just saw a split happening between Frostivus, and it looks like Wang Liang that was currently into this fight here. As it looks like now he's going to be able to pop his shield here. Bow's nearby, has to be careful, as Wang Liang also has, it looks like, a pistol as well. Decides to back that off here, and now we're still on this rotation here. AOW's Mike officially out of this game here, so it's definitely going to be a new winner, and Spider also out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who takes the dub. So far, Wang Liang definitely caught up here with that 3 eliminations and those 23 points in total. Xjin, 3 eliminations as well to their name, 17.9. So with that amount of timing, with that amount of exertion, there's still a lot to cover in this game, as Xjin trying to see if they can close in this gap between them and Frostivus here, but it doesn't look like they really want to connect any of their weapons here. Actually, I might have taken that back here, as Xjin got a little wildly close here.
Waiting
This
for that
could
opportunity
be-
to try to see if it strikes here, but let's see if maybe they capture the bait as well towards this. And it looks like he's still not trying to here. Frostivus is the type that's like, I wish you would. I wish you
try
would.
me. They're sort of playing the footsie game, just going back and forth, dancing around, trying to find an opening for themselves. It's rather hard to do, though. You don't want to leave anything on the table. You don't want to leave an exploitable mistake. And speaking of, Akuma immediately gets punished by Unique. The turnaround parry, beautifully done, sending him deep into that storm. Akuma now yet again on the back foot, trying to find that disengage, trying to find that reset. But hey, yet again, we are seeing the prowess, the potential of Zipping Ying, able to constantly be on the move whilst resetting. That is the main strength of this character. You're able to use that ultimate, use that F ability to stay on the move. But speaking of staying on the move, Unique, he's unable to do that. And he gets stuck on the buttery rocks yet again, sliding down, and just gets absolutely blasted by this pistol. I'm not 100% sure exactly who picked up that elimination.
That was Akuma.
It was Akuma.
Akuma was able to pick up that elimination. He eliminates Unique in that situation. Very tough to be able to call that. Most likely we'll be able to find the replay for that later, but Circle 6 slowly closing in 20 seconds. 20 seconds is where the things are really going to start to push off here, as now things slowly trying to find it out here, as JDG is saying, trying to see if they can find some cannon hits as well here, as Frostivus is able to go through the heels here. Trying not to get caught, and sadly Frostivus does in this moment here. And now Frostivus is trying to fight this out. Nice hits, trying to see if he can push him off the cliff though from the shots, but the cannons is able to put a lot of damage onto him. Frostivus has to be careful here as he pops over the ulti. And now he decides to dip out, but it's not going to be enough as T225 secures the next elimination into this fight. 2 eliminations for the man himself in the top 3 situation, 23.3, and he's almost tied with Wang Liang, ready to take the second place slot away from XCG's top player for their solos here, as it looks like T225 decides to go airborne, gets a nice hit onto Panaman. Now they're going to try to see if they can scale this one down. What goes up must come down in these moments as the circle slowly starts to close in here. Let's see if they can find the moment here for that rift as the totem starts to hit, and he calls the totem out as well. JDG uses this moment here to go for the heals here. Let's see if they can create some type of moment here, and he does get some hits though from Akuma, and it's not going to be enough as Akuma catches the elimination onto Zhazang, destroys them in seconds, and now they have tied up with Wang Liang and Action here. Slowly, Circle trying to see if they can find the moment here. Panaman is going to be able to pop the ulti here, trying to see if they can dodge from everybody. Gets a nice hit onto Wang Liang, decides to dip out of that moment here. Definitely doesn't want to give him the free elimination here. Panaman has a free moment here to himself here, and it looks like Wang Liang end up getting absolutely destroyed off the outskirts here, forcing the pop the ulti here, getting the Q as well and the F, but it's not going to be enough. The damage is able to create so much as well away from it, as he has to be careful here, even towards that. Beautiful double parry from Wang Liang, trying to keep them away from getting the elimination onto XCG's Wang Liang. Beautiful reset as well towards this. The crowd absolutely shocked here as Panaman is getting hit from the damage from the outskirts here, so he has to be careful here. Meanwhile, Action going for the heal, same with Akuma. Akuma trying to see if maybe they can find it. It's not going to be enough as C225 tries to see if he can find a moment though. But it looks like he will be able to try to see if he can close in this gap here between Panaman. Panaman dangerously low. I don't know who necessarily destroyed his full shield. Miracle parry onto this one, trying to see if he can find it, but it's not going to be enough as C225 finds his 4th elimination, or technically that's his 3rd, as he takes over 2nd place away from Wang Liang here. But there still is the spot for 1st place. Action is able to send C225 almost on the outskirts of the circle, both of them fighting up top. Meanwhile, there's another team on the outskirts. Action ends up getting destroyed by Akuma. Akuma trying to see if he can find it. Wang Liang all the way up top here, using the tree to their advantage. Both of them down low. Akuma going for the heal. Key 225 has both defense off the side here. The pole sword able to do a lot of damage. They start going chasing. Both of them trying to see if they can find a moment. Beautiful parry from Wang Liang. Wang Liang ends up getting slipped away from it. T225 gets eliminated here, but it's not going to be enough as they both stay alive towards this game. Both of them tying this up here. So many eliminations a pop for some of these players. This was anyone's game coming through. They played that so well. The timing couldn't be any better for some of these moments here, but that's just how tight it is as DRG's Akuma is going to successfully claim game number 2 as Akuma, that playstyle, that unpredictability from a player that we've seen before. He waits until the final circle ends. He sees the moment, he sees it, and he also catches the eliminations off the back of Wang Liang, off the back of another player here. He takes those vulnerable moments that some of these players are having, and he starts to claim them for himself. That's how he was able to secure it towards the end, because in reality, it could have been anyone's game. Wang Liang has been in this situation many of times, and we've seen him do it time and time again, but this time, it's off the back of DRG's Akuma.
Hey, Spider, Mike, not managing to stay alive and keep going in this second game, but hey, Akuma, T2B5, Wang Liang, all of these players able to come in and take full advantage of these situations. Hey, my boy's locked in. Wang Liang, he's laser focused. He was performing so unbelievably well in that game. We had that amazing fight with Spider. Do you remember that? That lasted for like 4 minutes. It was crazy.
I'm gonna be honest, in that realm of Yang, I thought none of them were actually gonna get the elimination. Both of them were gonna actually have to go out and start fighting their soul blooms. That's what I thought was gonna happen.
Hey, this guy with the staff back and forth, you know, next to the leg as well. Oh my lord, this man, absolute beast. Unfortunately for Spider, the fight went on just a little bit too long, and he gets taken down before the rebirth that he has. You know, he gets taken down before he's able to actually use it. It just expires, it's gone. You know, you gotta be careful. That Realm of Yang, when the Realm of Yang spawns, that means there's no second chances. There's no second lives unless you make it in. Unless you make it into the Realm of Yang and take a dub, or even if you lose, you still got another chance to pick up that Soul Bloom and try and cleanse that Yang depletion. And those Yang depletion situations in this game, well, they were painful. You know,
I mean,
they were hard.
I mean, it was definitely painful for some of these moments here. As, I mean, just players just really
able to... It felt like getting bonked by this.
Felt like this, right? In this situation here, it's definitely a lot harder to see how some of these play styles can really become the advantage or the disadvantage depending on the circle. Now, obviously, that could have been a vertical play circle in that final circle here, but it just gets just a little bit off the offskirts of that tree, which gave Wang Liang that opportunity to stay up top. He was fighting it out with another player, making it harder for some of these other players down at the bottom to try to see if they could scale rush up, because if they miss that opportunity, they're losing some of their HP on the outskirts of the circle too early, and that's the one thing you don't want to do going into that final circle. Very surprised though by the amount of ultis that got popped before final circle ended. I really thought it was going to be just a magnitude of the usual ultis that we usually see in these moments here, but so many people was pushed to the edge, so many people was pushed too close that they had to pop it early, and literally I don't think there was a single person that literally had no way of getting that. As we look at the top score, Akuma, 5 eliminations, 9 points for his game score here. Wang Liang, that consistency doing him so well in this moment. And T225 rounds it out with 3 eliminations in that 5.4 and tying it up with Xjin with another 5.4. Both of them tying it up. I'm telling you, Xjin slowly creeping up in this ranks here as Akuma is able to capture his first dub of the game. He gets himself a nice rack, that good band as well, $1,000 to the name himself.
Indeed.
And sadly, where is Spider? 1 point. Where's AOW's Nike at the very bottom with 0 eliminations? That is very tough here as we look at the standings overall here, and still starting from the bottom, we're still at the bottom. But for Unique,
actually, Unique went up 1.
He went up 1 point.
Zeldink, unfortunately.
Went up, started from the bottom. We're still close to the bottom, but we're still up there because we're from the up and up. Let's pop some champagne. I'm kidding. As we look at more of that as well here, very surprised to see Spider in that 7th place position with a 0 points and a 1 point. That is surprising to see. But AOW's Mike also getting 0 points as well here. But look at this: Wang Liang 6.2, 25.4, T225 25.3. They are slowly closing in this gap.
Yeah, this is exactly what Wang Liang needed. That fight that he had with Spider, taking out that one big heavy hitter, and Mike getting taken down as well. This is exactly the game that he needed to try and accelerate his lead going up the leaderboard, getting to that 6.2 in this lobby. Hey, beautifully done. Now able to secure his second place, or continue it, because he was actually already there. He was already in second place to start off with today. He came in, he had 17.6 or something along those lines. Mike had 19 point something, so he was already in second place. But hey, it was looking a little dire for him when Mike popped. He popped off in the first game. He went absolutely insane, and now Wang Liang, he's been able to claw it back just a little bit.
Just like I was able to claw back.
He's able to claw back that. You don't drop that.
Listen, even with that as well here, as we look back at the replays here coming in from our game number 2, AOW's Mike is able to hold strong here. He tried as hard as he can, but WBG Spider was able to be victorious in that first fight. Beautiful play style coming in from Spider here as he's able to capture the combo and capture the elimination in the first game here. Meanwhile, Frostivus Action trying to fight this out, but that pole sword is a dangerous mamma jamma here. And he comes through with the slammer as WB Wang Liang is able to come through with that third party and capture an elimination. Wang Liang played some of these moments so well, waiting for the timing, and was able to succeed in catching some of these eliminations. And when he got down to the 1v1, he was able to snatch those eliminations well coming into this space. Now look at this. This was my moment here where he ends up coming through. He's got a tight corner. He's got a tight space.
That's how Mike gets taken down.
That is a pinnacle moment here as Akuma coming through with that unexpectedness. Like we said before, Akuma's going to be a dangerous player. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If it wasn't for Action, I would have said DRG Akuma could potentially win this.
Akuma, he's been showing that he's improved so much for so long. Hey, I mean, Akuma, he's name changed quite a few times. You know, and we're not, a lot of us, you know, we remember him as different names, but he's here as Akuma, and he's been doing so well. He was another person that I actually got to fight last night in Zerovan. He's such a funny guy. He's very, very happy when, you know, when the great thing is when they're with the other players, you know, they're having some fun, they're having some banter. You know, they all look very scary and serious right now. But he's a lovely guy. He's a joker, and it was nice to spend some time with him as well. But here we are. We got the MVP statistics for our boy. 16.6 thousand damage. That's a lot of damage. 5.3 with the fan, 3.32 with the ballista. We don't see that stat very often, ladies and gentlemen, but 3.3
fire damage.
Thousand damage with the ballista.
That fire damage was able to do a lot here. Obviously, almost topping it off from the fan here. But let's look at that real quick. Skyforce and Wild Wind Spout coming through with that helpfulness of the Longsword, Sap, Juggernaut, a Splitter, and Melee Resist. Obviously, that Juggernaut really being very important for a player like Akuma here, going through multiple people at once here. As we got a chance to see some of the replays here as Mike ends up getting caught. Same thing with Spider getting eliminated a little bit early as we see the fans and expectancies coming in from DRG. DRG able to play this super well so far here. And like I said before, you love to see it. That is an order in the court. Order in the court. That was a moment that we love to see coming through as Akuma was able to do that. You charged.
Charged
for being caught outside with the fire and the ballista. You're sentencing. I'm sentencing you. I will sentence you, big boy. I will sentence you.
But hey, we're gonna be moving on over into our third game of the day relatively soon.
They should have never gave me this hammer. They should have never gave me this hammer.
It's dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
But yeah, as I was saying, this is going to be our final game of Holoroth. So once this next game, this third game, finishes up, we're going to then be moving on to the Morris Isle. So that also means it's going from daytime, no fireflies, to fireflies afterwards. So all of those sort of reset characters, all those survival characters for Holoroth need to get picked up here, but we're gonna have to wait and see. For now, yet again, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. Make sure to get your answer to this question into the chat to have a chance at securing some goodies, some cosmetics. And that question is, which player got the most kills in this match? If identical, the one with the most damage dealt will win. This is a rather difficult question. So was it A, XCG Wang Liang? Was it B, DRG Akuma? Was it C, OWN Zeldink? Or was it D, OUG Panda Man?
Is it really?
I mean, it's a 50-50 because whoever got the most kills, if it's identical, it could be the most damage. Were you paying attention? Were you paying attention, ladies and gentlemen?
Let's
but
see.
you also need to pay attention to the chat.
Hopefully they are paying attention, and just with that paying attention, you also need to pay attention to this video as we're going to get ready to lock in with our game number 3 and our halftime for the J-Cup.
J-Cup has always been a story in the making of a whole year of NARAKA.
Honestly, I think if we're talking about the highlight of J-Cup Grand Finals, we have to talk about the fact how it's not just CN leading the meta, but it's other regions that are having a huge impact.
Just a bit, but it's not going to be enough.
I think there's a huge spotlight on Mike and Spider. This is a storyline that's been going for an entire year. Spider lifted the trophy last year, but everyone said, well, would you really be able to do it if Mike was here? Mike came along, Mike's here.
Oh my, there it is, and Mike with the grapple combo into Phoenix Blast takes the second game of the day.
CN kind of had counted Hottie out as a hero for solos.
Oh, nicely done.
He gets him inside of the freeze.
Oh no!
This is the opportunity to get the finish, and this could be the opportunity that he's been waiting for.
But it was the NA players who came over and showed them just how dominant a force that Hottie can be. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on Wang Liang as well. I mean, the guy is an absolute demon.
So does Wang Liang, and Wang Liang is going to actually eliminate Viper out of this game as well.
Zell is another player who's absolutely inspired me as well.
Zelding now on the tests are able to find a huge parry to convert into that repulse damage, catching Frostivus. I think Frostivus is the way forward, where you are able to earn the respect of all of these other regions.
I want to say thank you to Frostivus for not only just continuing to follow in the stepping stones set by other players in the NA and SEA region, and continuing to lay that foundation and prove that it's not just CN who controls the meta.
I'm a TE fangirl.
This corner here and just giving them so much of a barbecue. Hey, can I get my number 3 like always, baby? As now it's going to start to skip through. The sand siphon comes in. They're going to corner them off the outside. Roy Hehe trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough as TE is going to be victorious in your game number 2.
This is a team that I've been following for a very long time. This is a team that I have a lot of respect for. This is a team that was playing something that wasn't entirely meta before it became the meta. In fact, they were the ones who sort of innovated. Having a Wu Chen teleport your entire team is an absolute touch of death. But TE played it perfectly.
Every single region coming through, informing the meta, and all of these players having to adapt on the fly as they get here and realize that, hey, our region is not the only dominant region there is. I think that's super incredible and speaks a lot about how exciting this J-Cup's going to be.
What are you doing here?
He's coming in.
Mike wants to try and shock these kills. He's thrown the F2.
He's coming in.
The kill.
The MVP!
Let's go!
Yes, Big Dog.
Let's
talking
go.
about BBE come for the other regions, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live and direct in Chengdu, China, as it is the World Championships for the J-Cup 2023. I am your host and caster, Dabiar, alongside Dunkin' Donuts. And so far, we've had 2 explosive games. So much has been happening. The damage, the dodging, and also the eliminations has been absolutely electrifying here in a packed out stadium here in the arena. It has been amazing so far. We still have 4 more games left as we're about to get ready for our game number 3 and our halftime for the J-Cup. Expectancies has been very high for some of these players. Before you, Duncan, you have seen how these players have been. You've gone down to the player room, you've watched them play, you've seen the 1v1s, you've seen them tackle a lot of different play styles in practice. Overall, with these 2 games, you've seen a lot. What do you think needs to happen for some of these players in this game 3?
I think that a lot of these players, so one of the things that I saw when I've spent time in the practice room with these players is that when they're there, they're having fun. You know, they're enjoying each other's company, they're enjoying the game, they're enjoying playing. You know, they're all crowded around one computer, watching one of their friends, one of the other J-Cup players play into somebody else, whoever it might be. You know, and they're all just, they're swapping, they're getting in and out the seat, you know, they're having a good time.
That's cute.
That's
cute.
Know, he's sitting on the other guy's lap, you know, it's
This
hilarious.
isn't about fun!
No, but that's the thing.
This is war!
It is, that's the thing. That's the thing that you have to remember though, is that nobody performs well when the anxiety, all of those negative feelings, you know, it's not good. You know, like we talk about Mike, he's scariest when he's having a good time. And I think that that's what some of these players need to remember, that they're here because they love NARAKA. They made it to J-Cup finals.
Good
solos.
mental.
You know, you have to maintain good mental. We talked about it so much. You need to not let those nerves get to you. That anxiety could be the death of you in these games. And if all you need to do is just take a deep breath and relax and recognize that you're alongside all of your friends, all of your rivals, and you're having a good time, you're still there to win. But you got to remember to have a good time, and you got to remember to keep a calm and steady head and not panic in those difficult situations, because around every corner is another one of those players looking to take home the dub for themselves, and they're going to be fighting for it with all that they have.
It's going to be interesting to see how some of these players are going to keep that same mental here. As we look at a player like Wang Liang, it looks like his mental has been pretty good. He's been keeping his consistency very strong alongside players like Akuma, alongside Xjin as well here, as we're able to see it come through here. Wang Liang in second place here with that 25.4, but T225 is right behind him by 0.1 points. He is so close between him and T225. It is ridiculous. Meanwhile, Xjin in that 19 points, so he still has some work to do if he's going to see himself in that top score. Mike is on an interesting block because now everybody is going to focus on making sure that Mike does not get any more points. They want to get him out early.
Yeah,
that gives everyone the opportunity to secure not only the dub, get those extra points, and get those early eliminations. That's why those first 2 minutes are so vital for these games, because they focus on getting those early picks quickly. Because once it gets close to those final circles, they're doing everything they can to stay alive. But it's going to be interesting to see how these forced picks and these bans are going to change the rest of the next half that we have for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Let's see what happens in this game 3 picks.
Absolutely. No, this is one of the deciding factors, just as you said. Now that it's the 3rd game, it's the 3rd pick and ban phase. It's make or break. You know, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of difficult decisions to be made. It's not an easy call. You can't call this without really thinking about it. You have to be on the ball. You have to be trying to recognize what the rest of the lobby is looking to put forward into this game, and also still considering what you're leaving yourself going into the second half. So you're absolutely right, and I'm excited to see what we have, what these players have cooked up for us going in to our 3rd game of the day, the grand finals here, live in Chengdu,
Look at the stage,
China.
man.
It's incredible. It's truly just It's a dream come true. Not only for the players, for for me, for you, for all of us, all of these people in the crowd, all of you watching at home. You know, it's amazing. It truly is, and I'm so thankful that we all get to be here and share this experience together. Here we are with the first round selection. We have JDG, Chuzeng, Pandaman, Unique, Frostivus, all going to be picking their characters first off the rip, and I am excited to see what Pandaman's going to be picking up here. I'm assuming the Farrier. I would assume the Farrier, considering that he's gone Taka, Hadi, Farrier. Farrier is going to be a good pick going into Holoroth. Oh no, he's going to be opting for the zipping here. Now, this is an interesting pick from Pandaman because I'll talk about it a little bit more in a little bit. But we
coming
have
through from Zelending.
Indeed, the triple Farrier yet again. So Farrier and Zipping now banned out for the final selection phase, and it looks as though Spider's going to be looking into Takeda. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first Takeda of our series. The rest of the lobby is playing. We have one Zai from Zelding. We have those Hardys from the other players, T225, Akuma, and Wang Liang, all picking up that Hardy. But I'm interested that Pandaman has opted to go for this zipping here. Farrier seems to, it's definitely...
I'm not.
No?
No, I'm more interested in seeing why Zelending picks Zaishi. On top of that, seeing the Takeda coming through, and seeing him pick that early. Zippings was picked in the first 2 games by a lot of different people. Now he has the opportunity. He's been holding on to a Z-Ping. He hasn't popped the Z-Ping yet. So he now has the opportunity to use his Z-Ping in vital moments. Meanwhile, everybody else has to scramble to try to pick up heals. So this gives him a really big advantage in this moment.
So the thing that comes to mind for me is that Zelding has shown us that he likes to use the podium strategy, where you drop on that podium, where you can unlock the puzzle and secure yourself that legendary weapon. And on Zai is one of those characters that, yet again, we've talked about this already, that their ultimate scales based off of the rarity of their weapon. Therefore, Zai with a gold weapon off the rip is going to be tearing through the lobby, and that's exactly what happened in the group stage. He managed to take down Spider and have a huge game. We had I think he had four kills or something like that. He didn't manage to translate it into a huge multiplier by using placement, unfortunately, but he still managed to put points on the board. There it is. His average points for his Zai pick is 3.8. That's not too bad. He's been doing pretty well. He's got the strategy locked in, and I think that's why he's opted to play for this, because we don't have that podium on Morris Isle. We don't have the ability to secure yourself a legendary weapon early on in the game, unless it's Holoroth. That's it. Podium, and that's the only way that you can do it. Before the first round of Yang, that's the only way that you can secure yourself a legendary weapon. But Spider picking up the Takeda, definitely an interesting pick. I'm not too sure. I mean, it's difficult. So the reason why this is a difficult pick to really stomach going into this lobby is that we have so many Hardys. Hardy, although he can be somewhat fought off by Takeda with the blades, it's still very, very difficult for him to do so. But here we are going to be jumping into the game, and let's talk about these spawns, Darby.
It's going to be interesting with we've seen Unique and GG fighting this out in the city of Tang immediately. We have ELD's Frostivus, and we have KLA's Akuma immediately headed towards Salvation Podium. We might be seeing a Ballista battle immediately off rip, as OUG's Panaman's going to be landing inside of Plum Castle, inside of the Quail's Crest. It looks like it's going to be a differently side circle here, as it looks like, is he off the map? Excuse me?
It does look like he's off the map.
It looks like he is off the map.
I think there might be a perspective thing there. I'm not too sure. Or maybe he just waited until the last possible second and it didn't manage to register. He was still waiting to choose, but Zelding has spawned in very close to AOW's Mike and J-Team's X-Shin.
Solo Zaishi.
It's surprising to see Zelding not go for the podium. That's kind of exactly why, or that's been everything that he's been opting to try and do. when he's been playing Sai. Every single time he picks it up, he goes for the podium drop so that he can secure the legendary weapon. But we're going to have to wait and see if he's going to be running straight over there. But run now, we have Wang Liang and Chu Zheng scrapping it out. Wang Liang in the advantageous situation. He's got the most health, but it looks as though he's immediately turning around. Spider gets baited into a parry. Wang Liang gets the grapple combo, unable to get the follow-up after the blue focus, but there's still a lot of damage. He goes for another one, but fortunately for Spider, he's able to read it. He reads the release, he gets the parry, but unfortunately he's not able to do it yet again. Chu Zheng coming in and picking up the kill onto WBG Spider. Wang Liang trying to come in and steal that Soul Bloom, trying to steal that elimination, unable to do so, but he's running now onto Chu Zheng. He's chipping him down, but it looks as though he's going to take this disengage angle for the moment. He's gone over to WBG Spider's body to try and pick up some of these resources, but Chu Zheng, he's not done yet. He's looking to re-engage. He knows he's got the momentum. He's trying to find an entry point, and there it is. He managed to get a decent amount of chip damage. He's forced to use his F though. Unique coming in with the third party from behind with those musket shots, looking to try and focus down Chu Zheng. Unique, he's not looking to chase it down, it looks like, but he's still in the vicinity. Will Wang Liang look to chase down Chu Zheng? It looks as though he might be. It's rather, everyone's very close to each other, but nothing's happening just yet.
Taking the time for the rotation here. Not getting caught up by the bow coming from Unique here, as it looks like we're going to be able to go through towards that, as we see two white armors coming through on both players here from Akuma and T225. As T225 loses it, we're in the in stretch here, and we have to be careful though. Nice hits, the beautiful double coming in as Akuma is going to be able to find it here with the dagger. Dagger and Akuma, best friends for life. Trying to see if they can hold strong here, as it looks like he's still going to try to find it here. And it looks like even with that timing here, T225 just trying not to get caught up here. A beautiful section here, trying to wait for the nice strike. Beautiful view focus, time strike to be able to do what he needs to here as he pops the ulti to dip out. KLA trying to rotate this out here. Probably won't get hit by the Thorny, as the Thorny was able to surpass just in the nick of time here. T225 trying to rotate this in, goes back towards the outstretch, but it's not going to be enough as Frostovus finds the first elimination of this game, and now he's fighting this out with Akuma. Akuma deciding to pop the F, decides to try to back off this, goes for the fake, decides to still push on to this, and immediately gets hit by the shield though. Frostovus trying to see if he can keep the game alive, and ends up getting destroyed by the dagger downs from the dagger. Akuma trying to find it, as now he pops open the ulti. Trying to scale rush, goes for the psych. You lose. You thought, buddy. Ooh, you thought you was nice, not today. And it looks like Frostovus still ends up getting caught on both sides here from the slashes of the longsword. Waiting for it here, but the shield is going to keep him alive here, as he's going to try to see if he can go for the rotation here. Waiting for the time. And he's just playing him little by little here, waiting for the ulti depletion to go away, and it looks like he's going to decide to go airborne and dip out.
Akuma, with his ultimate expiring, he's now in a rather difficult situation, as Zipping just has more agency when it comes to this kind of fight. Now, Frostovus having that effective health advantage, having that better armor, he's looking to chase him down. But speaking of chasing down Mike, he's looking to chase down T225. T225 already having used his F2, and now forced into using that ultimate. Mike having got the catch with the horizontal on the nunchucks, able to do a considerable amount of damage, and now forcing out the ult. He's looking to chase him down. T225, he does find the arm swap. Fortunately for him, he's not forced to heal up for a considerable amount of time. Mike, though, he doesn't have his ultimate. T225 in a really good situation. He does have a little bit more time on his ultimate still. Mike, he's getting chipped down lower and lower. Can T225 do it? He does indeed manage it, and he takes down Mike, picking up his first elimination of the game. And Mike sitting on 2 already so far in this game, now forced to go over to the Rebirth altar, and he's forced to try and reset. But hey, Panda Man, my boy, picking up his first elimination of the game on the Zipping. So this is is there action? Okay, no, not so much. But one thing I was surprised about with Panda Man is that because he has essentially been a Tarka player for a very, very long time, it means that inherently he's adopted to a playstyle that revolves around not necessarily getting too crazy and too aggressive off the rip, whereas Zipping is one of those characters that does look to do that. Zipping's off spawn is one of the strongest in the game, as you're able to stay healed up so unbelievably well. But look at this combo. Spider, he's putting him in the blender. The demons come out to play, but Spider, he's getting knocked down by all of these other players. The third third parties are coming through. The zipping is out of danger, but Spider, he's been put in a really bad situation. He tries to use the last blade to try and stay alive. The last one, he has nothing left, and he gets taken down and griefed by these players. The zipping able to survive, even though he should have been taken down. Unfortunately for Spider, he gets focused out of these players, but hey, that's what comes with playing a character that doesn't have disengage tools. That is exactly what we talk about all the time. These players, if they see that you're one of those characters that just simply doesn't have that under their belt, they're going to focus you down. If you're a Taka, if you're a Takeda, if you're just a character that doesn't have anything at their disposal, you're getting taken down. You're getting taken down, big dog, and it's a very, very rough situation, but it is what it is. But we're heading over into the realm of Yang very soon, and it looks as though Frostivus is coming. He's coming into play.
That's a tough situation here. And seeing as though Spider really does try to rotate this in, as it looks like we're going to be able to go into the realm of Yang. But the timing of Spider and obviously that third party really could have been a switch of the dynamic, depending on if he was able to get that shield swap or not. But he struggled to find it in that moment here as the third party started to come through, and he wasn't able to really secure getting the swap. Also making it a lot harder for him to continue to go with that next fight. Now obviously coming through towards this, Zelending trying to see if he can time this as well, but it's not going to be well thought out, as Mike is just going to try to get these beautiful hits. The times can't be any better. Beautiful exertions coming through from the spear, as he's just going to try to see if he can capture it as well. Beautiful reset coming through. I mean, he's just absolutely destroying him. Mike is able to play the game like an absolute master. What you're watching is a master at work, and coming from a player like AOW's Mike, we can learn a lot from a player like him. Meanwhile, Frostivus in action, trying to fight this out inside of the realm of Yang. Nice hits coming through as he's almost able to capture the combo. Captures it on the outskirts. Beautiful headshot from the bow right into his face here. Says, what's up, smile for the camera. Click, clack, boom. And a beautiful parry timing couldn't be any better, as Frostivus, our action, is able to claim that elimination inside of the realm of Yang. Captures the Vermilion's Bird's Might and has the opportunity to capture maybe a free elimination as well. Meanwhile, sadly, Frostivus now on the chopping block. It is ice cold for him, and let's see if he has the opportunity here to maybe close in a free elimination, capture Soul Bloom, and keep it going as we're looking at Shazang. Shazang getting caught on the juggle from GG Shaw. Shaw able to play that super well. Captures the hit coming through from the shield here, trying to hold it strong, almost capturing the jump parry, but it's not going to be enough. GG Shaw trying to see if he can read the opportunity here and waits for it, maybe for the chance to get the strike, as now he captures him. Nice hits coming through the juggle. Backstretch trying to come through. Beautiful hits from the longsword, both of them dangerously low. It really is anyone's game.
No!
But Shazang is gonna find the hit. Eliminate Shaw, and just like that, Shazang has 2 eliminations on the board. Meanwhile, Frostivus caught in a tough situation with his third party between Mike and another player. Nice hits coming in from the longsword. Beautiful strike to capture it. He captures the juggle. He pieces it together. Waits for the ulti. The ulti is able to do enough. He pops the F key to be able to do a lot. Frostivus, the dual blades, able to capture a lot of moments here inside of it. But he captures the parry inside of this. The third party is able to capture the beautiful reset coming in from Feria. Catches him off the outskirts. Mike lands and protects it and captures the elimination. Question is, can he keep it going and captures it onto Unique? It's not looking good for him. He goes for the scale, and Unique is going to capture the elimination and stops the reign of terror from Mike, but he will be back.
He will indeed be back. The crowd going absolutely crazy with Mike making these insanely good plays. Absolutely absurd how well he's been playing these situations. So much work has gone into today, and Mike, he is showing it off for everyone to see. And it looks as though he's now found himself in another engagement against Action. Reading the release, just holding strong with that horizontal, catches him on the hold dodge. Mike now swapping over to the pole sword, using his defensive properties to try and keep himself alive.
Oh, no.
But it looks as though he's stuck in a really bad spot. He gets caught yet again by the horizontal, immediately going into turret form after using his ultimate. Action! He's ready with the pistol, or the bow, excuse me, and he takes him down. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike stopped in his tracks by X-Shin, and now X-Shin, he's got 4 kills. He's just like, hey, mate, you got 4 kills, bro. Let me take that lead from you, big dog. Let me take it for you. Let me hold that.
Plays that so well in this moment, in that incredible situation here. As we look at a replay coming through here. Nice hits, though, as he tries to see if he can find it. Wang Liang just sadly missing out on these moments here, as it looks like the nunchucks are able to do so much. Beautiful shovel to catch him on the outskirts here, and it doesn't look like it's not going to be enough. X-Shin playing the game of his life so far, and that is a beautiful display of why X-Shin is one of the top players, why he's in this top 3, why he's playing this well, and he definitely could, and we could absolutely 1000% see him absolutely dominate this. And look at the amount of weapons that he has. He has 3 gold weapons on him and 3 purples. This man is feeling it. The confidence is there. X-Shin is dangerous. He has woken. Everybody better back up and get ready, because X-Shin's ready to strike.
Absolutely. Akuma not having that exciting of a game so far. He's only managed to get himself 1 elimination for the moment, but we know Akuma. He popped off in our previous game, and I'm assuming he's looking to do the same here. There are still a few players left alive, but far fewer than we've seen in the previous first and second game. There are only 4 players left on the map, and it's only second Yang. All 4 of these players could legitimately all go into the realm of Yang, and we'd have 2 fights going at the same time. It looks as though Chu Zhang has, or somebody has, a bounty on X-Shin. X-Shin coming out of Plume Castle, heading over. I'm not sure if he's positioning for the Morris Blessing or for the realm of Yang, since they're kind of close to each other. They're kind of overlapping. It's hard to really say, but Akuma definitely looking to try and go into this realm of Yang. He's playing the hardy. He knows that this is his opportunity. You know, when you're playing these characters that have such strong dueling potential, you want to be taking those realms of Yang as they are your best chances of securing more eliminations and more points and getting yourself up that leaderboard. But it looks as though X-Shin is also looking to do exactly that. He is now faced with 5-2-1's Unique on the zipping. Unique, he's definitely in a decent spot. He's got some Soul Jades, he's got that purple staff and the purple musket. So he's not missing too much, but X-Shin, he has been popping off like crazy. He is feeling himself on this Farrier. He catches him with the horizontal, does the combo. It's a little bit, he's not full true, but that one is, ladies and gentlemen, he is sending Unique for a ride. The carousel coming in with the grapple, the beautiful combo coming out from X-Shin. He tries to catch him, he goes for the read on the release, goes for the parry. Oh, but so does Unique, and it looks as though X-Shin is going to catch him yet again. The F coming in, but oh, baby, the half charge. X-Shin, he's just, it's a absolute machine, you fiend, you absolute legend. Beautifully done. But we're heading right on over back into the action. DRG Akuma up against Chu Zhang, and Chu Zhang, he sends the blue focus at the perfect moment and takes down Akuma. And with that longsword, beautifully done. Another winner of our realms of Yang.
X-Shin reads that so well and just doesn't let up. He keeps the W keep going. He captures you in a juggle, and ladies and gentlemen, you're in the circus. It's time for us to go and go make some kids happy, because goodness gracious, X-Shin is not gonna give you a banana for your tricks. You are gonna have to earn that one, and X-Shin clearly earned that, because oh my goodness, does not give him the opportunity for it. Oh, and Akuma, literally the 300 IQ plays, knowing exactly where he left that body and that Soul Bloom, so that way he doesn't even have to worry about it. That was a free opportunity for him. Sadly, he wasn't able to, but now Akuma is back on the game, and now he's good, and it looks like it's the same thing for Unique. Unique potentially might have found it as well. He looked like he had one in the backstretch as well here, just in time, so he looks like he doesn't have to worry about it in section. Fighting this out here inside of this game here, playing it so well. 5 eliminations deep, 27 points. This could be the game that takes him to the top spot. This could be the game that has Action in the lead. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he has the opportunity for it. As Chosing is going to try to see if he can dip out of here. Action slowly closing in the gap. The movement speeds can be just as beautiful. Waiting for the waiting for the blue strike charge to come through. Nice hits though as he's going to connect it. The question is he going to be able to juggle the way that he did the last players here? He takes the time. He's waiting for the parry strike to come through, but it's not enough here. Trying to see if he can go for the scale rush here, but it's not going to be enough here. And now Chazing is just trying to juggle him around, trying to juke him, going for the yeet, weave.
Oh, he catches him.
But he catches him inside the jungle yet again. He catches him off the outskirts of the stairs, ends up hitting him, and obviously he's going to be able to come through and catches him at a decent resection here. Tries to come through with the best light possible here, as he has to be careful here. Now Action on the rotation, just right here, catching him. Nice defensive playing though from Chazing. Chazing just trying to play defensively as possible here. Nice hits coming through on both sides here, as Action ends up getting hit by the scale rush as well here. Nice Bell trying to see if he can see if anybody else is going to be nearby for this fight here, and it looks like it's going to be DRG's Akuma up top, but it looks like Action decided to let that breathe, as it looks like he might have repaired maybe one of his weapons here, and it looks like now he's going to go and do a little bit of some shopping of his own.
Indeed, he's looking to fully kit himself out going into this endgame. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see it actually go to one of those final zones, or at least the zone close in a considerable amount before the game closes out. But it's also very, very possible that we see all of these players just immediately go crazy, just try and get as much as they can, get really, really aggressive, since it's their best chances to get as many points as they can. These situations, there are isolated 1v1s for the taking. You are able to just straight up 1v1 some of these players, although certain characters like your Zipping and Feria occasionally don't always do that all that well in 1v1s. They prefer to fight as a group, as a herd, so to speak. Oh, but Unique, that is not what you like to see. Eating that damage from the Thorny Roller, but fortunately he's able to find the heal. Oh, but again! Oh, and Action, he just jumps right on over at Unique, sending out that .9. It looks as though the Thorny Roller's coming in. Action gets hit. Now equalizing. Unique actually has the advantage in terms of effective power, and there it is. Unique's gonna get hit yet again, ladies and gentlemen. How many times are we gonna see this Thorny Roller come through? He's trying to make it out of this dangerous situation. He's gonna make it around. He's trying to get through. He's trying to get into that treasure room. It's very difficult. All of these players are now collapsing on top of it. Action is gonna throw him into the Thorny Roller. The pulsar damage coming through. Action does pick up yet another elimination, but he's in a very tough situation. He has no health to his name, and he gets picked up. He gets caught out of the air. The fan coming in with that vertical blue, doing so much damage. Akuma using the stuff, jumping horizontal tech to try and open up Chuzeng here on that ball sword. He manages to do exactly that, but Chuzeng, he still has the ultimate. Akuma trying his best to go to try and close out this kill is very, very difficult. These nunchuck holds, the Zipping, able to stay on the move, stay healthy, but Chuzeng, he sends out the meter dump, but Akuma, he's in ult. There's very, very little that Chuzeng can actually do at this point. All he needs to do is catch him on one of these dodges. Akuma, he's trying to close it out. It's unbelievably close. Akuma actually getting juked left and right. Chuzeng, he's going fancy. He's dodging everything. Akuma sends the blow, but Chuzeng, he goes for the parry. Akuma trying to close it out, and Chuzeng, 1 HP situation, and Akuma takes home the tub. Oh my!
What an insane
goodness.
finish. Chuzeng trying to hold that for as long as humanly possible, but it's not going to be enough, as Action is going to be your winner for this game. Action should be able to be your selected winner, and it is, as he's played the game so well. He came through and conquered, he slayed, he dominated, and this is why he is one of those players that I said he could take it home.
He absolutely can. He's fighting not only for himself, but for J-Team. We've got the J-Team supporters in the crowd. They all want to see Action do well, because it's their only hope, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, J-Team was not able to make it through in the Trios tournament, but Action, he's coming in, and he's looking to take the solo dub for himself, his organization, and all of those who support him.
J-Team, I mean, Action really is one of those players. Like I said, he really does think towards those heavy moments here when it's down to the wire. He really did play it well, but at the same time, I can't wait to see these highlights. He was a bully. There was players that didn't even have a shot. They didn't even have a chance. I'm sorry. Like, it was one of those things where it was unanimous.
It was beautiful,
the way he was able to capture the combos, he goes for the grapple, he does a double grapple, he goes for the dodge, immediately continues to keep the same thing. They were barely able to get any hits on him. The amount of confidence coming in from a player like Action is dangerous. The way that he was able to knock in the half. He comes into game 4 after we take this break with so much confidence, feeling how he played and giving players a chance at something they never could have dreamed.
Yeah, absolutely. A beautiful, truly beautiful performance from Action. Just those combos were just
insane. Insane.
Just insane.
Nuts.
We've never seen combos like that being pulled off in a BPL or a J-Cup so far. We have not seen a combo like that. The extension, perfectly timed with the nunchucks off of that pillar drop from the V3 Farrier was just...
Wow.
It was flawless.
Nuts.
It was beautiful. It was insane.
Like I said, man, the other players couldn't even fathom. They couldn't even dream. They couldn't even dream. You thought you could touch me? You
weren't touching me, bro.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Coming from a player like Action. Action came to play. He came to slay, and he barely gave any people a singular chance. He said, you thought you can eliminate me? That's real funny, guys. That's real funny. I thought you knew who you were talking to. J-Team, Action, able to come through and absolutely secure the dub here. That is how a player dominates the field, barely giving anybody a chance at anything. I can't wait to see these highlights. These highlights got to be disgusting because there was about a moment here where it was just absolute. There was no chance. The third party ends up coming in towards the end of the game. Can we talk about how Thorny Roller got that insane amount of damage? I just got to say that. The fact that we got a chance to see a 4-peat of back-to-back hits from the third.
I think it was 6 people. 6 hits from the Thorny Roller.
6 hits from different people.
Thorny Roller MVP, you know?
Thorny Roller had to be an MVP in terms of that damage, because even I was sitting here, the more that I saw them get caught, I was like, there's no way that it's going to get caught again. Hits him again. There's no way it gets caught. Smack! There's no way it gets caught. Hold on. Here's the Thorny Roller right here. Here's the Thorny Roller in this moment. 9.3 points coming in from J-Team's Action. This is the points he needed. He was at 19 points originally. He was a little bit behind both XCG's Wang Liang and, of course, our second place winner as well towards these games here. They were playing this super well, but obviously Akuma and Chasing able to keep up with some of that momentum here. But Mike, 4 eliminations, 5.8. He's starting to cook a little bit. He is back. He was able to give him some decent stuff. He was doing some damage. He was causing some problems. But Action was just a little bit better today because he said, listen, it was real fun to see you fight that, but it's time for me to be able to take this podium. I am the selected winner today. You're going to have to sit down and go back to the lobby and get ready for game number 4 because it's not about you, it's about me. And let's go back to the standings here as we're going to be able to show you exactly what's going on here. And obviously, Panaman still 1 point down. Frosted is 3.4. He held his own a little bit longer.
Spider has gotten 1 point today.
Shocking.
Truly shocking.
Shocking to see coming in from Spider here. He still has 3 more games to secure, but man, he does have to pop off. Is he going to see himself in that top 3? And he has to go absolutely insane here, but obviously still in the lead. But Action! Second place steals it away from 2225 and Wang Liang 26.3 sorry, and a 25.9 coming in. Look at the 5 ways coming in. Look at this: 28.8, 26.3, 25.9, 25.7, 25.1. This is gonna get down to the wire, and this is why we love NARAKA BLADEPOINT. This is why one of these games here can be the deciding factor on who walks away $100,000 richer and a close at hand meeting and dinner with the CEO of NetEase. I'm just gonna let you know right now, I'd love a steak. It's gotta be medium rare, cold cut, nice, delicious sear. I'm talking like I'm gonna be talking to the owner. Meanwhile, the absolute madness coming in from this game. I can't wait to see these replays. I mean, look at this. JDG's just saying he played a heck of a game. Gotta give it up to JDG. He played that so well here. AOW's Mike ends up capturing the elimination here from Action into this exertion, obviously. Zelending trying to see if he can find it here, but Mike reads him so well. Mike was reading these players like a book until he got to Action. Playing that super well. This was the first of it. WBG Spider ends up catching the juggle, ends up hitting him just a switcheroo as well. I mean, the crowd went bonkers when he did this. They went absolutely insane. Action able to hold strong here a little bit while longer here. Goes for the switch onto Wang Liang here with the nunchucks. Captures him with the outskirts of the totem and gets the finish. Throws the ball and says, where do you think you're going, buddy?
Do you know what started that? That was he recognized that his opponent was about to then go for the whole dodge into the horizontal light attack with the staff, and he stood there and he crouched. He just crouched. He just ducked down a little bit. He knew the horizontal was coming. He crouched. He didn't use the stamina. He conserved it beautifully, and he comes in with the catch, with the light attack afterwards, and just sends him for a ride and takes him down. This fight was so close. That was so close. So close.
That was a close at hand moment here, but obviously we're gonna be giving away another $1,000, and obviously that MVP Action's gonna get another little bag. That band's gonna be nice in your pocket. Spend it wisely, big dog, because the Fairy is gonna claim it, and the MVP is the Thorny Roll. Actually, it's Action with that 6 eliminations, 18,000 damage. The longsword and nunchucks putting up equal damage. 6,900 and 6,300 coming through. The nunchuck sep, fire arrows and target lock, advanced heal, blistering rage, whirling slash, and a stamina strike 2. His 5th MVP. He's about to tie up his MVPs with AOWs. Mike, Action, I'm telling you, he is a top player. He's put himself in the 2nd position. We're about to hit halftime. This next 3 games are gonna get good.
Absolutely. They are going to get, if you will,
oogly boogly.
You know. Hey, we talk about it, you know, it's Firefly time, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed about to get oogly boogly. It's going to be
Rune and Moxie's favorites.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of fun casting the 4th, 5th, and 6th game of the day, and I'm going to have a lot of, we're going to have a lot of fun watching it. We're going to see the Justinas. We're probably going to see another Tarka come out from Pandaman. We're probably going to see some interesting picks. We'll probably see the Tessa. We'll probably see that ACOS pick get picked up. Akuma frustrated with himself. It seems as though Frostivus as well, you know, Pandaman, it's frustrating, you know, when you don't manage to get those opportunities, you don't manage to find those avenues to success. But hey, yet again, you know the drill, answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Which melee weapon did this match's MVP deal the most damage with? Now,
you gotta be paying attention to this one, 'cause it's close.
Yeah, you make sure to put your answers in the chat. Is it A, dual halberds? Is it B, fan? Is it C, dagger? Or is it D, others? So any other weapon that you can find. So,
others.
Yeah, others indeed. So make sure to get your answer into the chat, and make sure to pay attention to the chat and your whispers, as only one person will be chosen out of the many that participate, and you do not want to be that guy who missed out on some very nice NARAKA goodies sent over to yourself because you missed the message, because you went to go to the bathroom and you want to go get some popcorn. You should have already went. You should have already gone. You should be locked in.
Listen, sometimes you can't hold it. Listen, sometimes you can't hold it. Listen, sometimes you need a snack. Sometimes it happens.
I mean, it's
unfortunate.
It's halftime.
I love me some popcorn, okay? I love me a good, you know, salted caramel, something nice, sweet, a little bit of some salty, you know, so it's just some good, sweet goodness. Sometimes I love me a candy bar. Sometimes, you know, listen.
I like sweet and salty popcorn.
I like both. I like both. You know what I'm saying? I love that in ice cream. I love that in ice cream. Bing chilling. Sorry. As we're able to lock this in. Yes. Don't even get me started, okay? Now, listen. After this here, like I said, you guys are going to get accompanied by Moxie and Rune that is going to take it over for the next 3 games here. As I got a chance to see who's on the other side here of this here. Obviously, we still have our interview for the next 3. There's still a whole lot happening here. I mean, we're here at Chengdu. There's still a whole lot happening, and in 3 games, we are securing a champion. A story is going to be ending, and a book is going to find its cover officially in 3 more games. I'm excited, man. Like this is what it's been so far. This is the stories we've been telling. This is where everything is. But until that happens, we're gonna take it over to the interview, and Rune is currently in the middle of talking to Frostivus right now.
Yay, RuneKeeper here with ELD's Frostivus. Frostivus, I got a couple questions for you, buddy. Given that we're 3 games deep right now, how are you feeling about the competition now versus the beginning of the day?
I feel like it's harder, and I feel like my mechanics can compete with them, but the lack of experience playing endgame definitely shows. And of course, I feel like I'm not doing too well right now.
Fair enough. All right, I've got to ask you. You're the first cross-regional player here to represent in the J Cup here. Both, not only did you qualify for just group stages, but you have moved past, you're here for finals. How does it feel to be that cross-representation for both SEA and North America?
Of course, I feel happy being able to represent both, but my performance right now are not doing too good, and I hope in the last 3 games I can do better.
All right, all right. If you could say anything to your fans right now who are watching from both of those regions, what would it be?
I don't know, actually.
You don't have anything to say to your fans watching at all?
I mean, for my fans, I would say thank you for supporting me all this time, and I hope I can meet your expectations.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to meet their expectations, Frostivus. They're happy you're
Hopefully.
here, period. And for one final question for you, there's 3 games left to go, right? And if you're going to be here for J Cup this year, I'd like to ask, is there anyone you see here as a rival?
As a rival?
Yeah, a single player that you see as a rival. Not just somebody you feel like you need to beat, but somebody who really you've gone head-to-head with a lot, and you see them that way.
I would say Mike, of course. So even though so I've done customs before with him, and it feels like a tie, but his experience definitely succeeds mine, and I think that's why he's doing much better compared to me. And yeah, it's all about experience.
Absolutely. I mean, you and Mike have been going head-to-head. And it's been a crazy experience for you. You've got 3 games left to go. I'm excited to see where you go with it, Frostivus.
Thank you.
That's going to be it from us here. Frostivus, thank you so much for the interview, buddy. It's been good to talk to you yet again. We're going to head to a video from here.
学到难，度过更难。出道是挺难的，除非拥有我一样的身法。
来成都，除了可以看大熊猫，还可以看我，熊猫人。
我们是成都积极，欢迎来到我的主场。
这个局含金量有多高，就不用多解释了吧。
21年捷杯殿局，22年捷杯亚军，22年捷杯冠军。
今天只有一个人能赢。
1万，第一次打不太会，大家体谅一下。
给自己定个小目标，这次捷杯夺冠不许输。
很遗憾，我今年会把你继续打破。学校还有你。
我一场得分比在座一半的人打一天都多，你拿什么跟我斗？
想要取得好成绩，你得学会藏东西。
安哥，
安刚，都在藏东西是吧？
决赛圈稳一点。有人说统治捷杯小组赛没有意义，但我想说，总决赛还没开打，2500美刀就到手了。
哎，巧了，我跟你一样。
俺也一样，
我也就比你们多那么一点点，也就38.5个68。
完了。
谁来结下台费？
肯定是你啊！决赛还没开打就已经拿了3500刀奖金了
啊！
看着现在积分情况，XCG 已经可以包揽捷杯冠军了。大家积分怎么 all in， 不用我多说了吧。
Tôi biết là mọi người đều muốn giành cúp vô địch solo nhưng tôi có tận 2 cơ hội lận đó.
我愿仍然尽力而已。
Players in NBPL often mention the player Kaibao. When I realized he is appearing in the Grand Finals commentary booth just like Tryhard and Hypernova, I knew this person was somebody.
这是最有希望的一次。
我之意志永不熄灭。
J-Team 捷杯3连冠由我来创造。
走。
你永远对不上我。比去年进步一点点。
最好的生日礼物就在我身边了。
隔壁同事未能实现的全年大满贯，由我来弥补。
没人比我更清楚捷杯单排冠军奖杯究竟有多重要。
勇闯蜀道，续写传奇。
Let's do something interesting today, Pooby.
Very interesting.
So today, we're going to be asking the casters questions. If they get it wrong, they're gonna have to deal with Pooby's air hammers. But if you get it right, you're gonna be able to have a lollipop.
Let's get this started.
Moxie, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Duncan. Stop it.
Hey, no, hey.
Roomkeeper, I have a question for you.
Hold on.
How many J-Cups have been held?
What, counting this one?
Counting this one.
3.
Correct.
3.
Right. Woo! You get a warm lollipop.
I get a, oh, lovely.
Stop it.
Hey, no, no.
I have a question for you.
You gonna stop black man coming out the bathroom? What's wrong with you?
What placement did Frost get in the group stage? 3,
6?
2, wrong.
6.
Wrong.
Ah!
What
You think so
placement
angry.
did Frostiness get in the group placement?
7.
What the?
Hold on. Before you have a question for me, Pooby, what are you doing? Look, I know I make jokes that you're the only monk in NA who can put hands on me, but I think we're starting to take it a little too literal, my guy.
First question.
Oh, okay.
What color is Frostiness' jersey?
Purple and black?
Wrong. Oof. What placement did Frostiness get in the group stage?
5th.
Correct. You get a warm lollipop. Say the top 3 trios teams in group stage.
XCG.
Oh.
TE.
Oh. 3,
And
2, 1.
FPX.
Wrong.
XCG.
Oh.
TE.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Counting LMB.
It's that. Ah, I knew it.
Where did the non-NBPL players play last year?
Singapore.
Correct.
I keep expecting the ball.
You get a lollipop.
I get a lollipop? Yay!
What is the full name of the 2023 J-Cup Grand Finals venue?
There wasn't even a countdown. Can I at least get a countdown first?
How do you pronounce Roy Heaton?
Roy Hee.
You have 3 seconds. 3. That's wrong.
What?
How do you pronounce Roy Heaton?
Roy Heaton?
Wrong.
Oh.
少年自有凌云志，横刀立马定山河。 接下来，让我们有请永劫无间制作人关磊先生带来全新同源武器。
大家好，我是永劫无间的制作人关磊。今天真的很荣幸，在这么寒冷的成都，跟各位这么热情的观众一起参与我们最棒的节杯。节杯这个比赛，各位怎么说？是不是又让你这个胆战心惊、捶胸顿足，同时又是热血沸腾，是不是啊？对，好，永劫无间，什么东西是它的灵魂？2个字，正刀最精彩的冷兵器博弈。所以今天我就要公布各位期待已久的新的同源武器——横刀。让我们一起见识一下横刀的魂域招式。好了，这叫什么？这个就是看中年大叔耍宝完毕啊！我们回到赛事享受我们最后的3场角逐，一起见证第3届的节杯冠军诞生。
Oh boy, hello everybody, welcome back to the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT J Cup. It's the finals day, it's going to be the final 3 matches, and it's also the final pair of faces that you're going to see. I say pair, it's actually a triplet, because we have the wonderful Raven PLZ joining us once again on the desk to be able to break down all of the action that has happened so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to have you here, Raven. These first 3 games have been amazingly exciting. I mean, game 3 here, we saw so much go down. J-Team's action coming in and stealing the show, quite literally picking up an elimination on all of the top players and climbing the ladder. We talked about this before the start of game 2. We said that he was in spitting distance. He was in range to make something happen. Not only did he find the pop-off game that he needed to find, he was able to shut down the top players at the leaderboard and make his way on up there.
I mean, speaking about shutdown, AOW's mic was a lot ahead of everybody going into the start of the day, right? Because of that performance in pre-finals. He had a very good performance in game number 1. Game number 2, however, going out with 0 points, that allowed a lot of these other players to be able to start bridging the distance. Raven, how important do you think that second game where Mike got knocked out of the lobby incredibly early is in terms of confidence that a lot of these other players have in the lobby?
He bet it all, Moxie. Now, normally on Holleroth, we've seen 3 main picks. Hottie, Faria, and Zipping. Those are the 3 that everyone's established. That's how you get points right now. And I don't know what got into Mike. He bet it all on Justina.
Yeah.
He was trying to make things go. I always say this, when you play Justina, as soon as it's the white flag, especially transitioning to that end game, everyone knows you're vulnerable. And Mike, even one of the GOATs of the game, wasn't able to pull it off. Now, everyone else, that just opened up the door for 225 on the Zipping day. You just saw the herd of Zippings just all of them just massacring all the fair. My boy, Frostivus, I was like, no, not 225 with the jabbing. He just goes up on the hill and just gets his eye poked out. And I'm like, no, my man. He had 2 kills. He had Faria. He was about to have a pop-off game, and unfortunately, he got his legs cut out from him. Now, I was surprised that Dolly picked Exon, but Exon has the highest KDA for endgame. He has 5 average in his endgames, and we see exactly why he's so competitive. And it would be the craziest narrative that even though J-Team didn't do it in trios, they just switched on over to solos, and we're just like, we're the 3-time, what up? And Exon is just showing up big, but every single year, it is so competitive at J-Cup. These are the best in the world. The top 8 is neck to neck, and I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Action is one of those players that we talk about all the time that you cannot count out. Action will look like he's having a bad day, he's having a bad game, and then he just comes out back from behind, and it's like, Action, where has this been all day or all season? Like, we know you can play like this. Why don't you show it all the time? And here on the most competitive stage, he's here to show it.
Well, I mean, speaking about that, when we saw him in NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, his pop-off game would always be Game 6. He would always save the best till the very, very last. So him already having that pop-off game now means if he has that game number 6 where he just hits the ground running and absolutely stomps through everybody in the lobby, that road to the trophy directly behind him becomes a whole lot easier. But speaking about some of these players who've been finding things a little bit easy, this is one of our players who's actually finding themselves on the J-Cup stage for the first time. I do believe, Rune, that you got to catch up with Frostivus. Take it away.
My strategy was lacking, and my mechanics was also proving that I keep getting hit by things that I shouldn't be, and there are a lot of things that I need to change. It's not that I'm gonna lack confidence. I feel like I need to train more and prepare better, and also change my playstyle and my strategy. So I feel like I need to change everything, but I already have a plan on what I need to do. For the audiences or like the lights and stuff, I feel like it excites me more than making me nervous. Because I feel like I usually don't underperform under pressure, and hopefully I can do better.
You know, like you said, Moxie, I got to catch up with Frostivus here between games 3 and 4, and you know, I asked him a couple of tough questions, like what he wanted to say to his fans. Unfortunately, he doesn't know what to say right now. He feels like he's underperforming. But Frostivus, if you can hear us right now, buddy, you are doing one heck of a job. Keep going at it. We're happy to have you here and see you on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's already proven himself, and then some, right? He's been able to take down some of the biggest names in all of NARAKA. Whether or not he's able to make it onto the podium finish, we'll have to see, because we're heading into the second half of the day, and you know what that means? That means Fireflies time! I am so incredibly happy because, Raven, this is actually something that you've been studying really hard, right? As someone who also coaches a lot of these players, you understand how important it is when Fireflies come into play, that the second the game starts, your drop location, that decision making is pixel perfect.
Yeah, and Frostivus, he loves dueling. We saw in the first half, he went in the Yang, he won his fights every single time. It's just that end game needs to tidy up. But the good thing about the second half is everyone, the nervous are going to be settled in or going for broke. There really isn't a lot of stacked end games on Morris. And what I saw last night, Frostivus had the entire NBBL crew lining up to fight against his Justina. So he has his Justina on lock, he has his Temi on lock, and he still has one more Hottie. And Frostivus' strongest pick is Hottie. And granted, he had to fight against a bunch of fairs, a bunch of zippings to get the turtle up, but now it's about mono y mono. So I expect Frostivus, even though he feels like he's underperforming, compared to the pre-finals, he's doing a lot better. He's going through, and all it takes is 2 really big games. All the leaderboards right now, all of them have 2 really big games, and I know Frostivus has it in him to bring it back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the phases. That's potentially going to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works, right? That's something a lot of these players have already sort of experienced. Those phases have been pretty unforgiving in terms of if your favorite hero gets locked out.
You know, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Frostivus felt kind of like he didn't enjoy being locked into that 3rd phase at the start of the day, but I honestly think it gives him a huge advantage going into Game 6 because he is going to be that phase 1 pick.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be one of those ones to keep an eye on. Like we said, however, there are a lot of these players in the lobby who do so much better when it is that last game. We've seen what happens when that pressure pushes these players to the absolute brink. We've had records being broken, teams coming in, knowing and understanding that win condition that they have to pick up 10+ kills. And they went out and they did it, Rune. It was crazy. There's amount of times we've seen VNGC getting to qualify and even make it into the finals for trios. That was off of the back of one of those games. NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Season 2, the final match of that game went down to the absolute wire because of this one player directly on your screen right now. And I know that you are a big fan of this boy.
Look, Wang Liang is just such a good player. There's been some talk around the water cooler in North America and EU. A lot of people trying to say that Wang Liang is washed. He's not as good a player as he used to be. And coming out here today in the pre-final stages as well, this man was an absolute demon in the first season of NBPL, and he has put the mask back on. He is here here to play. He is here to show these players no quarter. This man is looking to tear through lobbies, Moxie, and he's been doing exactly that. Game 2, this man was on fire, and against all odds, in the very end, it looked like he was going to go down. He lands a massive parry, manages to just abscond away and live to the very end to come out on top of T225. He is an absolutely dominant player. I'm excited to see what these Firefly maps are going to bring, especially for XCG's Wang Liang.
I mean, we know it's going to bring aggression. We know that a lot of these players are potentially going to get knocked out of this lobby incredibly early, right? As we talked about with Raven, your landing strategy has to be absolutely on point, and this is the moment where we start to see some of these players having laid the foundations of, oh, I'm definitely going to drop here, suddenly switch things around, and I would not be surprised if we do see that coming into play, given the amount of Fireflies that are on the map, even though it's going to be these nighttime maps, even though those spawn rates of those Fireflies are going to be increased, there's still only a select few, and those locations are incredibly telegraphed, so it's going to be all hands on deck to get your hands onto those as quickly as possible. And speaking about hands, everyone is going to get ready to lock in their heroes as the phases change, and we get Mike, Zell, Sha, and Action all now selecting their favorite heroes. First of all, this is where we're more than likely going to see the Hardy lockout in full force.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting to see. These Firefly maps are going to be so much more aggressive, Moxie, than our earlier games today, and those games were already aggressive to the max here. I expect to see a lot of Hottie. I expect to see more Takeda coming out in these picks as well.
Both Spider and T225 being in that second phase, getting to pick their hero. If Hardy gets locked out, you can fall back onto the Takeda, even though Takeda has been a little bit power crept by the Hardy pick. Oh, hello. That's not a Hardy! Zell's coming in with a Justina!
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. This is textbook Zell though, right? Coming out with a pick. Nobody expects to see Justina. We've talked about it all season. We talked about how I thought Justina was going to come back into the meta, especially on these Firefly maps because of how good she is in the early game. And we're also going to see DRG's Akuma following suit with that, and XCG's Wang Liang locking in the Temi as well, followed up by KLA, bringing in the Takeda. Talk about a diverse hero pick. ELT's Frostivus, this is something he's been working on. He's been working on his Temi for this specific reason when he was going to be in phase 3. He's clearly following through with his plan, locking that Temi in. We're going to see another Justina coming in from 521's Unique as well. Our second Takeda being locked by Chu Zhang, and Panda Man locking that Ferret. This is very, very interesting. Panda Man is typically a player everybody looks at and goes, he's the Tarka boy, he's the Tarka player. But for me, this season where he's really, really excelled are during his Feria game. So I'm excited to see how he's going to perform here in game number 4.
Yeah, we've got a couple of these players as well locking the Tumult, something that was when Hardy first started rising to the forefront of the meta, seen as a damage control hero, but more often than not has actually been able to walk away with MVP when we've seen him run, especially with Frostivus locking that one in. That's one of his more preferred heroes to be able to counter that Hardy strategy. So it'll be very interesting to see whether or not those Tumultuous are found before we head into those final zones, and that ultimate becomes oh so detrimental in allowing these Hardys that freedom of movement. T225 also locking in that Takeda. This is a hero that he was actually noted for when we were here the last year. Cycle back 365 days, it was T225's Takeda that was impressing everyone so much that he got picked up for NBPL. Xu Sheng also locking in with that one, as we're going to have a look and see what ultimates are going to be coming through. F2v2 for both of those Justinas, no surprises there, and wanting to be able to utilize that freeze to be able to go into those true converts, as we are going to see the F3v1 from the side of the Takeda, F1v3 from all of our Farriers, and I do not see any variation on the Hardys either. No one locking in that V2 since there are no zips on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Important things to note here, though. GG Sha and Action both going to be locking Hottie for their second time. That means their double hero pick is out, and Zell coming in, interestingly enough, is going to double lock Justina. This has not been Zell's MO leading up to the grand finals. He's been double locking Viper, so coming in, betting it all on his second game on Justina on the Firefly map. As we take a look at where these players are going to be landing. It is going to get off to a rocky start almost immediately. Action Gel, Frostivus all landing on top of each other. WBG Spider heading up to eventide by itself, but not too far in the wins is going to be Pandaman and AOW's Mike T225. Going to take a spot a little more central away from everybody and following suit with DRG Zakuma and GG Shah.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly aggressive, a true race to those spawns of the Fireplace, and so many of these heroes really do rely on their ultimates either for the aggression or just having that disengagement tool so that if they get pressured, if they see a third party come through, they have the confidence to be able to hold themselves in that fight until things go a little bit too far south. As AOW's Mike looking to move north on that leaderboard, coming in with that Hardy pick, hasn't been able to find any purples off of, actually no he has, he's been able to find a purple musket already. That's insane for the Hardy given the fact that that damage, that scaling of your weapon converts into the amount of damage that you do with that V1, as it's going to be T225 going head to head with Akuma. Both of these players looking to pick up those Fireflies. No, on Noble, and Akuma comes in with a V2. T225 reduced to an absolute sliver of health, taking the fight onto the cliff. Akuma out of dashes, T225 with the parry, go to force the free shell, and we're going to suddenly see the fight swing back in favor of the Takeda as the F comes on through. Akuma not going to be able to throw those blues, having to try and climb up. T225 catches him on the cliff, and T225 gets the kill!
Oh my goodness, Akuma griefing himself by jumping off the cliffside instead of using the scale rush. He goes for the clank midair, he gets it, but it's not enough as we see him fall. Oh my goodness, T225 so happy about that turn of events as we cut over to AOW's Mike. Now back to J-Team's action. It just juggling Zell into the air. Zell gonna be caught out into the weapon swap here off of the dual blade. Zell, no place to go, trying to fight it out here with the dagger, but Zell goes down as J-Team's action finds his first elimination of the game. WBG Spider coming in here looking up for some connections onto AOW's Mike. Mike with the scale rush, but Spider will find the clank coming in with the longsword. Mike with the conversion though, coming in with the blue. He goes for the overhold. Spider goes so low. AOW's Mike wants to make sure he secures this kill, but the third party coming through here from OUG's Pandaman might spell disaster for him. He's looking for the musket shot. WBG Spider just trying to keep his game alive. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. OUG's Pandaman takes it.
Still, however, Mike in danger. Pandaman looking to try to keep this aggression turned onto Mike, given the fact that that pillar is going to be coming through to convert into any damage off of that longsword. Mike now coming in with the V1. The pillar managing to catch the Hardy and force him into the full reposition. Mike taking cover behind the building, will be able to find one pot off. Is going to cancel the ultimate early to conserve 37% of that range. Pandaman not going to allow Mike to go into the full armor reset. Now having to go head to head. The F1 force from the Farrier. Mike coming in with a very good spacing of the LMB on that dagger. Going to keep the pressure up onto Pandaman, knowing he doesn't have the combo break. Finds the parry, pushes Pandaman into using that blue with his back against the wall. Mike's going to be able to find another! Pandaman tried to drop down with the focus strike off of that tree, and Mike reads it perfectly. This is why he's such a strong solos player, Rune. He pushes you outside of your comfort zone. He forces you into overcommitting, and every single time he's ready to take full advantage.
If I've said it once, I've said it twice, Moxie. AOW's Mike doesn't just have eyes in the back of the head. He's got eyes on the top of his head. He's got eyes on his feet. He's got eyes on his hand. This man always knows where you are and what you're doing. Oh my goodness, we're gonna cut over here back to XCG's Wang Liang at J-Team's action. Wang Liang hungry to start picking up some eliminations here. He was in second place coming into the day, and off the back of the last game, he has fallen all the way to fourth place, and you can bet he's not happy about it. Action just trying to get away from the Wisp here. Wang Liang keeping the pressure up, looking to make something happen, goes for the scale rush, but will not connect and find the way. The clank up top, action going for it, will find the conversion off of the charge LMB, then continuing to keep the pressure up here. Wang Liang going to be forced away, looking for the reset. Action going to try to find one as well here. He wants that full health before he's forced to re-engage here with his natural enemy, the Temi, coming through, and we're going to see Action take control yet again. He's going to find not one, but twice coming in off of the dual blades here. here. The parry coming in onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang forced to use the golden F there, the wisp just to get away. Action looking for it. Oh my goodness, he does get the pot off. Action will get a little bit of chip damage, but Wang Liang keeping his game alive. This is going to be very interesting. This space not so great for the Temi ult to come through. He's got to be very careful about how he spaces the fight and plays into Action here. Both of them going to take the third reset of the fight, Moxie, and Action decides he is done committing. He wants to get out of here, and it looks like Wang Liang's decided to do the same.
I mean, it's smart when you think about the macro, right? Realm of Yang is about to start coming on through, and neither of those two heroes, both the Hardy and the Temi, do want to actually have to commit their full ultimates into being able to determine the winner of that fight. Mike coming into the third party, dropping from the roof with the RMB on that fan, and it's going to force Unique on that Justina into utilizing the V2 to try and disengage. This fight is getting a little bit too hot for that Justina's blood, and as a result, you're gonna back off entirely. One dash utilized, one still holding on. 5-2-1. Gonna see the Realm of Yang spawning on up, knows that that is now putting a ticking clock on the Soul Bloom, and it's gonna be 2-5 coming in, forcing the free shell. Unique without the combo break, gonna go into the uppercut, and it's gonna be 2-5 with that katana yet again. That's gonna be able to find the kill, and look at this, crucially, didn't use the ultimate, gets the Soul Bloom, now has the insurance policy if he decides to put himself into that Realm of Yang, as Mike not getting the kill, and that Justina has to turn his attention onto Xu Sheng instead to get her ultimate invested. Mike utilizing the Hadi ultimate to be able to reposition, coming in with the triple charge to be able to buy himself so much space and push Xu Sheng even further into the zone, so he might just go down to the zone tick damage as Mike is able to pick up yet another kill.
Oh, this is so unfortunate for JDG's Xu Zhang. I just don't think he had the health bots in the back pocket. Mike gave him more than enough time to find that reset, and he didn't even start to go for one. He was just forced back to the wall into the zone, and Mike more than happy to give up going to Realm of Yang to find that second elimination and continue to keep putting pressure on this lobby. As we take a look, those Realm of Yangs coming forward. It looks like Frostivus, Pandaman, and GG Shaw all looking to fight over one of those Realms of Yang. Wang Liang and Action in another one. And Mike now, knowing that he doesn't have the ultimate, like you said, to go into that Realm of Yang, looking to grief some of these other players who are trying to find their way in.
He could, theoretically, right? He's 75%. That's odds that you kind of like as a Hadi, but there it is. He griefs the entrance.
Yeah,
he utilizes the F2, the body block. And Spider and 2-5 are both denied the opportunity to be able to go into the Realm of Yang, and so it's going to be Frostivus and J-Team's Action. Shots exchanged from the range. Action trying to come in with the RMB overholds to be able to find the connection, forcing the Tumult into utilizing that Wisp. No combo breaker available for Frostivus. Now if he gets swept up into a string, Action going to keep the pressure, knowing that's a fact. Utilizes the F2, drops out a bit early. Frostivus able to catch where Action falls into the uppercut, grapple bump, into the follow-up with the Jewel Blades, finds almost the kill. It's just a couple more hits, and Frostivus walks away the victor.
Oh my goodness, on to the next Realm of Yang here. It's gonna be OUG's Pandaman going head to head here with GG Shaw. Shaw airborne here into Pandaman's Sphere. This is a nightmare for Pandaman. If Shaw can just hold this position, we are gonna see that ultimate coming to an end though. Pandaman might be able to find some extra value. There it is, he's able to connect on the shot behind the pillar, looking for another one. Shaw gonna burn the F just to bait out the extra cannon shot here. Looking up for another reset, he's able to keep the dodge up, but Pandaman and him almost equal here. Pandaman trying to find control with the fan, finds a massive parry onto GG Shaw. The follow-up R&B coming in from that fan, the .9 release, and he finds it a second time. OUG's Pandaman comes out on top.
We are about to see two players go incredibly aggressive, Rune. These are two players who need the kills to be able to climb up the leaderboard. These are two players that just got handed that safety line of a million birds might. They can go as aggressive as they want. They won the Realm of Yang. They're going to have all of their ultimates back, as XCG is Wang Liang, unfortunately, not in a great position. Oh, who's shooting at him? It's Zal coming on in, trying to keep this Tumult in that zone for as long as possible. Looks as well like he had a bounty on his head, which was why Zal was able to track that position down. Spider now coming in against Frostivus, going to already have dropped that pillar. Frostivus able to find the parry. Spider taken down yet again. How many times did we see Frostivus get the better of WBG's Spider before we headed into today? And yet again, he's able to pull the same magic and take down the current defending world champion.
Oh my goodness, Frostivus here absolutely on fire, forcing Shaw into the ultimate already, but Frostivus holding on to the old. Frostivus finds another eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Frostimus goes to 3 and will take the lead here in game number 4. OUG's Pandaman looking to turn on to Frostimus, but importantly, Frostimus still holding on to that Temi ultimate. We're going to see the Wisp invested here is going to throw down, not able to find the connection yet, but Frostimus again has that ultimate. The pillar going to be coming through. Frostimus going to need to use that ultimate soon. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to keep Pandaman off of the pillar. He's got him locked down. Pandaman not taking the pillar. Might grief himself, ladies and gentlemen. Can Frostimus find it? There we go. He's going to get out. Pandaman can't possibly look for the elimination, but Frostimus has got to keep going because Pandaman is looking for the long-range snipe. He's not even looking to heal, ladies and gentlemen. Frostimus able to avoid it. Looking for another heal here, using the Wisp just to buy himself a little bit of space. And ladies and gentlemen, ELD's Frostimus is still in it.
Mike still, however, right behind Pandaman. The second this fire drops out of that mech, we're going to see the potential third party come through. Pandaman caught between both Frostifus and Mike, utilizing the F1 under that pressure, will be able to find the uppercut, but Frostifus with the combo breaker of the F, going to be able to dodge it out of any follow-up. As a result, doesn't have it now. Pandaman with the Soul Shatter, able to come through with the break, and Frostifus does go down. He's still got the Vermilion Bird's Might, however, and Mike and Pandaman now go head-to-head. Mike able to catch the uppercut into the grapple bump, into the R&B on the dual halberd. Pandaman tap dodging through, trying to pick up his weapon. Still has Vermilion Bird's Might himself, but he might lose it right now as he's going to potentially get killed on Clank. The V3 catching Mike, pushing him back. Pandaman able to come back in with the neutral and pushes the Honey into utilizing the F2. Mike disengages. Pandaman lives another day.
Oh my goodness, Pandaman go through. He's got 33 seconds left on the Vermilion Bird's Might. He's not going to give up the chase on AOW's Mike just yet. He's going airborne, ladies and gentlemen, looking to come in like a heat-seeking missile. He's not able to find the shot. Mike will get the better of him here, but Pandaman going to opt to go for a little bit of a reset here, or might just let Mike put an end to him so that he can take the reset. Oh my goodness, don't hold it too long, Pandaman. Yes, there we go. Pandaman coming in, knows what he needs to do here. He's going to let somebody pick up the elimination so that he can utilize the a massive parry coming in from Mike though, and oh my god! 5-2-1's Unique gets deleted from the lobby.
And just like that, Mike is able to go from 3 to 5. It's so unfortunate for Pandaman. Like you said, he needs to let someone kill him. He knows that the Vermilion Bird's Might is down to almost 10 seconds. He does not want to go out of this lobby because of holding on to that rebirth a little bit longer before it runs out. But it means that he hands Mike, the current leader on the leaderboard, another 2 kills, and the distance between Mike and everyone else slowly increases yet again as second realm of Yangs are going to spawn on up. Pandaman having gone back to that solo to getting to keep himself in the lobby as well as keep all of that loot. Going to be incredibly happy with the fact that he's able to continue to try and find some of these kills. Frostifus, will he try and go inside a realm of Yang? As yet again it looks like Mike is looking to grief TD5. Meanwhile has been able to find his mirror. Shushen going incredibly low. The R&B on those dual halberds mincing through all the health. TD5 with the parry is going to be able to deny the Takeda, and TD5 picks up his third elimination in the lobby.
Moxie, we have got to talk about the piece of tech that T225 just did here. I don't know if you saw what happened here. He knew that if he threw his Takeda ultimate first, that the follow-up Takeda ult was going to come out to shove him. He was able to I-frame perfectly through that ultimate to get the follow-up. He baited the ultimate coming in and is able to come out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, we are going to see LD's Frostifus heading inside the realm of Yang to go head-to-head with Zell. And meanwhile, it's going to be AOW's Mike heading in here head-to-head with J-Team's Action. And you know Mike is looking for a little bit of tasty revenge here. Mike going to take a couple of range shots here, but going to converge in on here with those dual halberds. Action going to go for it. He's just going to go ahead and bait the F. Oh my goodness, the Blister Edge coming through. Mike is going airborne. He doesn't have the F. Ladies and gentlemen, the follow-up. Mike, no place to go. He needs one more shot to put an end to it. Action's looking for it. The cut coming in. Action, though, with the ultimate is going to go ult for ult here. Mike looking for anything. He hasn't been able to find the pod just yet. Who will make it happen? There it is. J-Team's Action comes out on top.
That Blistering Edge is nasty, as we're going to see Frostifus and Zell going head-to-head. The Tumultuous ultimate being invested for Frostifus to be able to catch the Justina and the Wisp. Zell gets it into the CC. Frostifus just holds him in the air. The V2 hits onto the Tumult. Frostifus into the Dragon Slayers, into the Nezas. Catches Frostifus into the Advocate. Confirm into the extension of the horizontal. The Justina comes out on top.
This is what I'm talking about. This is where Spear has its place in the solo meta. We were talking about this earlier when we were back.
That one hit confirmed.
Yeah,
from Dragon Slayers into Nezhas. If you're running Valder or Justina, it's absolutely disgusting.
So huge coming in for Zell. Unfortunate for our boy Frostvus. So as we cut back to AOW's Mike here with the Mystic Might on the hunt for yet another one. Sorry, not Mike with the Mystic Might, but still on the hunt. He had the Soul Bloom. Crucially, he was able to cleanse. Coming out here we go. Frostivus will be coming through, and he has exactly 3 minutes and 47 seconds to find that Soul Bloom to get himself back into this game. He's got 3 eliminations under his belt. He cannot afford to go out here, Moxie. Oh my goodness. As we talk about it, J-Team's action coming up and cleaning up yet another elimination, going to 4 as he sends DRG's Akuma back to the lobby. Mike coming in, looking to make something happen here. Action just gonna stay here and loot the body. Mike feeling forced to use that F to get away here, looking for the repair on top of the roof. We have 7 players left remaining alive and 40 seconds until Zone 3 collapses to Zone 4.
Here's Frost. He didn't have a body stored. 3 minutes on the clock for him to be able to try and force a fight and pick up a Soul Bloom. Like you said, he does not want to go out of this lobby. This is his potential pop-off game. He's already on 3 kills. Mike is playing the exact same game, however, as Zell has been able to track that Tumult down. We're going to see the rematch come through. Assault Smolder catching onto the Justina. The Mystic Might, however, with that 25% damage reduction, making it a lot harder for Frostvus to be able to make that damage stick. Free Shell Form going to be popped from Zell. Frostvus not able to take advantage with the focus strike from that Katana, as Zell has understood that the Tumult that he's fighting is going to be under Yang depletion. He catches the V2 freeze. Once again, Dragon Slayers into Nezhas, into uppercut, into jump horizontal to continue to apply that pressure. And Mike now sees a low health target, moves into position and picks up a second. And we're going to see yet again the freeze from the V2. Dragon Slayers into Nezhas, but Zell cannot actually commit into the fight. Another player shows up for a 4th party, and without that ultimate, that Justina just has to disengage.
Oh my goodness, Mike getting his life saved by the rest of the lobby as they show up to try to capitalize on the elimination, but it gives him the distance he needs to break away from this fight. Such an unfortunate turn of events for Frostivus. Speaking of an unfortunate turn of events, Zell thought he was hidden here, but KLA's T225 more than happy to burn the ultimate to pick up his 4th elimination of the game, and we go to 5 players left alive, ladies and gentlemen. We are now Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4, and what did we say at the beginning of this game, Moxie? It was going to be much, much more aggressive, and here it is, these Fireflies really putting in work for these players as we take a look at J-Team's action, looking to close the gap onto AOW's Mike. He knows he needs to eliminate him here from the lobby if he has any chance of walking away with the championship. Mike going to find himself being creeped out by OUG's Panaman, coming in with a massive parry, going to force out the F2. It comes out just a little too late. Mike still eats the riposte damage there. Coming through, Action's gonna lock in onto him, coming through, waiting for the opportunity to find the scale rush, but Panaman gonna push him away, giving Zell no opportunity. Action coming in. Look at this, Mike able to find just a little bit of a gap here, but Action on top of him already. The reset into the white armor swap. He finds another white armor, ladies and gentlemen. AOW's Mike wants it so bad, he's not gonna let it go.
Oh, he gets grapple cancelled. He has the lunge on the staff, utilizing the horizontal after going into the Rising Clyde, will be able to keep himself moving. Unfortunately, that armor reset that he was able to pick up has now almost entirely been denied. Both Pandaman and Action just waiting around the edges of the building for Mike to have to reveal himself, and eventually Scale Rush, we're going to see Action come through with the cannon, the AoE damage forcing Mike off of his hiding spot, the grapple connection onto Pandaman. Mike with the staff movement looking to try to break away and maybe disappear amongst the treetops, but that's not going to be allowed. He's going to take so much damage coming through. Action looking to grief the disengagement. Pandaman and Action entirely ignoring each other, both desperate to be able to pick up this kill. The R&B on the dual halberds. Mike having to utilize the F2, puts himself into the hay bales to be able to scare us into another building. He's got the ultimate as well on the rooftop. Finds another armor reset onto the grey armor, but the LMB on the legendary fan shuts it down entirely. The ultimate's going to carry Mike to safety for a little bit of time, but that might just be for a couple more seconds, as in front of him the Bane's Breath rolls! He decides to go in! He goes into the Bane's Breath! He takes his chances and against the gods of NARAKA to be able to take that trophy home.
Oh my goodness, Mike betting it all on the Bane's Breath, hoping the big snake in the sky is gonna save him here, but unfortunately the ult is out. He's been able to heal that armor up, but these players are not gonna let it go. There's only 2 hotties left in the lobby. Action knows he's one of them, which means the only other one is gonna be AOW's Mike, and he knows he has to eliminate him from the lobby right now. Pandaman sees it. He's looking for it. Mike, unfortunately, in a little bit of a corner here. Nobody wants to go in, but Mike, as soon as this zone starts to collapse in the next 12 seconds, is going to find himself. Oh my goodness, the Rupture Gale. There's nothing Mike can do. He's forced into the zone. If he wants to do anything, the zone tick coming in. We're now heading into the next zone. Zone of 4 collapsing down. Mike going to take a lot of damage here from the cannon, from the zone tick. The F2 being invested just to buy him a little bit more space, continuing to use this staff movement just to try to get away, to try to keep the game alive. He's got 28% rage. Can he do it again, Moxie?
Action's tracking him, T225. Also, every single player in this lobby has identified that this hottie is in trouble, and everyone is coming out of the woodwork to be able to pick up the kill. Mike looking to try and kite towards that Morris Blessing. Might be able to pick himself up. An armor swap. Will be able to! He finds the purple armor! Mike continuing to move, gets another reset onto the F2, gets caught midair, however, by the Assault Smolder, losing all of that reset health, and he's gonna go down. The Dragon Light from XCG on top of the cliff edge takes Mike down. Wang Liang claims the kill, and Mike goes out of the lobby. Pandaman also taking so much pressure, putting himself into a position to be able to look to shock that kill, force the Ferry into utilizing that V3 far sooner than Pandaman wanted, and just like these players do not want a hardy into the final zone, they definitely don't want a Ferrier either.
Oh my goodness, Wang Liang here really putting the pressure deep onto Pandaman, but Action feeling the pressure as well. There it is, the whisk comes out. T225 is able to find the elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, your top 3, Pandaman, T225, and of course, XCG's Wang Liang. T225 really trying to find a way into this fight with Pandaman, is able to find the conversion of the F, but not able to find the follow-up and take control of the neutral. T225 gonna look for the reset as Wang Liang comes in, trying to land that Assault Smolder yet again. He's not able to find it onto T225, but is going to pressure into Pandaman. Pandaman will find the conversion off of the legendary fan there from the charged RMB, and Wang Liang is in trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. They have identified the weak man out. The F is going to come out from Pandaman. Wang Liang looking for the overhold, not going to find it. They're going to clang not once, not twice. They're going to find the third clang, but Wang Liang taking shots to the back here from T225 this entire time. He's going to be forced to burn the ultimate here. T225 looking to pressure in. Oh my God! The Hefta detach coming in. It goes through the wall and says, I don't care. I'm gonna catch you out anyway. Wang Liang with the legendary armor able to find at least 1 pod for the reset, but crucially, he has just a couple seconds till that F's back up. He does, however, have no rage towards his ultimate, Moxie.
Yep, and that's gonna mean that Pandaman and T225 are gonna continue applying the pressure onto him. You can see Pandaman looking to close up the distance and land yet again. That damage coming in with either the LNB or RMB on the fan. Wang Liang caught in the middle of these 2 players. Pandaman able to land the RMB. The F going to be invested from the Tumult. Would go see the stanchion into the Merciless. Come through, but T225 finds the parry. The RMB on the long sword pushes him out of the zone, but Pandaman finds the kill. The RMB on the fan faster than T225 is able to, and as a result, we're going to see the Takeda commit the 1-2-3 of the longsword. He is not happy about that one being stolen. Pandaman overholding the fan, going to utilize that movement to be able to put himself onto the cliff to be able to scare us out of this investment of a fight, managing to land the RMB onto the Takeda on the cliff edge. Pandaman getting caught out by the scale rush, gets held in position. T225, the best Takeda in the world last year, the best Takeda in this lobby. What a play coming through from him.
T225 coming through is going to find a well-deserved MVP here in game number 4. What an absolute insane game coming through from T225. I can't believe he was able to make it happen, Moxie.
I said, the second that I saw his Takeda, I said, this is going to either be the moment that T225's mental just breaks, because this is his comfort pick, right? If all else fails, revert to Takeda. This is either going to be where his J-Cup falls apart, or where it all gets put together. And that's exactly what happens. There were so many amazing moments coming through from him. There were only 2 Takedas in the lobby. You saw what happened when all of those other heroes that were in the minority, things like the Tumult, things like the Hardy, the Farrier, the second those got spotted out, everyone was on them. And it goes to show just how smart T225 actually played that in terms of positioning. He was making sure he was never in that forward position. He was looking to try and take those kills, but he wasn't putting himself into the next player in the firing line, so that when that kill did go through, you don't immediately get turned on to.
Oh my goodness, T225 here. I mean, when you say best Takeda in the lobby, he's definitely in contention for best Takeda here, period. That piece of tech he utilized into the other Takeda, baiting into the ultimate by throwing his ultimate, you put yourself in the worst position by throwing your ultimate out first. It was a huge risk that had massive benefits because he was able to land that tap dodge and follow through and pick up the elimination. As soon as he dodged through that Furin coming out from the other Takeda, there was absolutely nothing the other Takeda could do to stop him.
Well, this is the thing about T225, right? This is something that I've always said, always praised for him. It's not just that he is the best Takeda in terms of his mechanics and how he takes the 1v1s. It's he's the best Takeda in terms of understanding how other players play Takeda. So when we were in previous metas, previous matches, previous NBPL seasons, and Takeda was at the very, very top, and your Takeda matches would be the be-all and end-all, would be where you would be coming in with all of those kills. T225 having that knowledge and understanding of the mirror matchup, especially in places like the Realm of Yang, always benefited him. He would always be able to find those wins, and as a result, scale far better than all of the other Takedas in the lobby into the late game, where things like Hepta and Phoenix Blast, when you have like a longsword or even something like a hot stopper kick off of a spear, become so prevalent and important in being able to guarantee that as a Takeda you pick up MVP. And I think the reason why we saw T225 take a little bit of a dive in terms of the leaderboard wasn't that he was playing worse, it's that the meta moved away from what he knew best and what he was able to take advantage of. That all of these other players in the lobby would be playing a matchup that he always had far more knowledge of.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and it's going to reflect in his game score here, Moxie, as we see T225 rise to the top with 6 eliminations in a first place finish for a game score of 11.4, but crucially for AOW's Mike, before he goes out, he's able to pick up 6 eliminations, and he goes extremely deep into this lobby, Moxie, so he makes the most of those 6 eliminations, walks away with a game score of 8.2, which is likely going to still leave him in first place in the overall standings as we head out of here. J-Team's finding another good game, though, coming into third place here with 4 eliminations in a game score of 6.7. He continues to keep himself in the running with only 2 games left to go.
Yeah, and those players, they really wanted Mike out of that lobby. They very quickly identified, especially when it's Pandaman in action chasing after that low health Hardy. A lot of the time, Hardy is praised for being incredibly good in terms of aggression and the damage that you can do with your ultimate, but where his true strength lies is the fact that he can disengage, right? You're fighting a Hardy, he has the ultimate, you blink and suddenly he's on another map entirely, but Pandaman just did not let that Hardy leave, to the point that we actually saw Mike seemingly slip away into a building and just cut line of sight, cut noise from all of these other players entirely. And Pandaman is so smart, he swaps to the fan and he throws out the LMB onto that building, the corner of it, on cooldown as often as he possibly can, and it leads Action into understanding, hey, there's something in this building, Pandaman's not committing, so I know I don't want to go through the doorway, but I definitely want to swap to something like a cannon with that Rupture Gale to push and force whoever is inside that building out. And that's what we really do see a lot of these players being incredibly smart in terms of picking up not just those cues, but also understanding that you cannot allow something like a Hardy to slip away unnoticed, to the point that you willingly potentially throw away a kill that you could have picked up for your own leaderboard to push your own score up, to make sure that another player in the lobby understands, hey, in terms of this fight, we should ignore each other and prioritize this player instead.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And in terms of way this particular lobby, locked down, you saw Mike picking up so many eliminations throughout the game. You saw that he was on Hottie. You very quickly began to understand that if there's another Hottie and there's only 2 Hotties left in the lobby and he is dogging down this other player, it makes it evident to everybody who already isn't aware that you are hunting AOW's Mike. J-Team's comes Action here, cleaning up this elimination early on into the game onto Zell. There's just not a whole lot that they could do. Action favoring those dual blades this game. T225 here into 521's unique. Unfortunately, nothing he can do here as soon as that ultimate comes out. And this is something I praise T225 on all of the time. He is not afraid to burn the ultimate to secure an elimination. He knows that it's a resource. He can get the rage back. AOW's Mike here with the eyes on top of his head as Panda comes in, and he picks up that parry for the elimination. Over to Guilty's Frostivus here, onto WBG's Spider. Early on into the game here with a massive parry, and there's just nothing that Spider can do. Frostivus here getting parried out by Mike as well. Picks up that elimination, and unfortunately Frostivus finds almost no value after that as we come in here to Mike and Panda Man, just nothing he can do in this situation. Both these players having him locked down, so Mike clears not one, but both of the Vermilion Birds Might off the board.
Well, Pandaman had to die at that moment, right? He knows he's behind, he knows he doesn't have his combo breaker, he has to throw the towel in, otherwise he's locked out of this lobby for good. And it's smart that he does, because he gets to continue in the lobby as we get T225 holding himself that skirmish. Absolutely beautiful. Catching on to Pandaman, pushing him outside of that zone, and then you can use that body block of the Takeda to hold your position. T225 knows that he's going to be able to survive all of that damage tick coming through from the zone corruption and outlast that Farrier and walk away with his MVP, the first MVP for him. And I mean, it's his staple hero, like I said. If all else fails, T225 will always and will continue to be one of the most dominant Takedas, not just in the Pro League, but also on the world stage.
Yeah, absolutely. As you take a look here, 12,000 damage, 6 kills, 3 parries. He's got the Hep to detach and Dragonlight Might, both of these Jades, buying him a lot of success in this match. He was able to follow up that Dragonlight with the hot swap into the longsword, misses the charge on purpose so that he can follow up with the Hep to detach through the wall and lock down Wang Liang. And it was just such a clean follow-up. He also has the Benthic to follow up that Dragonlight, and because of that, you can take a look, he gets 4,000 damage off the longsword, 3K coming in from the dual halberds, and he was able to use that katana into the conversion onto the dual halberds multiple times this game. So that's why you see just a little bit of damage coming in from the katana, because it was just a tool for him to be able to convert into those dual blades and pick up a ton of damage and eliminations.
Yeah, and I mean, you even saw it when he was facing that Justina, right? Speaking about something else that you'll be able to see is our next question. All you have to do is answer this in chat. Which hero did this match's MVP, that is going to be Kayleigh's T225, use? And this is something that you should know off by heart, whether or not you're just tuning in, whether you've been following his journey in J-Cup throughout the rest of this year. Was it A, Hardy, was it B, Takeda, was it C, Zping, or was it D, any of the other heroes in our NARAKA available pool? But no, it's a joy to see. I think it's definitely going to have renewed his confidence. I think he needed this game. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the double pick on Takeda, given the fact that we have 2 maps left. Every single one of them has increased Fireflies, and that means that that Takeda ultimate is going to be online a heck of a lot more often.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He definitely has the option, like you said, to pick it up for a second time, heading into these Firefly maps. It's not on the Holoroth where you typically find comfort on Takeda, but given the fact that there are so many Fireflies and how much value he can find out of his ultimate, even early game, technically, yes, we are talking about a scaling hero that is able to use more of those Furins the more he builds that gear up, depending on the version of the ultimate that he's using. But very, very crucially is that in the early game, that positioning that you get off of the Furin brings you so much value, not to mention the extensions that you can get off of it as well. And as soon as you're able to burn an F, if you can just go ahead and raw pop that ultimate in somebody's face, they don't have that F, a fine control of the neutral. There is almost nothing they can do about it in the early game to stop you from picking up an elimination.
And it's smart too, because you know that you're going to be going into these 2 matches where so many people are going to be locking Hardy, and as a result, some of these players are going to be locking things like Tumult, but also things like Justina to be able to counter that. If you have Takeda, we've already seen, right? If you can win the 1v1 to the point of that Justina having to utilize the F 2 a lot more early, you can go for the conversion into that uppercut confirmation, into something like either just continue damage with the katana, or if you do have the weapon swap available, something like the dual halberds or the dual blades, and that's something that T225 is incredibly strong at doing. This is one of the reasons why his Takeda was so prevalent. The amount of damage that he was able to convert just in 1v1s, even without the ultimate being available, because he would push you into utilizing that F a lot earlier than he did, and he would never be shy about being aggressive and being bullish enough to push you into that position as well. But he was so smart in this instance where he knows when to hone that aggression and when to back on off, because he has to know, right? If I reveal myself to every other player in the lobby, we will say it again and again and again, so that these new people who are coming in to J-Cup or NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, they recognize what exactly happens. These heroes, these players, they do not see the customizations, they do not see the nameplates. They have no idea who they're fighting until they figure out, like, oh, so-and-so for a 0.9, that's got to be T225, or oh, so-and-so is going for the parry trap, that has to be Mike. As a result, if you are playing one of these heroes who is a small minority in comparison to every other hero remaining, it becomes a whole lot more dangerous, right? The longer the game goes on, because say you're running like Hardy, but there is about 3 other Hardys in the lobby. If you take a little bit of damage, or maybe you take too much damage and you have to disengage, you can find the disengagement, you can swap your weapon so that they don't go, oh, I was fighting a critical health Hardy and he had a staff, so I'm just gonna look for a critical health Hardy with a staff. You can swap your weapon, you can disappear, essentially using all of the other Hardys in the lobby as a sort of smoke screen to be able to cut all noise and find the full reset. If you are the only Takeda left alive in that lobby, that option, unfortunately, is not a smoke screen, it goes up in smoke all around you. You do not get the opportunity to disengage, especially because all of these players are very smart. They understand that the longer the game goes on, if that zone collapses in, Takeda gets so much more value, because it's not just the kill confirmation and conversion into the mechanical follow-up of the weapons that you have to worry about. It's the Fury shoves themselves pushing you into the zone corruption to take damage.
It's 100% the positioning. A lot of people look at Takeda and go, okay, cool, he's able to get combo extensions, this is why he's such a strong hero, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, it's actually positioning. NARAKA is at its core 80% positioning. If you were able to force players into a bad position, if you were able to force them into a critically good position for yourself, you have so much control in a fight. That's why that maneuver that he used into the other Takeda was so risky, because if you throw it out first, you give Takeda control of the positional if you don't have the frame perfect tap dodge. T225 took the risk, was able to come out, and like you said, this game was all about how he positioned himself on the map and how aggressively he pushed himself into these moments. If you notice, when we were watching that fight with Wang Liang, we saw that T225 was nowhere near that fight. When does he show up? When it's positionally critical for him to be there, to be able to zone keep Wang Liang. He hits a massive longsword slash onto Wang Liang, sending him into the zone, and then what does he do? He backs away from that position as not to overplay his hand, and because of that, he is able to continue the chase without exposing himself.
Well, he knows that Pandaman's in the area, right? He knows that Pandaman has a fan, so either the LMB or the RMB is coming out. Either way, if T225 is in the line of fire, he's going to get scooped right on up with Wang Liang, because Fan takes no prisoners. If you're in line of fire, you're going straight on the platter alongside that player who is right next to you. It's a huge reason why it's so dangerous. It comes out so quickly, it does so much damage, that a lot of these times on these incredibly low health targets, I love the XCG Wang Liang doll, I'm not going to lie. I'm really happy I was able to get my hands on one. I'm definitely going to be asking Wang Liang after this to be able to get that signature, because XCG, they're a team that are very, very happy to just be shown support. And I think that's something that this J-Cup has really highlighted. A lot of these players, not only are they the best at the best in terms of just mechanical prowess and macro understanding of this game, at their heart, They're just excitable kids who want to, you know, be noticed and see that a lot of people are supporting them. And speaking of support, you can be supporting your team if you head over to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT event page to be able to support and vote for your players as we head into game number 5. And those phase changes switch up yet again.
Absolutely. The phase change is going to be extremely critical here, especially for a player like WBG Spider, who has a lot to do if he wants to climb back up this leaderboard in the following 2 games. He is in that first phase, which means the decision is all his. Does he double pick the Takeda, or does he find his double pick into Hadi this game? Time is going to tell. TG25 in a very strong position as well. He's coming off of a extremely critical game for himself. He's able to come in. He's probably going to be picking Hadi into this game, which opens up and leaves him the opportunity to take Takeda for that final game as he heads in to the 3rd phase. There it is. He is going to be locking the Hadi, and WBG Spider still trying to make that crucial decision because this is his last opportunity in the first phase. There it is. He is going to lock Hadi. Hadi will be banned out here as we head into phase 2 of our hero selection. We're going to see an Akos coming in from 5-2-1's Unique, followed up by Frostivus locking the Takeda pick. JDG's Chuzhang and OUG's Pandaman coming in with Tumult, locking them down. Another Tumult, 3-4 Tumults into the lobby. Zeldin going in as well onto the Fairy pick, and GG Shaw will be our last lock-in. Ladies and gentlemen, with 6 seconds on the board, what will GG Shaw be playing?
There are no bans. I mean, other than the Hadi from Group 1, which is more than expected. Oh, hello, that's unexpected. That's not Zell either. That is a Tessa. This is actually something that I've been a huge fan of, right? All the way through the qualifiers, we would see players like Zell locking that Tessa with the V2 to be able to counteract those Hardys. It's so good. You can't really iframe it if you're in that Hardy ultimate, right? That Tether is going to be able to attach. It's going to be able to do that immediate snap of damage, but more importantly, it's also going to be able to point in the direction that the Hardy has run off to if he's using it in disengagement mode. And as a result, he's not going to be able to find the disengagement or the full reset. You might be able to pull off one pot, but either way, give it a couple of 5 seconds or so, that Tessa is immediately going to be following your footsteps, as we can have a look and see where those footsteps are going to be starting. Game number 5. We have 2 more on the docket run before we see someone on this stage walk away with that very pretty trophy.
Well, walk away the champion, most importantly, Moxie.
Yeah, the title is definitely important. The money too, 100%. The dinner as well, you know, with our NetEase CEO.
And take a look here, you can see all of our players getting ready to lock in. And as we head deeper into these games, Moxie, this is extremely crucial.
V1? Shot?
Where do you see a GG Shot with the V1? I mean, I like the V1. I honestly think the V1 is the best pick coming here into Solos, but crucially, TG25, we talked about the potential of him playing Takeda a second time, but it looks like he is locking Hadi for the second time, and I can't blame the guy given that he is in that phase 1 and he has the opportunity to come in and take the pick a second time. Spider and Akuma will be joining him in the double pick for Hadi, as well as XCG's Wang Liang. As you take a look though, 4 Temis in this lobby is going to make things pretty crazy going forward. I'm also very, very excited to see Frostivus on this Takeda pick. This is something you and me talked about before. Yeah. We really enjoy watching Frostivus perform on Takeda, and I hope that he doesn't feel like this is a bad pick for him going into this game, because his Takeda is extremely strong.
Good. It's really good. As we can see, what all of these players are going to be dropping. Yet again, it is going to be a nighttime map. So yet again, it is going to be increased fireplay rate. So yet again, everyone is prioritizing picking those up as quickly as possible and getting those ultimates online, as it does look like we're going to have 3 players dropping to try and get their hands onto Secret Tunnel, one of which is going to be ELD's Frostivus. That's going to be an absolute race against time to try and figure out who's going to be able to get those online first. Especially for Takeda, it's so important that you have that ultimate in the 1v1 as quickly as possible. As 5-2-1's Unique and AOW's Mike both dropping on top of each other. JDG Shusheng going to be off in the distance. The F1 already coming on through from Unique just to try and bat Mike away, as well as pick up that damage reduction onto the Akos' cooldown. As Mike looking to chase with that great katana is going to be able to catch Unique, forcing him into the blue. Will be able to find the parry, and Unique is going to go immediately down. Mike able to push that ACOS into utilizing the F1 far too soon, as Frostivus now going head-to-head against J-Team's Action. But Wisp out on cooldown for the Tumulge Action with the blue katana, looking to try and bait that parry. Frostivus able to find the connection with the staff Action, playing, waiting, charging up the Skirmish to be able to disengage, allowing Frostivus a little bit of reset, but also allowing Action to fully heal up that Grey Shield before he comes into the LMB. Frostivus trying to drop down with the Focus Strike is going to get intercepted. The parry coming through, and Action yet again is going to be able to find the connection with the LMB. Good thing for him, he didn't utilize any cooldown, however, as the third party shows on up. And after that, Akuma with the ultimate fancies his chances in being able to walk away with a win.
Action coming in, oh my goodness, not once but twice, catches him out with the charged LMB off of the dagger, is able to slide underneath the slash and pick up the eliminations. We come back to GG Shaw, also picking up an elimination onto AOW's Mike. We're going to see the Wisp invested going through from Chu Zhang. Shaw able to break away here, is looking for the reset as we come back to Wang Liang and T225, who are both airborne. T225 able to find the slash out of the air. Wang Liang going to misread the situation. Unfortunately, going to throw a little too early. He's forced to let that one go, but T225's ult is going to end first. Wang Liang just needs to find one more. No, he gets griefed out by the terrain. T225 tries to go skyward. He throws the F2. He hits the rooftop, and Wang Liang is able to catch him out and pick up the elimination.
Those concussions, whether it's Celestra or other areas, they do grief you. As Spider gets griefed, he falls off of the platform and goes directly into the vertical coming up through from Wang Liang, who's going to be able to find the parry. Spider now back against the wall, forced into utilizing the F2 coming into the vertical to try and intercept Wang Liang. Takes so much damage, has to use the ultimate to keep the pressure up onto Wang Liang, who tries to come in with the LMB on the halberds to catch onto the Hardy as he charges up that triple charge on the ultimate. Spider looking to catch Wang Liang before the Skirmish can come through and find the connection. Catches Wang Liang into the light attack lockdown. Spider just needing one more triple charge, and he's going to be able to walk away with the kill. So incredibly low as XCT's Wang Liang, the F2 utilized from the Hardy. Spider's ultimate runs out the third party. Coming through, Spider picks up the kill, picks up the soul bloom, gets the health reset. Now has to deal with the additional pressure coming on through from OWN Zell, who is not happy. Coming in with that Tesla, looking to catch onto the Hardy, knows that both the F2 and the ultimate are going to be on cooldown. Spider choosing the wrong time to go for the red flash, and Zell is going to punish Spider, sent back to the soul altar, but crucially, he was able to find the kill.
Oh my goodness, Zell coming in there, absolutely putting in the works as we go over to GG Shaw, putting the works onto JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang finds the parry, he's gonna come in, and crucially, he's not gonna be able to get the follow-up into the Neshes as Tess has got the FO available, but Shaw goes low, he can't make it! He is able to pick up the elimination before the Seductress makes it happen!
Oh, Chu Zhang, absolutely on the wire was that one. If that enchantment had gone through, he would have been absolutely cooked. As AOW's Mike looking to just have a little bit of loot up, has purple armor. Zhao throwing out the LMB on that fan, looking to connect onto XTG's Wang Liang, forcing the Hardy out further away into the spacing of that pistol. We're going to see that fan yet again having the pressure. Wang Liang catching on to Zhao in case he tries to keep this aggression through the building. Wang Liang now with the F2 going to be creating a lot more distance. Does still take a little bit of damage coming on out of that blue pistol. That Zhao is so accurate at being able to land, so accurate in fact that Wang Liang has to go for the ultimate to be able to fully get that reset. Disappearing amongst the trees, utilizing the box to be able to block the line of sight. Will be able to find one heal, currently letting it go through. Zell not able to find an angle to be able to convert that damage into a kill. Wang Liang now doesn't cancel the ultimate early. Okay, will conserve 13%, but it's definitely not what he's going to be comfortable taking a fight with.
As we move over now to 5-2-1 Unique here, going head-to-head with WBG Spider for a second time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The F going to be invested, the damage reduction coming through from Unique, but Unique does not want to let this elimination go. He's going to keep giving the chase here. Zell might spell disaster for Spider, though, using the leap to evade the dash coming in from Spider. We're going to see our boy Unique playing this so well here on the Akos. He apparently knows this matchup like the back of his hand, Moxie. The V2 coming in yet yet again. Unique and not gonna be able to connect onto them. And Spider, though, gonna live to fight another day here, but Frostivus turning their attention here onto 521's Unique. He knows that he does not have that ultimate, and Frostivus is hungry to pick up an elimination as he continues to keep the chase going. He's able to get the grapple cancel here onto Unique, looking for an opportunity to come in with the fan. Will not find it here. Is able to get just a little bit of pressure there, but it's going to be gone yet again as Unique will continue to keep moving. Frostivus finally finds what he's looking for off the grapple, but the F coming in there from Unique will shove Frostivus away. Unique needs to get some space here. He's got 17 seconds left on the cooldown. If Frostivus is able to find the reconversion onto the brewer, and there's nothing Unique can do. He's trying to break the ankles of Frostivus here. Is going to head into the zone as he tries to keep things moving here. He only has a couple seconds till the F is back up. The Fruin comes in. It looks like Unique doesn't have it. There it is. It's off cooldown, but can he survive? The Fruin catches him again, and he will go down to ELD's Frostivus.
Frost following before that ultimate can run out, able to find the connection and conversion damage off of those two shoves. Mike now with the RMB forcing one of the Haddies into utilizing the F2 and then swapping over to that purple musket to be able to try and land a little bit more damage so that that other player in the area continues to apply the pressure onto Hardy, ignoring entirely the grey armor Mike, who gets away with absolute murder. KLA's 2-5 now going to be going head-to-head against J-Team's Action inside the realm of Yang. Blue staff, blue armor. J-Team's Action, purple nunchucks, blue armor for that Smolch. Both of these players going aerial, looking to try and chunk through that damage as quickly as possible. Action now swapping over onto those nunchucks, charging it up. Will be able to find a connection onto 2-5, who's coming in with the staff. We're going to see him going into the Rising Cloud. Action forcing now into utilizing the combo breaker of the F to carry himself over that potential scoop as 2-5 charging up yet again, manages to juke Action into thinking he's going to convert before going for the red flash of the parry, but Action doesn't fall for it, doesn't throw a focus to be able to clank, and as a result 2-5 now has to utilize the Hardy ultimate. Action also throwing in the Smolch ultimate to stop the Hardy from being able to find the connection. Both of these players going to just take this moment, slow things down, get that reset. 2-5 about to lose that ultimate. Action's also going to be disappearing in a matter of moments. The Smolch stands not in the way. 2-5 coming in, able to entirely chunk down all of that armor. Will be able to come in with the 1-2. Hasn't got the F2 now. Will be able to use it. Tries to turn around, but Action finds the parry. 2-5 now with the dual blades. Overholding. Casts it out to go for the red flash, but Action doesn't go for the clank yet again. He does not fall for 2-5's bluff.
Oh my goodness, I love to see it. Action trying to find his way back to the top of the leaderboard here on 3 eliminations. AOW's Mike and WBG Spider going head to head here. Spider on such a back foot. He's not been able to get away from that white fan and white armor. The pressure has been maintained on him this entire time. He's just looking to keep his game alive here. He knows if he can find a way to scale up here onto Hadi, this could be the game he's been looking for all day, but the pressure will not be alleviated as both Shaw and AOW's Mike continue the hunt onto Spider. Spider, no, the conversion catches him just on the edge of the building. He will be seduced. Spider falls to AOW's Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, Shaw feeds him to the blender.
Mike slipping in, sees that Spider's gonna get that CC, knows that he's not gonna be close enough for that soul earn. Now thinks that he can come in and get a second yet again. The Tessa not having the F available. Mike coming and gonna lock it down with the ultimate to be able to confirm this kill. And he sees one player low, one player weak, one player who has the upgrade Mike desperately needs in terms of that scaling. Frostivus on the back foot going to go down in the meanwhile to XCG's Wang Liang. The Hardy ultimate cut short. Unfortunately, Frostivus' experience in this lobby cut short alongside it. The Soul Bloom still on the body as that was only our first Realm of Yang rune. This lobby has been so aggressive, has been reduced to 8 players so quickly. It really does not feel like we still have a second Realm of Yang to spawn, as T225 is going to have to pick up a Soul Bloom if he even wants to be able to have a chance of seeing that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. T225 here, like you said, it needs a Soul Bloom. He's got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left remaining to make that happen. He is here in Eventide Temple where a number of players are. He either needs to look for a player and fully commit, or look for an opportunity where somebody else commits to a fight and he's able to slide in and pick up a Soul Bloom, or steal the kill outright, Moxie. Continuing it to see all of the action going on. Panda Man here off to a terrible start here. He's going to lose most of that purple armor and is going to continue to take a lot of damage. And here's T225's chance. Zell is going to get away with murder here because Panda Man goes low, and T225 needs this to happen. He needs to make this opportunity come through for himself. Can he get the Soul Bloom? It doesn't. No, he's not able to secure the Soul Bloom. Chuzhang picks up the elimination and now looks to pick one up onto T225. T225 almost griefed out there. Oh my goodness, they're all coming in. Chuzhang finds one. He finds two. And that's going to be it for T225.
Denies the Soul Bloom. Denies the disengage with the ultimate. If the Hardy and ult flies through a Tumult Wind Wall, you lose the power of flight and are grounded for 3 seconds, but T225 is going to be grounded a little bit longer than that. In fact, he's going to be grounded until the last game of the day. Mike, 3 kills, J-Team's action overtaking T225 as well in this match. 3-3 for both of these Tumultures. Everyone now looking to try to just posture on up to play for that little bit of later game. XTG's Wang Liang wanting to have that experience, but Zell, unfortunately, as a result, is left out to dry entirely. No one wants to commit to a fight when there are so many players in the area, and as a result, this Ferry has not been able to find a single player who wants to hold into that 1v1. Now has to try and go toe-to-toe and force a fight against anyone that he sees. It looks like it's going to be that Tumult, the LMB coming on through from Zell, the jump parry attempt. If Pandaman looks to lock him down, Zell finds the parry. Pandaman losing the armor, forced into utilizing the ultimate, is going to knock Zell with the grapple conversion into the wind wall. And yet again, the Ferry is forced out of the fight, but DRG's Akuma dropping down with the fan griefs Pandaman. Zell denied the Soul Bloom, is going to go down to Yang Depletion, but Akuma takes him down first.
Oh my goodness, Akuma coming in, finding double eliminations here. Chuzhang looking to come in and find yet another elimination for this game, but Akuma here still with the ult in the back pocket. The F2 going to be back off cooldown as we speak. Chuzhang more than happy to let Akuma walk away and pick the body here, but now wants to play Gatekeeper here onto DRG's Akuma. He has the bounty onto Akuma as well. He could crucially pick up some Dark Tide coins that he needs heading into late game, but Chuzhang walks into the RMB there from Akuma's fan. Akuma keeping the pressure up, and Chuzhang might have just griefed his own game here as he continues to take so much zone tech. He's going to be forced to utilize the ultimate just to look for an opportunity to find a reset. He's coming back in, ladies and gentlemen. The meter dump onto Akuma. Chuzhang against all odds comes in. He finds the Soul Bloom. He finds so much damage. He finds the Wisp as we head to the realm of Yang, Moxie.
Yeah, speaking about so much damage, the RMB on those purple habits have done so much to Mike's health bar. The armor broken, the Wisp from Mike converting into the musket shot. The Hardy F2 going to be cancelled out early into the ultimate. Does XTG's Wang Liang go? Continuing the pressure, not allowing Mike to get that conversion. Wang Liang flying ahead on top of that ultimate from the Tumult, not going to get grounded out of that flight. Mike denied any opportunity until now to be able to find that reshield. Wang Liang taking the opportunity as well. A Wisp playing to the left of the Hardy. Wang Liang knows he can close up the distance without getting CC'd. Drops onto Mike, pushes himself away before the Katana focus strike can catch him. Knows the Mike is going to go for a second run back of the focus strike. Finds the parry, finds the kill, finds the win.
Over to the second realm of Yang taking place here. It's J-Team's action versus JDG's Chuzhang with 60 seconds left remaining in the realm of Yang here. It's our lovely fan versus the Nunchucks. Action has been absolutely putting in work here. This is something I have talked about since the invention of the fan coming through, Moxie here. Trigger on those Nunchucks. This is something J-Team's been using all day to find a victory after victory, and it looks like he might just do it again. He catches the uppercut off of the Nunchucks onto the Temi. Temi goes so low, Action just needs to find one more hit. Chuzhang gonna get grapple canceled here, but he finds the RMB off of the fan. Oh my god.
I mean, speaking about found things, AOW's Mike was able to find a Soul Bloom. He'd kept one in the back pocket, so that Yang Depletion that he had, he doesn't have to worry about that. I don't know if J-Team's action is going to be in a similar scenario, but Rune, we are going to be down to the last 4 players when J-Team's action respawns, and that is not a position that you want to be in when you know that you have 4 minutes. Sans the timer that it takes to be able to pick yourself up from that Soul Altar. In fact, yeah, there he is. Did Action leave a Soul Bloom in Eventide? Looks like he's headed in a very specific area. I think this might be a man who had a backup plan.
I mean, for Action, he usually does. He almost never takes a Realm of Yang without one. It looks like he's going to go past, and it looks like the one that Mike took. Mike coming in, grieving Action's game. Action in a really bad position. He's been in the zone for too long. He's going to have that heal depletion coming through. He has to win this fight almost instantaneously. Mike knows he's got to get back in the zone as well, because those ticks are coming in heavy. Action able to get in. Will he be able to get the pot back off? He's done so much work onto Mike that Mike isn't going to look to turn back in. He has 3 minutes left remaining here. He has to find an elimination and keep the pressure up, but crucially was able to get the reset. There we go. Action coming in with those nunchucks again. He catches the Temi on the uppercut there, is able to find the follow through, is able to avoid the wisp as well, but Mike moving so fast, looking to break the ankles of J-Team's Action, as Action just needs to find a way back into this game, and it's Mike who might have just griefed him out of it.
Yeah, Mike picking up the Soul Bloom, but also sticking in the area and knowing that there's a chance that whoever left that Soul Bloom is going to double back to pick it up themselves, and he can utilize the fact that it's in the zone, the corruption tick damage, eating at their health, that they're going to be desperate to hold themselves in the fight. They're not going to look to disengage, which opens up, or rather shuts the door on the potential for that third party. All Mike has to do is kite, and Action's going to soon get pretty desperate and have to start throwing out these focus strikes, which is exactly what Mike is going to be looking to punish when he looks for some of these parries. There it is! Action forced into throwing the focus strike, now forced into utilizing the ultimate to try to regain control of any of the tempo. Goes in with the LMB on the halberds, but the third party comes on through. JTG's Xu Sheng and XCG's Wang Liang showing on up. Wang Liang with the last couple of moments. Mike! No! Mike took too long in the corruption tick damage. He griefed himself by trying to grief another player.
I don't know if Wang Liang knows. Wang Liang doesn't know that Mike's gone down here. He has to come in and still find a way to get back into this game. The parry coming through from Chu Zhang. Wang Liang just trying to keep it alive, ladies and gentlemen. Action also in the zone, looking to see where Mike went down, trying to find that Soul Bloom. Wang Liang needs to use the ult here. Can he stay alive? Chu Zhang just needs a single shot onto him, but it doesn't look like Action was able to find the Soul Bloom. Unfortunately, Wang Liang just needs to find some heals. He's able to get the armor fully charged back up here. He's gonna move away. He knows Action doesn't want to take the fight here. Unfortunately, this is gonna be it for J-Team's Action. That lovely Yang depletion is gonna take him from the lobby soon, but Wang looks to go for it. Unfortunately, he's not able to get there. He's gonna keep his game moving. 50 seconds left remaining here for J-Team's Action to find an elimination. He has to keep chasing onto Wang Liang if he wants it. No heals in the back pocket, as Moxie says, keeping the pressure up. Action knows he has to win the fight here. Wang Liang doesn't have the ultimate. This could be crucial for J-Team's Action, but he only has 30 seconds. He finds the way into the fight, but Chu Zhang coming in for the third party is gonna grief J-Team's Action out of it. Chu Zhang will come in with the legendary fan, gonna catch a ton of damage onto Action. Action has no way to heal the HP here. He has to look to win the neutral, to win the fight. Can he find the meter dump? Does he go for the overhold? No, he can't afford to do it. If he takes one light attack, he's gonna go down. Ladies and gentlemen, J-Team's Action feeling forced to move away here. The ult being invested here by the lovely Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang will find the elimination off the back of the wisp, and he will find that Soul Bloom.
1v1 now. Tumultuous ultimate already being invested from Xu Sheng to isolate J-Team's Action. Wang Liang knows, but he doesn't have his ultimate either. We're going to see both of these players coming in. Fan versus Katana. Is it going to be the Wisp picked on up? No! Xu Sheng not able to find the CC onto the Hardy. Instead, decides to put himself onto the rooftop with the Scourge from the Fan to wait for that cooldown to come back online before he decides to put himself into this fight. Yet again, XG's Wang Liang looking to maybe try and fake out that commitment onto the heal to push Xu Sheng into action. We're going to see the 1v1. Purple armor already almost broken from Wang Liang's side. 1-2 uppercut conversion forced Xu Sheng into utilizing the combo break to escape any of the repercussions. And we're going to see Wang Liang with the RMB on those dual halberds, finding the connection from the 1-2-3 onto Xu Sheng. 1-2 uppercut conversion into RMB on the dual halberds. Xu Sheng, 5 seconds left. Going to be able to turn things around, overholding on the Fan to buy himself back that time to be able able to come back in with the combo breaker. If yet again he falls for the uppercut conversion from Wang Liang, the F2 now invested from the Hardy. Xusheng not able to chase and find any punishment with the uppercut on that fan. Both of these players looking to bide enough time for those ultimates to come through. Xusheng coming in, 1, 2, Hardy ultimate now being invested. Xusheng about to come over the Tumultuous ultimate, also going to be able to drop in potentially on top of the Morse Blessing to pick up the armor reset. Xusheng getting a little bit too greedy. Wang Liang, unfortunately, in the middle of the Tumultuous ultimate, denying the armor reset from Xusheng. No legendary armor for anyone, but he goes into the wind wall. He loses the flight. He comes in with the R&B. He overholds the focus to dodge the wisp. And now it's going to be Wang Liang baiting out all of the cooldowns from Xusheng. Xusheng trying to kite the fight over towards that Morse Blessing. Wang Liang with the R&B on the dual halberd is able to zone him away from being able to pick up the armor reset. In fact, Wang Liang, to add salt in the wounds, picks it up himself. And yet again, Xusheng is forced to disengage and try and kite for that cooldown to come back online and to find himself in a more favorable position with the reset. Catches the light attack onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang taking so much damage from the gust of that legendary fan. Puts himself onto the roof, finds the Scale Rush, moves away from the R&B follow-up from Xusheng. Both of these players yet again finding the reset. A fight not really having broken out here, meaning that there's still so much resources in the area. Tuna kicking on in from Xusheng. Both Wang Liang and Xusheng, two players in the exact same mind, with almost the exact same setup on those Soul Jades, able to keep that heel tick going for a little bit longer when the fight breaks out yet again. Wang Liang overholding, the red flash coming on through, the 1, the 2, immediately you can see the Tumult getting so pressure that he has to utilize the F to be able to break away from that weapon swap. Wang Liang now coming in with the R&B on those dual halberds, looking to continue applying this pressure, making sure that Xusheng is not able to find the reset opportunity. The grapple into the conversion off the horizontal from the halberds, the R&B spacing, but Wang Liang loses the halberds as a result. Thankfully, he has a legendary weapon still in the back pocket to be able to scale this Hardy ultimate damage. He goes for the Scale Rush on the pulse up to find the conversion onto Xusheng. 1, 2, the R&B on the fan, pushing Wang Liang out of being able to find the follow-up. The 1, 2, the grapple bump. Xusheng able to find the second grapple bump. And a third, and a fourth, and an uppercut. And again, we see the Hardy take so much damage. Wang Liang with the ultimate, able to dodge away. The F2 coming up just in time to be able to get out of that almost infinite juggle coming on through from the Tumult. This fight has been going on for so long. The Wisp catching Wang Liang in the air. The follow-up from Xusheng. The grapple to stun Wang Liang into the ground so that he can look for the tech chase. The Hardy ultimate still, however, ticking for a little bit longer. A League Blink. Wang Liang stay passed down on the fight, but he goes too low. He goes into the R&B pop, and now he's still on the back foot. He looks to find the conversion into the Katana, overholding the spacing so that Xusheng yet again is forced to try and back on off the grapple cancel before the Scale Rush can come on through. And Rin, you're gonna have to take over because this fight's been going so damn long.
Oh my goodness, JDG's Xusheng here making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Able to get to the multiple wisp, but Wang Liang will find the overhold. Xusheng able to get the tap dodge through. The parry yet again. That's triple parries. Wang Liang coming back in with the greatsword. Xusheng gonna be able to break away as the fight continues yet again. And both players look for another reset. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching history in the making. This might be the longest solos fight we have ever seen in the history of NARAKA on the pro competitive stage. Wang Liang will get a full reset yet again. Xusheng looking for the opportunity, but he might be out of resources. This might be where Xusheng goes down. He's gonna add salt to the wound. He picks up the lovely bounty on Wang Liang. Wang Liang coming in yet again. He's looking for it. He mistimes the parry. He sees Wang Liang, turns it away the second time. Xusheng looking to make it happen here. He's not gonna find it. He finds it. Finally, Wang Liang parried 5 times out in this fight. Xusheng coming in, will find the conversion in. There's no F2, but Wang Liang will have the ultimate soon. He needs to kill him before it comes online. There it is. Does Xusheng have the ult? It doesn't look like he has it. There it is in the back pocket. And the fight will continue on here as Xusheng continues to try to find a weakness in the Hardy. He just can't make it happen. The R&B conversion, Wang Liang, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, JDG's Xusheng comes out on top.
You know, that fight, that 1v1 almost went as long as the entire rest of the lobby survived. It was like back and forth and back and forth. The Hardy falls low, the Tumult falls low. Both have the combo breaker. both back on off, both take the reset, both swap to those weapons with the threat of that scale rush that you do not want to try and crush. Oh, I mean, it's so smart coming from both of these players, right? You can see the game plan that's just formulating, and that's what's so impressive about these pro players, that they can look at these really niche situations and so quickly, literally on the fly if you're a Hardy, pick up solutions that you're never really faced with. Like trying to kite the fight as a Tumult so that you can have your ultimate not to lock down the other player, but to take it into the Morris Blessing. And then what's even smarter is that the Hardy sees that happening. He goes, oh, okay, this Tumult is backing away. I know that ultimate's coming back online. I know that he's definitely going to be utilizing that to potentially buy himself the space. But the Morris Blessing is about to come into play. And there's a really fun interaction with Hardy and Tumult Ultimate that you also have with things like Justina, right? That Tumult Ultimate, it only affects when you go inside and outside, essentially through the wind wall, right? So if at the beginning of that Tumult cast of the ultimate, you're already, say, in the middle of where the Tumult Ultimate wants to be, you don't take the hit on the stamina, and crucially for the Hardy, it doesn't cancel your ultimate for 3 seconds. And as a result, he turns his attention away from trying to catch the Tumult on the disengagement into griefing the play of dropping a Tumult Ultimate on the Morris Blessing to be able to control it undivided, because the Hardy is zoned out by the Windwall entirely. And to add insult to injury, he goes, oh, you want this legendary armor, this nice new shiny armor, this right here? I'ma just, oh, this is mine now. You want it? No. I got this.
Oh my
and yet again, we just see reset after reset after reset after reset, because that legendary armor just always enables the Hardy to be able to chunk through all of the damage and clip back into the F2.
I'm going to cut you off so you can catch your breath, Moxie, because you were going, that fight was absolutely insane. That might go down in history as one of my favorite fights that we've ever seen. But I think at the end of the day, JDG's Chu Zhang just wanted it more. You could see it in his eyes. You could see by the way he was fighting, he had opportunities where he could have risked it. Instead of risking it, he knew they were the only 2 players left in the lobby. They continued to go for the reset. He griefs himself. Like you said, when he went in and he dropped that ultimate onto the box, I really thought he had griefed himself out of the game. All he needed to do was drop that ultimate so that the box was either on the edge of his ultimate or on the outside of it with the Hottie trapped inside, but it's not what happened. The Hottie gets the read, he panics just a little bit, drops the ult in the worst possible position, but at the end of the day, they take it toe to toe. I do believe at the end it was 8 full resets back and forth between the 2 players, but JDG's Chu Zhang just wanted it more. He was hungry for it. He needed to come in and make something happen in this game if he had any opportunity of walking away the champion, and he was able to do it. Not only was he able to do it, he's able to do it on a hero that these players have been picking up as a defensive option for if things go bad during the phase pick. And he walks away with like 8 eliminations. Right? It's 8 eliminations in the first place finish, meaning a game score of 14.2, which is the highest scoring game we have seen all day.
That's 100% going to have a huge ripple effect in terms of our overall leaderboard as well. Oh my goodness. Like you said, I think that was one of my favorite fights in all of NARAKA. In fact, probably when we cut to like the replay of the match, it's only going to be about a 1/9 of what that fight actually ended up being. It's so smart. Like you said, he doesn't overcommit. He does have that little bit of a hiccup in terms of the positioning of the Tumult Ultimate, but in terms of following up after, he has the perfect weapon. He has the fan, which we talk about how fast it comes through. We talk about how much damage the R&B does. We haven't really addressed the fact that that hitbox, the verticality on that hitbox, crucially, is absolutely ginormous. So if, say, you get hit mid-air as a Hardy by the CC on that Tumult Wisp, normally you're like, oh, well, it'll be okay, no weapon can really reach me unless it's an uppercut. But the R&B on that fan does so much damage and so much stagger that Chu Zhang is able to utilize that one little bit those couple of moments where that Hardy is stuck in that one position with the R&B into full conversion before we hit into yet another reset. If he hadn't found that moment, honestly, Ryan, I don't think we go 8 resets. I think we go until the zone collapses.
Absolutely. But speaking of throwing that fan out, JDG's Chu Zhang has crucially thrown himself all the way into 3rd place, surpassing T225 and Wang Liang, and he is within distance. He is 9 points behind. If we come in to this next game and the lobby can hold AOW's mic to 0 like we saw in this previous lobby, it is going to be JDG Chu Zhang who has an open opportunity to walk home with the trophy, the prize money, and the title.
Oh, that LMB. Onto action, into the parry from Frostabus, and then the conversion as well into the next LMB. Zal now griefing Spider, the skill rush on that pole sword, just pushing Spider into absolute panic mode, goes for the red flash twice, misreading the opportunity. As a result, puts himself into a really rough position as Mike sees that Tessa V1 knows the Tether player and will be able to find that kill, taking Spider out of the lobby. Mike there, getting to pick up GG Shah, not leaving any room for a potential third party with the Chmosh ultimate as JDG Chu Zhang. There's the moment that Pandaman loses that Vermilion Birds Mite. There's the moment that one of our players is griefed out of being able to pick up a Soul Bloom. Speaking about absolute grief, that's absolute grief. TOG's Akuma nowhere to go. Held into position by a Tumult Wisp into the wind wall, into the meter dump. There's no way playing that, unfortunately.
I mean, Chu Zhang took a massive risk turning into that fight to begin with. It was all or nothing for him when he turned around that corner. He had to find the perfect position to make that play happen, and he was already at heal depletion. He needed to get in there. He needed to make that happen. He needed to pick up the Soul Bloom, and he was able to do it. And not only was he able to do it, he was able to take it all the way, as we're about to see Temmie on the stage for the MVP. So much for being a defensive pick just so that you don't have a bad game. As we see time and time again, Temmie has been here as the MVP for every single stage of the J-Cup Finals. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, JDG's Chu Zhang, his first MVP of the J-Cup. 28,000 damage, 8 eliminations, and 9 parries, Moxie.
16,201 damage on the fan. That's crazy. Like we said, a lot of these heroes, these players as well, they did coming into the sea Tumult as sort of like that damage control hero, right? You don't get your Takeda, you don't get your Hardy, you don't get your Farrier. Maybe we're gonna go Tumult. Kind of both. You get the spacing, you can push your opponent into backing on off because they have to utilize things like the blue focus to be able to get through those wisps. So a lot of the time, even if you don't successfully find the CC, you're still buying yourself a little bit of a reset, not the full reset, mind you, but enough to be able to take those opportunities and back on off entirely. And I think, honestly, for me, like my favorite part of that entire lobby, it wasn't the killing blow, it was the grapple juggle. It was 1 grapple juggle, 2 grapple juggle, 3 grapple juggle, 4 grapple juggle. It would have gone on until infinity, until that Hardy F2 was able to come back into cooldown. In fact, that would have decided the game entirely if that Hardy F2 hadn't come back into play. That is insane to see, and the skill of being able to do that in the moment. Like, so often we see 1 grapple juggle into, you know, something like a weapon swap into the dual halberd R&B or the dual blades, but that grapple juggle, I think, is my favorite of the entire J-Cup so far.
Well, this is something we talk about all the time, right? The reason we don't see multiple grapple juggles here on the stage in pro competitive play is it's simply not optimal. You're not doing enough damage fast enough to be able to pick up the elimination and get away without the threat of that third party. Because the longer you stay engaged in a fight, the more risk you run of the third party coming through. So only places we typically see that is something like the Realm of Yang, where somebody knows that they're able to come out on top. Places like that, right? Speaking of coming out on top, you guys are going to have a chance to come out on top here. If you can answer this question for me in Twitch chat, which player earned the most score in this match? Was it A, J-Team's Action, B, Owns Zelding, C, JDG's Chu Zhang, and D, DRG's Akuma? If you can't get this one right, I don't know what to tell you, but I want to go back to that point real quick, because it's very important for people to understand that these extensions, things like the Heaven Step step and the continual re-grapple into these combos. Yes, they're flashy.
Yeah.
Yes, you were able to catch players out and do a ton of damage in an isolated fight. But here on the professional stage, you're never going to see that isolation happen. But speaking of isolation, we're going to isolate ourselves for just a second as we send to a video before we come back for the final game and crown our champion here at the 2023 J-Cup.
Teacher, the water here is also contaminated.
The contamination is only a symptom. To find the cause, we must look elsewhere.
J-Cup has always been a story in the making of a whole year of NARAKA.
Honestly, I think if we're talking about the highlight of J-Cup Grand Finals, we have to talk about the fact how it's not just CN leading the meta, but it's other regions that are having a huge impact.
Just a bit, but it's not going to be enough.
I think there's a huge spotlight on Mike and Spider. This is a storyline that's been going for an entire year. Spider lifted the trophy last year, but everyone said, well, would you really be able to do it if Mike was here? Mike came along, Mike's here.
Oh my, there it is, and Mike with the grapple combo into Phoenix Blast takes the second game of the day.
CN kind of had counted Hottie out as a hero for solos.
Oh, nicely done.
He gets them inside of the freeze.
Oh no!
This is the opportunity to get the finish, and this could be the opportunity that he's been waiting for.
But it was the NA players who came over and showed them just how dominant a force that Hottie can be. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on Wang Liang as well. I mean, the guy is an absolute demon.
So does Wang Liang, and Wang Liang is going to actually eliminate Viper out of this game as well.
Zell is another player who's absolutely inspired me as well.
Zelding now on the test, able to find a huge parry to convert into that repulse damage, catching Frostivus. I think Frostivus is the way forward, where you are able to earn the respect of all of these other regions.
I want to say thank you to Frostivus for not only just continuing to follow in the stepping stones set by other players in the NA and SEA region, and continuing to lay that foundation and prove that it's not just CN who controls the meta.
I'm a TE fangirl.
This corner here, and just giving them so much of a barbecue. Hey, can I get my number 3 like always, baby? As now it's gonna start to skip through. The sand siphon comes in. They're gonna corner them off the outside. Roy Hehe trying to stay alive, but it's not gonna be enough as TE is gonna be victorious in your game number 2.
This is a team that I've been following for a very long time. This is a team that I have a lot of respect for. This is a team that was playing something that wasn't entirely meta before it became the meta. In fact, they were the ones who sort of innovated. Having a Wu-Chen teleport your entire team is an absolute touch of death.
The TE played perfectly.
Every single region coming through, informing the meta, and all of these players having to adapt on the fly as they get here and realize that, hey, our region is not the only dominant region there is. I think that's super incredible and speaks a lot about how exciting this J-Cup's going to be.
What are you doing here?
Coming in.
Mike wants to try and shock these kills. He's thrown the F2.
He's coming in.
The kill.
The MVP.
Let's go.
Yes, Victor. That's what I'm talking about. BBE come for the other regions, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the beautiful stage here in Chengdu. I'm your host and your caster, the Rune Keeper. Joining me is the lovely Moxie, and we are one game away from crowning your solos champion here in the 2023 J-Cup World Championships, and it's still up in the air. It could be AOW's Mike, it could be JDG's Chu Zhang, or anybody sitting in the top 5 right now. This final game is going to determine it all, and I hope you're sitting on the edge of your seats because you're going to need it. Because if this was game 5, you can bet game 6 is going to be one of the most crazy experiences we've ever had here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
I mean, maybe not the edge. with how long that last fight went on, if you're a little bit too close to the edge of your seat, I think you might fall off of it by the time that we actually finish and decide who is going to be walking away with that title, because like you said, Rune, that was game 5. We have one more game. These players, they know they have one more chance, and that's when everything is put on the line, right? From start to finish, there is no reason to hold anything back. Just like there's no reason not to join the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server. You know, there's some absolutely wonderful people. There's some really nice community events that are always going on. You can find a lot of players to be able to buddy up with, so you can run your duos and your trios without having to worry about random Wu Chens cancelling your ultimates early because they got a little bit worried about the potential of a threat, and they threw in the V1 just as you were using your ultimate, which hasn't happened to me. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, you know what's not a threat, Moxie? You can see it right there in the corner of our screen. I'm pointing to it right now. That is the trophy sitting down on the stage. That's how close we are to crowning a champion right now. And what an insane year it has been, Moxie. And I say this every single time we come to events. Look at these incredible cosplayers. The Wu Chen, the Tarka G hanging out.
I'm surprised Duncan is like up in the stands grabbing that guy, being like, where did you get this cosplay?
There it is.
Shoulders.
Our lovely trophy, ladies and gentlemen, sitting down right there, center stage. And like I said, we are absolutely blessed when it comes to NARAKA. These games always come down. They're super tight. Yep. They go down to the final moments of the final game. And not only are we blessed in that way, but I say it every single time. I go, I don't think anything is ever going to top this moment. I don't think anything's going to top that moment. And then we continue to go every single year. And then we have a fight like this where 8 full resets take place.
Plus tuna. Plus however much health was healed up by both players having tuna.
We cut to JDG Xu Zhang, and he's using Tuna, and I was like, there it is. There's his advantage. He's going to lock this out. We cut right back to Wang Liang.
She's like, tuna.
And I'm just like, oh my goodness. I love it. It's moments like these that make history in esports, and that moment, you can bet it's going to be up on Bilibili. It's going to be up on YouTube. It is going to be up everywhere, and people are going to be talking about that fight for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, it was the fight that killed both of our voices. Like, if you tune into it, you're like, huh, Moxie and Rune sound a little bit hoarse. Maybe it's because we had to hype fight literally at top level bell curve of casting for a solid 8 resets. In fact, I can't wait to see the stats, because you know how Prod Like Duty's amazing stats are. It's like, some of these teams took so much damage, it's equal to all of this. I would love to see the stats and the amount of damage that was dished out, as we can have a look at one of those stats that is not set in stone, is definitely prone to change, but for some of these players, they don't want it to change. And one of those players in particular is this guy right here, AOW's Mike, currently leading the pack, but Rune, like we said, we don't know until that last game finally wraps, that last zone finally collapses. And as a result, there's got to be so many nerves, so much pressure on the line for every single one of these players.
Crucially, I will say, the stat that we just looked at, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, was top kills and eliminations. And if you were unaware, there is a separate trophy to be won here at the J Cup for the top MVP. And the state that we have AOW Mike in right now with 48 eliminations, the second closest being 28 eliminations, I don't think anybody is in a position to be able... No,
it's not mathematically possible.
Yeah, there's no way for anybody to be able to take that MVP away from him. So no matter what, AOW's Mike has already secured himself the MVP trophy. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to spoil what it is, chat, but we have seen a glimpse of this year's MVP trophy. And let me tell you, it is a shiny, shiny piece to be taken home and for Mike to be putting on his wall. As we take a look, there it is one last time.
That's the one he really wants.
That's the one he really wants. And again, if he is able to come out on top, it's going to be the three-piece. It will be the spring split, followed by the summer split, and the J Cup championship. He will be the only player in NARAKA history to walk away. Yeah,
we've never had any one particular, either player in solos or team in trios, that has been able to put together in the same year both championships of MVPL and J Cup. That is absolutely insane. But now we're going to get to see that advantage that you talked about when we were headed in to the second half of the day. Frostivus, having started out, is now going to be in the first phase. Will get the ability to pick his hero first of all, and it's going to be so interesting to see what he decides to do with that.
Here we go. We're going to see the triple hottie being locked across. Oh, Eugene's Panaman is bringing it back. Tarka G, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage in phase 1 pick.
He did say that if he felt like he had a good game on his first target, he would double pick. And the man is true to his word, as AOW's Mike playing for sustain, playing for survivability. Going to be running that Z-Ping, GG Sharp with the Tumult. We've got two testers now coming through from J-Team's Action and and Zell. No surprises there. This is a pick and hero that Zell has been very comfortable with all the way through J-Cup, and that means Takeda is potentially there for 2-5, but he doesn't pick it instead. We get a Wu-Chen!
We get a Wu-Chen, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Wang Liang and the Matari being locked in by DRG Zakuma.
We did say
it
was going to be crazy. We said we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's going to walk away with the trophy. Some weird stuff is going to happen. And that is exactly what happens. And here's the thing, it's game number 6. These players have no reason to hold anything back. This is where we see the strategies that they've been holding on to the entire run of J Cup. This is where we see the strategies they held on to for the entirety of pre-finals, because they knew there was enough downtime. There was a whole week between pre-finals and today for coaches to be able to counter-strat.
I love this. Game 6, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting ready to go down right now. We're about to crown our J-Cup Solos champion. We've got Wu-Chen in the building. We've got Matari in the building. We've got Tarka G in the building. We've got a stadium full of some of the most incredible fans in the building as we get ready to take it home.
Let me see that Wu-Chen V2. Let me see that Wu-Chen V2 so you can hit confirm into weapon swap. I know you've got it in you. I really want to see it. I am so excited, Ren, because these players, they're not going to know about these picks. It's so exciting. We're going to see all the incidents. Wang Liang, XCG, Wu-Chen V2. He's going to be looking for that Swapperoonie. It is indeed going to be quite literally the Swapperoonie of the ultimate into the Swapperoonie of the weapon loadout.
I love it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be something special. If you've never seen it on the pro stage, you're able to bait out the golden F of your opponent. You hit him with the V2 Swapperoonie into the hit confirm. They'll follow up with something like a staff with the weapon swap into a greatsword, and you send somebody packing.
This is going to be so exciting, especially if he decides to take it into the realm of Yang, where you don't have to worry about the terrain goofing over any of the conversion after that hit. Confirmation. All of these players coming in, the surprise strategies now fully revealed, the aces up the sleeves now fully played out on the table. All we have to play out now, Rune, is the last game of the day. Where are these players going to be dropping? Who's going to be able to get their hands on those Fireflies? AOW's Mike with that Z-Ping, playing as conservatively and far away from all of these other players as possible. Crucially, he is not dropping to try and scrap over Fireflies. He is dropping where he knows no player is going to be because no Fireflies are around.
Yeah, and look at this. Gifted by the NARAKA gods with some loot right off the back immediately. Blue shield, blue longsword. This is exactly where Mike wants to be. Unfortunately, it's T225 coming in and is looking to make sure Mike has a bad day here. Mike going to be off to a good start into the fight, though, but T225 going to find the carousel into the grapple. Re-juggle here. Mike, no place to go. The pistol shot follow-up. The F1 being invested here by Mike. Mike able to find the armor swap. The parry coming through, but he's not going to be able to find the follow-up. T225 coming in with the jump parry cancel into AOW's Mike. Mike looking for the blue off the back of the katana, will not find it. He's going to go in, find that armor with just a little bit of a tick on it, but it's not going to be enough. T225 looking for the scale rush. He's not able to find it. The F1 being reinvested by AOW's Mike. He's at 60%. He needs 10% more rage, ladies and gentlemen, but he's about to go airborne. He needs to get this elimination. There it is. T225 sends AOW's Mike back to the soul altar.
Leaves the Soul Bloom as well. He's going to be planning to go into that realm of Yang. Mike, unfortunately, having to go back to the Soul Altar, like Rune has said, by trying to play conservatively and as safely as possible. He put himself right into the crosshairs of danger. The Spider coming in, looking to try and find that conversion into the uppercut with the katana to swap into something like the Jewel Blades, forcing the Xu Sheng into utilizing that F2 a little bit earlier than the Hardy wants. There it is. Spider with the back pocket, showing that he has those Jewel Blades. Xu Sheng having to just keep himself out of this fight for as long as possible. 7 more seconds, and the F2 is going to be cycling back into cooldown. Both of these players vying for the spot to be able to control all of the money therein and roll for those Soldiers of Destiny. The Xu Sheng is taking so much damage. Spider locking down the fight, knowing that the Hardy is going to be low and looking to disengage. Commits the Tumultuous ultimate. Xu Sheng caught against the wall. Going to go into the wind wall, into the wisp. Has to go through the wind wall, losing so much of the stamina, getting the Scarish. Spider, unfortunately, choosing the wrong door, had a 50-50 on where Xu Sheng was going to pick the angle to try and Scarish away from. Rules the dice, doesn't manage to call what it's going to land on, and as a result, he's going to be able to live another day. Mike now putting himself off of the Soul Altar into Celestra. On that Z-Ping will have the ultimate, but it looks, Rune, like he has a bounty on his head. Someone is chasing this Zip. Someone is not going to allow him to slip away quietly and play for that late game.
This is exactly what J-Team's Action needs. He needs Mike to be eliminated from this lobby, and he will be able to climb his way up if he can find a victory in this game. T225 in the exact same situation. Xu Sheng able to lock down DRG's Akuma, coming in with the re-grapple. The terrain actually going to come through and cut him out at the feet here. Akuma will live to fight another day. Just because we're going to see the teleport being invested by Matari. Akuma going for the grapple to get away, but Xu Sheng not willing to give up on this elimination. Is going to keep the chase going. Xu Sheng is still within spitting distance of taking it all here, ladies and gentlemen. He has to find as many eliminations as he can. WBG Spider coming in for the third party, going to keep the pressure up onto DRG's Akuma. So will 521's Unique coming in from behind, and DRG's Akuma continuing to utilize that fan movement here, those scale rushes to get away. The teleport coming through the retrace. It looks like Spider still on the heels of them, not going to allow Akuma to get away. AOW's Mike caught out in the mix here. This is not where Mike wants to be. These players know he's the only Zip in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to make him a very, very juicy target going forward. Mike needs to be very careful about showing his hand.
Yeah, but he put himself into Celestra. He knows even if he gets spotted, because of the way that Celestra is laid out for a Z-Ping, it is the perfect playground. You lose sight of that Zip for a singular second, she's gone. With the wind, Xu Sheng might be gone. With the Akuma finding the backstab, the Matari ultimate going to be coming through. Xu Sheng slipping away into the buildings to be able to break out of that Matari potential follow-up. And yet again, we're going to see Celestra coming into play with just the amount of buildings, the closeness of the space, how easy these players with their movement prowess are able to convert into those scale rushes, into those so clean disengagements, which a lot of the time, in fact, last year in the J-Cup, the disengagement actually really separated and decided the victor, and placements of those players higher up on the leaderboard. And you can see that all of these players, even when they're talking in interviews and kind of giving suggestions on what you should do when you're coming into NARAKA and wanting to improve, they don't say learn your combos, they don't say learn your hero matchups, they say learn your movement, because they understand how important it is, not just to win the 1v1s, but to survive when someone else shows up in that isolated engagement. As Wang Liang now on that Wu Chen, utilizing those blades to be able to get a little bit of shield reset as well as movement to put himself onto that rooftop, having been chased by JDD's Xu Sheng, does have the V2, doesn't want to commit the ultimate, swaps over to the pulsar to be able to find that scale rush. As we hear the sound cue, Realm of Yang soon to spawn on up. I want that Wu Chen to go through, and I want it so badly.
Oh my goodness, as we come back to it, Wu Chen here on XCG's Wang Liang, continuing to trade blows with JDG's Xu Zhang. Nowhere near a Realm of Yang. Wang Liang wants to pick up this elimination. He's got Xu Zhang low. He's into the white armor here. He's going to go ahead and invest all three of those Fs to get the armor back. Xu Zhang going to be forced to use his F as well. The follow-up coming in from Wang Liang as Xu Zhang continues to take damage here. Xu Zhang going to feel forced to go back towards the edge of the zone. The zone not quite going to fully collapse onto him here, but he is continuing to be dogged down by XCG's Wang Liang in the background. He's going to feel so forced that he has to use the ultimate. He wants to try to position Wang Liang into the zone, but he's not going to get it here. The slide going to be a little too slow for Wang Liang to get the escape here. Xu Zhang might have found the weakness coming in here onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang pushing back towards the zone. He goes for the swap. Rooney, he misses the opportunity because the movement coming in from the hottie is a little too much. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Liang forced to back away here, but Xu Zhang not able to get the read and find the follow-up. He's able to find the R&B conversion off of the staff. Xu Zhang forced to burn the F2 yet again, and these players will find the full reset as we head to our Realm of Yang. It's going to be DRG's Akuma versus OUG's Pandaman, GG's Shaw versus ELD's Frostabus.
Yeah, take a look at the weapon loadout real quick as well on Wang Liang. That is staff into pole sword. He is looking for that V2 conversion into the weapon swap, as Wang Liang is going to continue to keep this pressure up onto JDG Xu Sheng. The blades coming on through. 1, 2, attempted the uppercut, forcing Hardy into utilizing that F2. As Wang Liang not allowing JDG Xu Sheng right of passage through Celestra. Xu Sheng, however, with the skirmish, able to catch up to Wang Liang, overholding on the focus to be able to carry himself out into the open for that Wu Chen to be able to put his movement into a different building entirely and find the reset, as it looks like Zell's coming under fire from J-Team's Action. The Tesla ultimate connecting onto Action. The dual habits carrying through the V3, going to be popping on out, and Action finds the uppercut conversion into grapple bump into R&B on the halberds. Both of these Teslas without that get out of jail free card, but Action a lot further away from it in comparison to Zal, who's going to be approaching that next throw out. Tessa, one of our heroes, who only needs 55% of that ultimate to be able to throw it through. ELD's Frostabus, in the meantime, will be able to pick up his win inside the realm of Yang. 1 kill, and surely Vermilion Birthmite as DRG's Akuma going to be picking himself up. Mystic Might there. We see the Tesla ultimate being invested to stop the third party from KLA's T25, who has been stopped in his track, has to interact with the Soul Altar, but still manages, after picking up the urn, to pick up the kill onto Zal, and now he's looking for a second onto J-Team's Action. Action with the R&B, connecting onto T25, T25 with the parry, turning it around onto the Tessa. Action and full disengagement, utilizing the horizontal movement to put himself into the trees and try and carry himself out of this fight as quickly as possible. Will have the ultimate at 4% before he's able to throw it out again, but he's able to put himself on top of Ballista Tower and just move away before KLA's T25 is able to jump on top of him. All of these buildings allowing Action to be able to find that skill rush and keep himself out of the fight for as long as possible. T25 now holding in with that purple, looking to try and connect onto Action as he drops down from that ceiling. Action just holding with the skill rush. T25 going to utilize the Tumultuous ultimate to isolate the fight and stop the Tesla from disengaging. Throws in the Wisp, looking to connect onto Action, who's in the middle. T25 now going on the outside of the Tumultuous wall so that the Tesla cannot chase and take advantage. Comes back in with the staff, finds the conversion into the gold. T25 picks up another kill, and not only that, puts himself from 4th into 3rd!
Oh my goodness, T225 coming in. It's such a shame to see Action go out that way. Oh my goodness, Unique picking up a GG shot, but WBG Spider immediately turning the fight around with a parry back on to Unique. Ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look here at the stats, oh my goodness, there's still a chance for KLA's T225 to win.
Mike and Action are both out.
Yeah.
T225 just needs a couple more points and he walks away with the trophy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, DRG's Akuma coming through on to JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang trying to keep the game alive with a 3% chance to walk away the champion here. It's still doable. He's going to end the ultimate early there, maintaining a huge chunk of rage. ELD's Frostivus looking to come in and keep the hunt up here. This is going to be his second game on Tahati, looking to hunt down Akuma. Chu Zhang going to find the full reset and able to come in as we go back to the replays here. WBG Spider Mike put into the corner here. This is where Mike's career could possibly be ended, and it's by WBG Spider, his best friend, and griefing him out here. Mike just trying to keep it alive here with the staff movement. Spider able to catch the uppercut and sends him out of the lobby. If Mike does not walk away the championship, you can bet there's going to be words.
There's definitely going to be words between those two. As you said, they are thick as thieves when it comes to their interactions. T225, 2 kills, just having to play for survival and late game at the moment. All of these other players in Celeste. The thing is, for T225, he's on 42.7. Mike is on 48.6, and J-Team's Action 43.6. If he plays too conservatively and passively, he risks this lobby being so aggressive that those potential kills, those points that are necessary for him to overtake the players ahead of him, are unfortunately reduced to numbers so low that he's mathematically not able to walk away with the trophy, even if he picks up MVP as one of the last players surviving. As we are going to see our second Realm of Yang starting to spawn on up. Mystic Mike now available. Vermilion Bird's Might only available in the first iteration of those realms. Spider with the bounty on his head, going to be playing very wide away from all of the players around him. All of these players just prioritizing that survival, wanting to hold themselves in Celestra for as long as possible. And it means that that Realm of Yang entrance directly south of it is probably going to see a whole amount of players clustered around the entrance. KLA C25, ELD's Frostivus, 521's Unique, all currently circling to try to get into that portal. WBG Spider also now deciding that he wants a piece of that pie. 521's Unique deciding to see, okay, maybe I'm going to go to a different part of the map. Maybe I'm going to play for survival a little bit longer as DRG's Akuma decides, you know what, 4 players sounds like a pretty nice number to contest, and joins the fray as well. No one really wanting, however, to commit anything until those portals spawn on up. A lot of tumultuous in the area. Those wisps could be so detrimental if someone gets caught out when they try and go through that gateway.
T225 here really needs to find his way into the Realm of Yang, and he's going to. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be DRG's Akuma versus KLA's T225. He needs every single elimination that he can find on the board. He had no choice but to come into this Realm of Yang if he wants to walk away the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Temi coming in, looking to lock it down. Akuma going to take the first hit here. The fan LMB coming out, clips it for just a little more damage. The jumping parry from KLA's T225. The teleport coming in from Akuma, looking for the R&B off of the fan. He will find it. Akuma, no place to go. Akuma has yet to utilize the ultimate here, but T225 has got the lockdown. The Wisp going to be coming in. He's able to get the re-parry. And ladies and gentlemen, DRG's Akuma goes down, and KLA's T225 comes out on top.
Another kill picked up, another point converted. WBG Spider with the uppercut conversion onto Frostivus with the nunchucks, chasing after Stormford also coming into play. Frostivus able to find the parry. Spider having to utilize the F to be able to break away, going to throw the ultimate, but Frostivus continues to chase down and will be able to find the kill with that legendary damage from that spear. But
oh my goodness.
This rune, these kills, as flashy as they are, unfortunately, in the face of the point differential between both Frostivus and Spider, they do not matter. They are not going to be able to close the distance and walk away with that trophy. T225 is currently the player, the only player, I do believe, who has an opportunity to be able to make and bridge that distance and walk away with that win, with that trophy. This is a player who said when he was coming into the interviews, he was not happy with his performance. He knew that he could perform better. He was not happy that he only just managed to break into J-Cup, especially after how dominant a hold he had with his debut last year. This is a player who has had a year of experience learning about the players around him, learning how to improve, learning how to counter, learning how to play the macro. This is a player who has jumped in one game from 4th to 2nd and now stands on the absolute edge of being able to walk away into that first spot.
So I hate to disagree with you, Moxie, you know this, but I've got to disagree with you about your point when it comes to WBG Spider and ELD's Frostivus and these kills not really mattering for them, because every position these players are able to climb up in this final game not only means more money, it means more prestige, and especially when it comes to ELD's Frostivus, he is representing not just NA, but also SEA. He is a cross-region representative, the first cross-region champion. For him to be able to climb up here from the bottom 6 into top 6 would be absolutely massive for him.
This is a fight going on that's nowhere near T225. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. T225 needs to be able to find these kills, cannot allow anyone else to start walking away with wins in this lobby. He has to play aggressively, he has to play proactively, but Frostivus, Spider, and Akuma are all currently in this area, and T225 is not on the map. Akuma is about to go down, and T225 is not here to be able to chime in and potentially snipe away that kill. WBG Spider continuing relentlessly to hound on to DRG's Akuma. He has the Yang depletion. He needs to be able to find this kill within the next 2 minutes, otherwise he's going to be knocked out of this lobby and see his hopes of J-Cup and any chance of being able to climb above Pandaman go down in flames around him, as he's going to keep putting this pressure. 1 minute and 56 seconds. Unfortunately for him, this area is absolutely abysmal for these players to be able to lock down those isolated 1v1s with the amount of terrain that is there for the Skirwash. KLA's T225 with that Mystic Might, tracking down JDG Shusheng, looking to find another kill. The Skirwash on that fan coming on through. Shusheng having to take cover behind that rock and heal up that blue armor. KLA T225 trying to figure out whether or not it's worth sticking in this fight. It's so far outside of everyone else's area that is just not worth it.
Yeah, as we cut back here, we're going to see DRG's Akuma just getting a blitz through here by WBG Spider, trying to keep the game alive for himself here. But as Soul Matari in the lobby, it's going to be hard. ELD's Frostivus looking to come in and snake the kill out from underneath WBG Spider. Like we said, every single elimination here matters so much for both of these players. Spider coming in, he's able to find him on the edge of the ultimate. He's able to find the re-whip. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. WBG Spider will pick it up. ELD's Frostivus now looking to turn on it, but T225 crucially shows up, and he needs to stay in the fight, Moxie, if he wants to be able to walk away the champion. Every single kill that goes away that he's not a part of is the championship slowly slipping away from him.
I mean, you saw how desperate he got, right? He has a bow in the back pocket, but he looks for the Skirwash entrance with the nunchucks, which will do more damage because he wants to get that kill as quickly as possible before Spider is able to take it away from him. He is denied that kill, but crucially, he has been able to find where the rest of these players in the lobby are. So if another fight breaks out, he's going to be in the area to be able to play, to come in and grab out some of those kills, hiding the legendary katana in his back pocket, hiding one of those blue fans, playing with that purple, playing with the ability to come in with the RMB or LMB to convert either into a fast kill steal or space control, as he takes a little bit too much damage. KLA's T25 notes he is a mulch. A lot of these players around him are potentially going to be hardies looking to play when that zone collapses to come in with the ultimate to knock all of these players out of the way. T225, he has enough kills currently that he just wants to make sure that he makes it to actually have that kill multiplier come properly into play and pick himself up as much points as possible. He's also going to use that Morris Blessing to bait some of these players into taking those fights, and one of those players is going to be Shusheng. Spider also showing on up. Who got the legendary armor? It was Spider. Spider walks away. KLA's T225 picks the purple armor up. The Spider left behind. Frostivus takes the kill though. T225 denied, and suddenly he has to take a fight against Spider. The Jamal shots are being invested. T225 about to lose the team of Jacob. He's gonna go down. Potentially, he has to slip away. No! He gets picked up by 5-1's
I take it back. WBG Spider and AOW's Mike not about to have bad words anymore, Moxie, because Spider may have griefed Mike out of the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, but Spider comes in and says, hey, you know what? You're my best friend. I can't let it go down like that. He picks up the elimination on T225. I got to give it to T225, though. This is a player so many people counted out, and he's going to be walking away in second place, Moxie. AOW's Mike, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your champion for this year's J-Cup. What a game.
Well, we said that we didn't know who was going to pick up the trophy until the zone collapse. That is a little bit incorrect now, as like you said. All of these players left in the lobby, unfortunately not going to be able to, no matter how good a game they have after this. Not going to be able to close up that distance for Frostivus now, just playing to show that NA and SEA still have a place in the NARAKA esports scene. WBG Spider taking a lot of damage, going to backtrack over to that purple armor and pick it up for the reset. 3 players left in the lobby. Frostivus now trying to turn onto Spider, pushes him into Unique, who's looking now to grief onto this tumult, seeing that he's incredibly low, gonna stop any potential for that full reset from coming through. Spider wisely kiting the fight over towards Temple to be able to come in with the skill rushes and drop the tumult ultimate directly onto 521's Unique, allowing him to just break away from the fight long enough to get a little bit more of a reset. And 521's Unique, in fact, decides to back on off entirely. Frostivus, in the meanwhile, gonna be backing up onto the high ground, waiting to see whether or not these players commit to the fight. And if he can apply some more of that pressure with the bow, Frostivus incredibly adept with this weapon. In fact, in all of his highlights, a lot of the time we do see, even at things like the base of Ballista Tower, Frostivus on the high ground, coming in with those bow headshots to be able to pick up those kills out of danger.
Yeah, absolutely. These 3 players here looking to play it out to the very end here. There is money on the line. Unique only needs 0.3 more points to move up into that 10th place position, and that's crucially the final money position, Moxie. So he is still fighting for it. WBG Spider and ELD's Frostivus also. Again, we talked about how important every single elimination is for these guys. So this is going to go to the very final seconds between them. And again, there's a lot on the line for all 3 of these players. Again, 521's Unique. He is very, very close to walking away with a big chunk of change here in J-Cup. We also, of course, have WBG Spider, who has not had the performance he's wanted at all today. So this is his last opportunity to really showcase that Spider mentality and come through and have a dominating performance in a game here in J-Cup. And again, for ELD's Frostivus, he is a cross-region representative for both SEA, for North America as well, and this game means so much to him. If you've ever sat down and talked with ELD's Frostivus about how passionate he is about this game, he's not just good looking, he's not just a pretty face. This man really cares about the state of NARAKA. He is so passionate about how much he enjoys this game. So for him, every single fight he's going to be taking here in these next couple of moments means so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's also his first J-Cup too. So we have so much still to see from him. He's an incredibly young talent. He's still sort of figuring out his position inside the J-Cup, and also all of these other regions coming through with all of their separate identities. Frostivus has done so much. Just seeing how he interacts with all of the other players inside the practice room, like, it was an absolute joy to see. Players from MBPL would be sitting down, they would be zero banning Frostivus, one of them would lose. Instantly another MBPL player would just hop into that same scene and be like, it's my turn, I want to figure out how to beat this guy. Everyone came together to try and figure out how to take this guy down, and if that isn't a statement to how strong a player Frostivus is, I don't know what is.
Well, not only is it a statement to how strong a player Frostivus is, this is something we've noticed being here this year. This year is very special, not only because it's the first LAN as well, but this is really the first time we've seen players from all the regions opening up, sharing tech with one another, excited to play with each other, and that's such a huge thing. It's a marvelous milestone for us here at NARAKA to see these regions really coming together and just looking to compete as the best they possibly can.
I mean, speaking about the best, you just saw Mike on screen, but 521's Unique is the one currently in danger. Has to utilize that hardy F2 into ultimate. Gonna just use every single movement ability in the book to get himself onto the high ground and out of the way of both Frostivus and Spider. Spider coming in with both shots on the right side, knowing that the Hardy has run off to there. The second that this ultimate drops on out, these two players are going to be on this Hardy, and they're not going to let him go. 5-2-1's Unique, unfortunately not even able to close up the distance onto one of them so that he can put them into a place that they take so much damage that he buys himself a disengagement. Just charging up with that staff, threatening the overhold on the vertical. Now we're going to see these players start to pressure him, knowing that the zone's about to push Unique out of that position of the high ground onto the low ground where he's going to be a lot more vulnerable. Stormstrike making it a little bit harder for them to fully find the commitment, and in fact it looks like, yeah, they've been a little bit impatient. WBG Spider's pushed into the end of that zone by Frostivus with the fan, has to utilize the Scare Rush off of the cliffs to put himself back onto the high ground, and as a result, Frostivus and Spider take a 1v1. They allow 5-2-1 Unique the full reset.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna come down. 5-2-1's Unique coming in, trying to deny WBG Spider the reset he's looking for, where Frostivus feeling forced to invest the F2 just to get away from the fight. WBG Spider looking for the R&B off of the fan, will find it onto Frostivus, but Unique coming in will find the R&B charged off of the staff into the conversion, up into the air. Now Frostivus trying to turn it over onto 5-2-1's Unique, but it is gonna be Frostivus being caught out by both the ultimate. The whips coming in to lock him down. Frostivus will be able to find the F2 again, looks for the reset as Spider continues to be pressured by 5-2-1 Unique. Spider going in for the uppercut, gets picked up and sent into the zone. Ladies and gentlemen, 5-2-1 Unique will find the points that he needs to move into 10th place. It's going to be ELT's Frostivus versus 5-2-1's Unique. It's Hottie versus Hottie. Frostivus with the ultimate coming in, trying to take control of this fight. While he has the opportunity, he knocks Unique back into the zone. He's playing gatekeepers. Ladies and gentlemen, Frostivus is on 5 eliminations. He goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the finals.
He takes the MVP, but no one can take the trophy away from this player.
What does it take to be a champion? Desire, dedication, and determination. Our 2023 J-Cup champion is GZ AOW Mike. Let's hear applause for AOW Mike. Please come to the center of the stage and lift your trophy. This is the time for NARAKA BLADEPOINT for the NBPL for J-Cup. This is the 2023 J-Cup champion, AOW Mike. This year, after Summer Split, Spring Split, Kill Cup, and J Cup, our protagonist of the story, what do you want to tell your fans? Winning all the championship, I didn't let you down, fans. You are just like the real protagonist. You have been in the downfall, but you have climbed back to the top. I think all the players, that audiences coming to the stage today, what do you want to tell your opponents, Mike? I think that in the early game, if you can do this to me, I think you earn my respect. I know that NARAKA BLADEPOINT has frenemies.
也是好兄弟。
I think
那么随着
today's
这个的话，我们首先为我们本次2023永劫无间世界冠军赛的单排冠军颁发荣耀。
So we will be presenting the solo champions the medal. Please welcome the Senior Vice President of NetEase, Zhi Penghu.
首先，我们将会为我们的这一次的单排冠军 AOW 麦克率先送上属于象征着节杯至高无上。
We will be presenting him the championship medal.
好，有请二位先共同看一下前方。
Please look forward to the audience so we can capture this memorable moment.
这个奖牌实现了全年的满贯，也是对麦克的最高的认可。
I believe this medal is represents the ultimate glory for you. At the meantime, we are presenting you a special gift. Next, we will be presenting the grand finals Sichuan embroidery jersey with the team logos on it. Please present the jersey to Mike.
同样，我相信啊，麦克。 我们先展示一下这件衣服的同时的话
Let's show this to your fans.
我相信已经完成了它所有的作用。
I think this purple armor has done all his work today.
换的这件金甲，我相信啊，接下来会继续的往前。
armor swapping the purple armor to the golden armor you have right now. I think you will be more unstoppable than ever.
再次把呐喊声送给我们的冠军，好不好？
Please give Mike a round of applause.
同样，有请我们的荣耀嘉宾胡总，来，这件金甲还需要您过来跟他共同一起来进行一个更好的冠军的一个 buff 的加成。
Please,
我相信啊，每一件特别好的神兵利器都是
help our champion to wear his
共同努力为他进行
golden armor.
冠军加持。来，有请二位共同看一下前方。
Please look at the front so you can be captured by the camera. I think the Sichuan embroidery jersey deserves to be Mike's. Thank you. Please head back to the guest lounge. I believe this championship jersey to our champion is
每一个人都有机会可能会冲击你身边的这个奖杯，但是在这个击败跳出之后，
all the players had a chance, but at last, Spider had helped you kill T225. What do you want to tell Spider?
但是这次可能真的就是你状态不好，但是我希望明年
Spider, I know that
再打一年。
I know that you want to try. You try to win, but it's not the end of the it's not end of the day. We will play together next year.
明年的主旋律，现场所有的玩家朋友们，让我们共同用你们的呐喊声来一起说：2023永劫无间单排冠军是
Let's hear all the audiences call out AOW Mike.
麦克，朋友们，享受你的大满贯时刻。
Please give him a round of applause. And this time is meant just for you, Mike.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for doing that translation. Absolutely wonderful to get to finally see Patrick in that spotlight. Speaking about spotlight, There's definitely a spotlight on AOW's mic. For the first ever time, we have one player as not just the MVPL Season 1 champion, not just the MVPL Season 2 champion, but also the J-Cup champion as well. Mike said that he was coming at the end of Season 2 when he picked up that trophy. He said that he was going to walk away with it, and that's exactly what he did. It's heartbreak, unfortunately, for KLA's T225, who came so close. It's lovely to see the camaraderie between all of these players. It's lovely to see that Mike as well credited Spider from being able to get that kill onto T225 before T225 was able to continue in that lobby and overtake Mike's position.
You know, there's something that some of the players divulged to us, that it is T225 when other players who are breaking down, they didn't reach their goals, who is constantly, no matter who it is going up, he's giving them hugs, he's consoling them. So it's kind of a somber situation to cut back to T225 breaking down in tears. But for AOW's Mike, the sportsmanship in this game is unlike any other. You don't see this in other esports. The champion coming in to console his rival, the man who almost took it all away from him, to let him know it's okay, that he played his absolute heart out. And my heart goes out to T225, and it goes out to AOW's Mike too. I know how important it is for Mike to be here, to take the back-to-back dubs in the NBPL, and to walk away the champion this year in the J-Cup, because he couldn't compete last year. So for him to be here and to finally make it happen, congratulations to you, AOW Mike. You deserve it. No, Spider! The man, the myth, the legend, Spider does bleed, ladies and gentlemen, but it's all in good fun here. What a day, Moxie. To everybody watching at home from Twitch, I wish I could describe to you what it's like to be standing where I'm standing, with this incredible stage behind me, with this incredible audience watching us live here from the stadium in Chengdu. It's been just such a wonderful day, Moxie.
Out of this world, out of this world. We've left planet Earth, where we're on Morris Isle. The cheers from the crowd, the sound of every single person just not just cheering for their favorite. I think that's honestly what made it the most happy feeling for me. The fact that everyone cheers every single time, every single player who comes in and does something special and incredible, whether or not it's coming in with the grapple juggle extensions, whether it's coming in and turning a fight around when you're on critical health. Every single time there has been a moment that has looked like it's going one way and then swung the other. This crowd have been on their feet. They have been roaring, they have been cheering, they have been waving their light sticks, and you can be waving, well, maybe something that you're able to find in the raffle. All you have to do is enter the raffle right now. All you have to do is send in chat, congratulations AOW Mike, bring the heat. And I mean, it's congratulations from everyone at the stadium, congratulations from us, congratulations from everyone at home for a very well-earned victory, as we've talked about, right? Mike coming into game number 6, he wasn't playing for aggression, he wasn't playing for kills. He was playing for survivability. He knew with all of the kills that he'd already picked up for the rest of the day, with all of the games that he'd already had, with all of the points he'd picked up from both the pre-finals previously and the ones that he was able to find in the first half of this day, all he had to do was play consistently survival. And this is something that we've seen from him time and time again. It's the reason why he is not just one season defending champion of MVPL, but 2, because he always pops off in the first half, finds those kills, guarantees that he's been able to walk away with the MVPs, and then when we head into the second stage where everyone's playing super aggressively, everyone plays so aggressively they cannibalize each other's chances. Mike in the meantime is like, I've got all of my kills needed, I just have to play to live.
Mike, in the meantime, is 123,000 damage deep today in melee weapons alone, with a total of 41 kills, making him that MVP we talked about. Most of that damage coming in from the fan. Here you go, the stats for your world champion for the 2023 J-Cup. It's going to be AOW Mike with a total of 41 kills, an average kills of 3.4 per game, and a total damage of 1 160,000.
Oh, it's a message as well, isn't it? To every single player wanting to compete against this guy. You think you've seen me at my strongest, and I'm just going to keep coming back with more insane plays that you're not expecting. And I think that's what I love so much about NARAKA, how it's constantly shifting, whether it's a new hero coming in, whether or not it's a new weapon coming in. Speaking of which, we've got the new weapon coming in. I can't wait to see how that is going to influence things as we head into 2024, as we can have a look at all of these amazing players. They may not have made it into the top 5, but just making it here, not just through the pre-finals, not just through the qualifications, but through all of their regions, is a huge credit unto themselves, as is every single player on this current leaderboard. Obviously, Mike is going to be that #1. He's going to be feeling incredibly happy with himself, and it's easy to be happy with yourself if you win, right? If you don't, if you come so close to touching that trophy and unfortunately just fall ever so slightly short, that has to be the most heartbreaking feeling in the world. And I hope with all of my being, if T225 takes anything out of this series, it's that he has people out here who understand what an amazing player he can be, because every single time we see him in the interview, he says, I don't feel like anyone cheers for me. And we see you, T225. We know that you're capable. We know that you're a strong player. We know that you are almost the world champion. But today, no one can take the trophy, no one can take the title away from AOW's Mike.
Yeah, Mike, congratulations yet again. You have put in the time, you've put in the effort, and it shows. You were a demon before your break, before you weren't able to compete in the J Cup last year for 2022. But we see the growth. We see how much effort you've been putting into this game. You came in your season 1, it was tight. You were able to take the championship for season 1 of the NBPL. But when you came back in that season 2, you were a different Mike. You were an even better version of yourself, and you brought the heat, and you left no questions that you were gonna be the champion of season 2. And here on the stage, you have done the same. You came out during those pre-final stages and you set the pace for every single player here. Mike, what an incredible performance coming in from you. What an incredible game, and what an incredible competitor.
I mean, he's such an incredible player, right? He truly is the world's best, not just in terms of the mechanics, not just in terms of understanding, you know, the layout of a fight, the spacing that we keep talking about being so important. He's able to, as Raven has brought up in the past, map out all of these sort of locations that he runs past of, okay, there's a Vitalia here, there's a reshield here, there's an armor race that I can potentially go through here. So when he takes some of those fights and he knows that he needs to maybe make a little bit of a disengagement or a little bit of a detour, he's immediately able to divert the fight back to that location where he's able to find all of those benefits, and he does it just consistently so often. Every single time we see him, every single time he loses some of that armor, you blink and 5 seconds later he's running around. Maybe it's not blue, maybe it's not purple, but it's still gray. And when you're running around in a sustained meta with things like the Hardy, the Tumult, and the Z-Ping, all being able to find those resets in the blink of an eye, having that gray armor reset is a lot of the time enough to be able to guarantee that you continue to remain in this lobby, as we can guarantee that J-Cup is going to be continuing into tomorrow. We may have decided and determined who the best solos player in the world is, but trios, that's another matter entirely, because we have 2 teams currently vying for that title, both TE and XCG, an absolute stone's throw of points in between them. I know you're a big XCG fanboy, I am a big TE fangirl, and that's definitely going to be something that we'll talk about tomorrow, but unfortunately you'll have to wait for tomorrow for that one to come up on your screens.
Well, luckily, Moxie, tomorrow it's going to be you and me bringing them in for their first 3 games. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, me and Moxie will be right here back behind the caster desk bringing you the first 3 games of trios tomorrow, and you are not going to want to miss all of the action, because like Moxie said, TE and XCG vying for that first place position, and there's some other teams that we need to keep our eyes on as well, because I'm telling you, there's some dark horses in the running who are coming for XCG and Team TE.
I mean, you know as well, there's going to be strategies. People have holding things back. We know, we saw it in solos. We got got to see Wu Chen V2, we got to see Matari come back in. It has been a hot minute since we got to see Matari in solos, but Jacob is just the treat that keeps on giving. But I mean, those trio matchups, we know how smart the coaches can be, we know how smart the teams can be, we know in the past that these teams have innovated and engineered entire compositions onto themselves to push these other teams around them outside of the comfort zone into figuring out how does this composition play, and burning so much of their time to be able to figure the strategies out. In fact, it's something that J-Team have done, it's something that TE have done, it's something that we've seen because of the Tessa coming in to replace that Yodo, it's something that SEA has started taking advantage of with teams like VVE and VNGC coming in with Cannonball and Ice Pick, which I can't wait to see how these trio teams have taken that time, that week between pre-finals and now, to be able to figure out and pilot even better.
Oh, I am so excited. You have no idea. When we came into the group stages and pre-finals, there were a lot of teams that even said they understand how strong Cannonball and Ice Pick have the potential to be, but they haven't found the comfort level with it. And this comes with not just a single region defining the meta. When every region brings something new to the table, when they come together here at J-Cup at the World Championship, that is what happens. Teams need time to develop, to adjust to those new strategies. And like you said, crucially, we have had a week's time between those pre-final stages and now, and you can bet these teams have been putting that time to work when it comes to these new strategies and these new team comps. And we might even see something new coming out as well that we haven't seen before. I'm looking at you, Team DRG. I understand where you've been coming from, the unpredictability, the consistency coming back in the group stages and the pre-finals. Nobody knows what to expect from you, and I'm excited to see what those boys bring. But of course, everybody is going to be looking to come in and bring something new to the table, Moxie.
I mean, we've already seen the melting pot of all of these different regions benefit each other, right? We've talked about it so often. CN had discounted Hardy. We could have been seeing an entirely different outcome on that stage if NA hadn't come in and said like, hey, this guy is actually really strong and here's how you play him. And this is what we're talking about, right? This is one of the huge benefits of J-Cup. Whoever lifts that trophy is a winner. But in the long run, every NARAKA player, after every single J-Cup, wins as well, because they get so much more information to be able to figure out what's more optimal, what works incredibly well, what they're going to be able to take forward and push this game into being in an even better state than it already is, which is incredible because this game is already incredible. Like, it's insane to think that we're going to be seeing even more compositions, even more weapons, but unfortunately, it's not going to be right now. We are going to have to be ending this stream. We have decided that AOW's Mike is the best player in all of NARAKA currently. Maybe that will change next year. We'll have to wait and see for him to pick up his next title defense. As I've been got Moxie, I've been joined by my wonderful friend, who quite literally is here on my left side now. This has been the Runekeeper. We've been the NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup Solos Grand Finals. Have a very lovely day.
中卷起风沙，身为一生的代价，忍痛咽下。纵然被风人包围，不愿做谁的傀儡，失去的都无悔，无尽轮回，无愧我是谁，我付出的、失去的、退让的，从未跌碎。所谓宿命，我只相信，未曾冷却的梦，也是我的下手，已不去锋芒，与命运碰撞，全刻下炽热的勋章，把退路掩埋，等沿途花开，与企图了仰望，不如被世人擅长。谁愿藏着獠牙的嘴，迷雾中隐没的鬼，我的丰沛，辉光正绽放，将废墟照亮，别慌张，这一夜都无恙。无间的劫，不为被击溃，被夺走的、霸占的，我们都终将赢回。不懂认命，我仍相信，会有一声怒吼，让黑夜的颤抖已不去锋芒，与命运碰撞，前刻下炙热的勋章，把退路掩埋，等沿途花开，何必世人穿肠？我已在 暗中卷起风沙，身为一生的代价，忍痛咽下。纵然被风人包围，不愿做谁的傀儡，失去的。